Hey there, so Jack and I end up covering a lot of this book, so I broke it down in chapters for your convenience. The first half is mostly lore stuff, and the second half is mostly mechanic stuff. We had so much fun talking about this, so I really hope you guys enjoy it as well. So, welcome to anybody who's in the chat. Today, Jack and I are looking at and going to be talking about the new Atlas of the Latter Earth book, the World Guide for Worlds Without Number that just released like a week or two ago. Since we're both fans of Worlds Without Number, we thought we'd do a bit of a first impressions. This book, though it's only 200 pages, has so much content, we absolutely cannot talk about everything in here or we'll be here all weekend. But we're going to try and touch on like every chapter that's in this book as much as we can. Probably dwell on some longer than others, but overall, yeah, I'm very excited, Jack.
Yeah, I get to brag a little bit because I already have the physical copy.
Yeah,
now.
fuck you.
I can talk a bit about the physical copy though. It's a little different than the PDF.
Oh, really?
You have some nice stuff in the end papers, like you have the full map of the Western Latter Earth, as you can maybe tell. It doesn't want to focus on that, but this is a source book for the Western Hemisphere of the Earth. It just looks a little different,
A little fucked up
than it does right now.
Yeah.
The other end papers are a bunch of, it's like the whole bestiary in like line form. If you have the GM screen for Worlds That Number, which is weirdly, I think, still not an item you can buy. It was just included in the Kickstarter. It has the same deal where it's like that one page, bestiary layout.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice quality book. It's about the same as the core rule book, just nice offset prints. I did notice in mine, at least, there are a handful of pages where there were some alignment issues, and so they're a little like purpley and fuzzy looking.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah,
but nothing like detrimental though. You can still like read what's on
you can
there.
still read it. It's fine.
Okay.
It's just a few pages where there was some misalignment of the. I don't know how printing works.
Yeah.
For this kind of thing. I would assume it's like multiple like stamps of different colors or something.
I gotta say, the offset prints are really nice because I have a friend sent me the Worlds Without Number book, the offset print, and I also have Stars Without Number from the POD from Drive-Thru, and the paper quality is like night and day. Like it's totally fine for POD, but like it is absolutely totally different. I just gotta turn off the music. Oops. There you go.
This is like luxuriant by comparison.
Yeah.
This is some very nice paper. Also, nice cover. It's got that cool piece of art.
Yeah.
I assume what's supposed to be one of the carven peaks. But we'll get there.
Yeah, I actually had a question about that because there was something in the Bestiary I was going to ask if that's what that's supposed to be, actually, because there's something else that it could be, but I wasn't totally sure.
I have a very funny anecdote about that particular monster in the Bestiary.
Oh, perfect.
We'll talk about it when we get there. It's just something that somebody said, but I was like, okay.
Interesting. But yeah, no, so I guess we should actually just get into the book itself, or at least I was thinking for anybody who might be joining who's not totally familiar with the world of Latter Earth, we'd say a few things, probably explain like what the legacy is and like a few things like Aratus and that sort of thing. You're more well versed in this than I am, Jack, so I don't know if you want to explain it, and I'll just throw in stuff if I think you're missing anything.
Yeah, I'll try my best to rehash whatever I said however many months ago when we ran
our
intro one shot. Yeah, so it's the Latter Earth setting is like a Dying Earth setting. If you're familiar with the original Jack Vance Dying Earth books or anything that takes that kind of deep time, like far in the future, but still a future very much of our own world. Like Gene Wolfe's Shadow of the Torturer, all of the Book of the New Sun, Book of the Long Sun and Old Sun. There's a lot of direct inspiration from that stuff in here. A little less, obviously there's no writing like Vance in here, thankfully.
Yeah.
Vance, but he also writes like it's 1945.
Yeah.
But so it's like this world that is our own, but millions or billions of years in the future. So like so many times has technology advanced to like insane levels that we couldn't comprehend and then been just crushed down, just over the weight of things having gone wrong over time. So there's just innumerable of all of the knowledge and progress of human history. 99.9% of it is lost to the current inhabitants of the setting. And a lot of it's waiting to be found. So of course, really rich for adventuring there.
Yeah.
The way magic works is via, Alex mentioned it, this system that's the legacy, which I like the description of it. It's like, imagine if something we think of as crazy, like a omnipresent nanites or something, right? That if you ever got hurt, they automatically heal you, or if you get into a car accident or something, they're going to grab you before you get hurt. take like a society that has that and think of what their equivalent of that would be, and that's how advanced the legacy is. It's like this force that is technically technology that exists, but it manifests as magic, more or less. Most of it's lost. Like wizards are essentially like computer programmers, right? Like they're tapping into little subroutines to get this omnipresent force to do what they want for them. And that also, because people don't entirely understand it anymore, gives you a lot of other, like Alex mentioned, Aratus, which are essentially incursions of other planets or like extreme climates into like local areas where it's like, yeah, the legacy broke here, and now everything in this area is absolute zero. It works. It turns out that doesn't ruin the rest of the planet because of this crazy magic bubble. But yeah, and then there's lots and lots and lots of interesting, just weird, dying earthy kind of lore. I mean, we're gonna get into a lot of that here.
There's lots
of fun spins on like really classic tropes and concepts.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. There's a lot more like Magitech stuff I find, which I quite like. It's very refreshing. I've been doing so much like sword and sorcery type stuff, which I still really, really like, but this feels like you can have that, or you can also really dial up with some different pulp elements, which is really nice, which I quite like, which we'll get to with some of the Bestiary stuff and some of the other guys. But yeah, I think what you're saying earlier about how it's like all that knowledge being sort of compressed over time, where it's like all these different eras of each other. I think this book is one of the first books where it has, which we're gonna get to in a bit here, it has like the first and second age in terms of like past nations, that sort of thing, which normally I find annoying because it's stuff I can't really use. But I think one of the big themes of Worlds Without Number, at least this base setting, is that you're kind of like, to be disgusting as possible, picking at the scabs of history and just kind of like rooting around and seeing what you got there. And I feel like that works for this if you actually know what's like, or at least a lot of it also seems like a little bit not necessarily like, it's almost like a, what's the word for it? You know, when a narrator isn't what's the word I'm looking for? It's like it might not be totally correct. It's like
it's
unreliable narrator, where some of it's like, this could be what actually happened, or it could also be what like we're just being told is more than likely happened, which I kind of like about that.
There's this is a setting source book, obviously, and it has a lot of things that, like, half of the book is totally setting agnostic. If you cut out the first 100 pages, the second 100 pages, while they are, you know, written in a way that ties them into the setting, you could dump that very easily.
Totally.
But the actual setting material is also very easy to just hack apart because, like Alex said, you're provided with concrete, you know, this is X and this is Y. But then when you're given reasoning for it, it's like, you know, it's probably this, but it might be something else.
Yeah,
and you're given enough framework that it doesn't seem like lazy. Like, it's not just Calvin Ball. No. Like, no one fucking knows. It's like, it could be this, but I've left it open enough that you could easily substitute that.
Exactly, yeah.
That makes more sense.
I take most of it at face value, what it's telling me, but at the same time, every once in a while, I'm kind of like, this could also just be completely a lie that somebody, or just completely just like a half-truth that somebody just didn't uncover the entire thing.
Yeah, there's actually a point. So the original book only covers a small region of this. Like, it's a region that's now, like, I think modern day, like, Venezuela or something. But that's like all that's covered in the original book, and this expands out, you know, to the entire Western Hemisphere pretty much. And there's one specific part where, like, an aspect of that little region that I had changed running it in my home game, and it explains the origin of that in this. And I was like, oh, that's an interesting take. That wasn't mine at all. But then I was also like, I could so easily just incorporate that into the idea that I had, because it's still so just, it gives you that perfect little balance between, like, I'm satisfied in the explanation you're giving me, but it's not like bound to 100 other things. So I pull it out, I'm gonna like collapse the rest of the setting more.
Yeah, which I like that. I like that a lot. And I feel like with that, there's also a bit of a sense of like almost paranoia, I find. There's, for example, this is later on in the book, but there's lots of monsters that are human-like. There's so many monsters that are like, they look human. They're fucking not. And like, there's so many, and they're all different. They're not like, oh, this is just like a different flavor of ghoul. It's like, no, they're different creatures completely, but it's just that like so much of it over time is just like, wow, if I live in this world, this would be hell. Like, I would hate living in this world. There's
a really good line. It's on like literally page 3 of the book. Like, because he presents, well, first of all, there's a thing. We might as well, I guess, get into like the structure of the book, right? So you get like one nice page of fluff that is like just some straight up prose about the Latter Earth. There's a page that's literally using this book as a game master, and of course anyone who's like GM for a while goes like, I'm just gonna skip that. That's fine. I would recommend not doing that in this book. first of all, Kevin like calls out it, and he's like, "Hey, I understand that a lot of you know what you're doing, but if you don't know what you're doing, let me help you not be lost in reading this book. Like, if this is the first source book you've ever read, here's how you should read it." And I really liked that because, like I said, a lot of people, you're like, okay, I know how to use a source book. I'm going to read through it and pull things out that I like. I'm going to exclude things I don't like, or I'm going to take it verbatim and take everything. But I found that the way that he lays out how he intends for people to use the book really gives you some insight into like how he wants you to use it. Obviously, he's like, hey, you should use it this way, but that informs like why he's writing it the way that he is.
No, totally. Also, sorry, my beer totally exploded on me there. I was listening though. I didn't want to interrupt you.
I couldn't quite see what you were doing. But
no.
It lets you. Yeah, I would recommend, even if you're like an experienced GM, to take a quick skim through that page. Don't just toss it out immediately, because it does give you a good idea of an efficient way to try to use the material in the book, as opposed to trying to tease things apart yourself.
No, I totally agree, and I would actually say that for the same thing for the core book, where I absolutely did what you said, which is like, man, I've been fucking GMing for years. I'll skip this part, but I did go back just for this to be like, you know what, I should make sure I at least like get a little bit of every part if I'm gonna go through the book, and there is just really good stuff with that. It does give you the reasoning, and also I think it's just a good thing to do if you have been GMing for a while, to not like almost like to not get like a little bit lazy with that stuff. It's gonna be like, oh yeah, this is why we do these things. It might seem obvious, but the way he writes stuff is so like to the point. Like, he writes a lot, but it's not like, I don't know, some people go on and on. Like, have you ever read Zweihander? That fucking book goes fucking on and on. And it's just like really flowery, but he just gets to the point what you need to do, and I think that stuff's great. But yeah, no, I think with that, let's get into like I think maybe like the first age stuff. So like, basically the way this is laid out is that we are currently in the third age, I believe. I think the year it says the current date is 1055 AL. Do you know what AL stands for?
Yeah, that's after landing. So they talk about how like, it's kind of pointless to try to reference. I guess I'll mention like three things.
Yeah. This is all this is. So.
Yeah. So the page before that, like literally, there's a couple like facts of the world that I think are kind of important to set the tone as well. The one that I really like is like, there's literally a subsection that's humans don't rule the earth.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like, that doesn't mean exactly what you think it would mean.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that like, there's a decent amount of people. I mean, there are tens of millions of people, or maybe around over 100 million people if you count up the country populations and stuff. But like, there are so many areas that are just like, yeah, no one lives here. Like in real life, uninhabited areas are sparsely populated.
Mm-hmm.
In this, it's like no one lives there because you will fucking die or you can't survive there. There are large portions of this world that are just actively hostile to human life. So it's a world that's majority populated by humans and demi-humans, which in this setting are really more like post-humans, though a lot of them follow the tropes of your traditional demi-humans. But like, yeah, there's places that people just don't live. And also like science doesn't really work consistently, which is kind of part of the legacy setting. But that also explains why like record keeping and stuff is so bad, and there's no desire for people to like, do academics essentially. Because what if you spend your entire life doing something and then a part of the legacy changes and breaks and none of your research?
Yeah, totally. Well, because are there stuff like, is it called like iterums, where like you can have other like worlds basically come through in certain places, or basically like portals open and just shit can just change so fast and like warp reality in time and space. So
iterums are like the systems, it's planes essentially, and like little demi planes and stuff. Actually, the world is thought to be an iterum of reality. Yeah. So like the prevailing opinion amongst scholars in the latter Earth setting is that their essentially fork of the world is only about 4,000 years old, and also nothing exists outside the atmosphere. It is all a simulation of one small world, which is fucking bleak.
Yeah, I really like that. I remember reading that part. I think like because I started reading through the core book the other night because I didn't have my actual book in my hands. I was like, I want to read stuff in my bed, but I don't want to read. I don't want to bring my PC over to my bed. And I was reading that part, and I was like, oh, that's really, really fucky, because you're just like, no, this is my world, like I'm like the number one, like this is where reality is, and you're like, oh wait a minute, no, there's so much evidence that there's a high chance this is just another one of those worlds. I think that was really fun.
Yeah. The last little thing is he just kind of points out like, yeah, adventuring is like a thing that people do in this world, and that will come back around
Mm.
because for all of the nations we'll talk about in brief later, there is usually a little section that's like, how do they treat adventurers here? Which
Yeah.
obviously not everybody is running fucking, high adventure campaigns, but like it's a question that's a lot of times not addressed in like non-traditional things.
Yeah, no,
like,
I think that was great.
like, what are you? How can you can't make a living doing this? Why would anyone tolerate that?
Yeah.
Like,
well, it's also a weird thing because this is totally a tangent, but adventurers are like not really a real thing. Like in terms of our real life, almost like the way dungeons aren't necessarily a real thing. Like we do have like the mummy tombs and that sort of thing where there were traps, but like
right.
in the same way, like it is totally a made up thing for games and like fantasy like fiction. So it is nice to have that stuff there where it's like, how do I actually get players incorporated into this weird world? Because some of them you're like, how would I bring somebody into this? And I'm like, oh well, they could work as this or that. Like for the nations I picked, I tried picking really diverse ones for different styles of play, so I could have like a wide array of things. And some of them are like, this could be a really tough one to bring players into, but I feel like I like having that little section. I think more books should have that because it's the kind of lore I hate when you just dump all your darlings on me. But like, look at this cool thing. It's like, cool. How do I fucking use this? Like, I don't know how to use.
Me to play your game?
Yeah.
Like, tell me what can I play with?
Yeah.
It's all look, don't touch. What do you want me to do?
That was because I'm a big fan of Planescape for very weird reasons because it should be something I hate. But I will say, reading those 2 ebooks at times, some of it's so unhelpful in how you would even bring a player into something, and like so this I think fixes a lot of those issues I have with that. And yeah, no, that little adventure section is great.
To get back to what you asked earlier, so yeah, the setting takes place in 1055 AL, which is referenced to when the Reaping King lands in the Gyre, which is like the little region that's presented in the original core book.
Yeah, it's right there, guys.
And he's just the nominal ruler of that small region. He plays into the history they present a little more later if we talk about Atlantis at all. But they pretty much talk about like people are going to reference time however they want to, partially because we mentioned the whole thing where the world is an iterum. It's more or less thought that about 3,000 years ago or 4,000 years ago, like 3,000 before landing, was when it started, because there were just a bunch of local temporal disjunctions, which just means like time was running differently in pockets across the entire planet.
Yeah.
Like they mentioned like, entire like, empires rose and fell for what was an hour, like hundreds of miles away. And so it was pointless to keep track of anything.
Yeah.
And so they give a convenient reason for why. Let's not talk about before 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, no, I think which I think is great.
Yeah. It's also worth noting that like, we're going to talk about, the history of this because they break it into ages that start at that, 3,000 BL. But none of the history we're talking about here is the like deep time that's part of a Dying Earth setting, right? Like even those people 4,000 years ago were playing with like little pockets of the toys that people from billions of years ago had left them.
Yeah, and I love that. I do love that's a major theme this where it really does feel this is gonna be a weird comparison, but stick with me. But it actually reminds me a bit of the Lord of the Rings movies and Lord of the Rings to an extent, where when they're walking around, like you'll see giant bridges that are like thousands of feet tall and statues that are way too high. All these things where they're just living in an era that's way past all these past eras that were much grander and bigger and all that sort of stuff. And I feel like it's that lot, which I do like that feeling of like you're such a smaller thing from like you're not at all in the glory days. Those are like either long gone or on the way, but you're not living in it. You're like in a almost like a post-apocalypse in a way, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, you're in like everything has stabilized after an apocalypse almost. Yeah.
But I like that sort of feeling. It's a very like wondrous feeling in terms of like the stuff you can find.
It's great. It's one of my I wax poetic about Gene Wolfe's Book of the New Sun all the time, but it does that thing. That's like its main like thematic or like atmospheric thing.
Yeah.
It's like fucking everything. It's just like, oh, no one knows what even made any of this. It's just here.
Yeah.
And then you'll get like an oblique sentence where you're like, oh, they're talking about that. That's what that thing is. That's what it's been this whole time. But they're like, we don't know what the fuck that is. We just call it power. Like,
is that one like that like really gigantic series or something? The Book of the New Sun, is that one or is that a different one I'm thinking of?
I think you're like thinking of Wheel of Time or something. Book of the New Sun is like 3 books, 2 books, depending on how you break it up.
Yeah,
it's not short. Like the original Book of the New Sun is like 2 volumes or about 8 books.
Okay, that's pretty decent though.
Yeah, it's good. I recommend it. It's definitely not an easy read, but if you're really into sci-fi, fantasy, Dying Earth stuff,
Yeah.
give it a look, and don't get discouraged if you read it.
Yeah, I think I'm talking to me about that. Yeah, no, I'm definitely getting more to Dying Earth with getting into Worlds Outnumber, honestly, which is a funny way to get into like a genre like that, which is like not through the media it's based on, but like the media it's based on is what's getting me to it. Yeah. Yeah, because I still need to get some audiobooks for Dying Earth at some point for DCC Dying Earth. I guess 2023 is going to be the year of Dying Earth for me, I guess, because it's going to be a lot of that. But yeah, so speaking of the ages, is there anything else you want to cover at all?
I think we might as well get into, we're picking a couple of our favorites from each age, or a favorite from the first two.
So basically, guys, the first age and second age are just because of the past ones. They just kind of have little blurbs. The third age has like a blurb on each nation, but then has like some are like 6 pages long, some are like 3 pages long. So we'll spend more time on those, but these ones are we're sort of getting into the ones that we find at least interesting or cool. Again, we can't cover all of them because I think between all these, there's like, I think it's like the first 100 pages is just different nations. So, but yeah.
Yeah, and it's like Alex said, like we talked about like this kind of history stuff many times, and he doesn't like it. Usually, so it's saying something that like both of us are like, let's talk about this.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, like it works. It's like it's stuff you can actually use. I have some stuff that I just think is fun from the first ages. I think the first one that I liked a lot was from the first stage was the intoners. Something about like music and magic I think is just a really fun thing. Plus they're like literal songsmiths, you know, because they're both smiths of like metal and then also actual music. And I think we'll get into the second age, but what they become later is what I think makes them actually interesting to me. Did you have? I'm trying to think, because there's really not much on them. This is the funny part about these first ones, but I did like the vibe that came with them. They seemed like very weird.
Yeah, but I think you hit at something there that is, I think, makes this really usable, which is that you can see them on the screen here. They're like 1 to 2 paragraph little blurbs about these nations, and usually the last paragraph is just like, what do their ruins look like, which is great. Because it means that if all you want to do is like get something evocative from an old age, you can pick that you can grab that theme and use it to like make a dungeon or something, right?
Yeah.
But it's the way that all of these, very few of them, or maybe none of them, I'm not sure, are just like hanging historical footnotes. Because who cares, right? If it's like, cool, these people lived 3,000 years ago, and then 2,000 years ago they all died out, and no one knows what happened. It's like, cool. Why'd you tell me that? I don't care. Where all of these are like, it does make it a little hard to read them at first because they'll reference things that you haven't read yet, but you read the whole page and you go, oh, I understand kind of the progression, because it'll be like, oh, this nation didn't even exist until this other one in the same section fell, and they were like the remnants turned into that or something, and then they play with each other between the ages as well. So it's all usable and direct lineages, and you can fucking ignore all of it.
You can totally ignore all of it. And like that was the funny thing, is that because there's so much, when you sort of read through stuff, but your brain doesn't totally like take it all. I messaged Jack in the week being like, I keep seeing like Second Dynasty and Third Dynasty. What the hell? What dynasty? Whose dynasty? But then there's a place right here in the first era called the Four Dynasties, and that's what they're referencing there. And they come up a lot, actually. All of them, especially like the current one is the 5th one that's in the current age. But I just remember, like you said, like it kind of goes through them. So if you kind of miss a part, you might be like, who are they talking about? But once you realize that, it's not hard to just go back or just like Control F and be like, okay, where is this thing? But yeah.
Yeah, especially because the entirety of the descriptions for the previous 2 ages fits on 4 pages. So it's like, just go back and split through it. The ones I really liked from the first age, I mean, they're all really evocative, but I picked Deep Lords just because I think they provide an interesting. So they were like people in the deeps, which were like these kind of prison fortresses that aliens held humans in. It's not a big deal. It's just integral to the setting. It's a big deal. That's where all the humans come.
It comes up a lot, but
because there was a point in history where aliens who were called outsiders in this ruled the entire planet, and humans had to take it back. Anyway, these guys lived in like the really deep deeps, and so they ended up coming out a lot later than all of the other humans, and so there was like no land left. But the really deep deeps have like long passages that can take you, between far points on the globe or in the hemisphere without having to like traverse all the horrific geography. So it essentially provides an Underdark for you to play with that doesn't have like the baggage of like the Forgotten Realms Underdark, where it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, here's 800 pages of lore on the Underdark. You have to, so it gives you this kind of open, but it's like, yeah, if you want to include that in your game, if you want to like have an excuse to skip an entire portion of this geography and just put your players somewhere else because they found this passage that leads them there, yeah, you have that to play with.
Yeah.
So I really liked that.
Yeah, no, totally. Because I remember the deeps were referenced a lot, so I was like, what are the deeps? And I looked through and I was like, and I was thinking actually, I mean, I think Patrick Stewart's stuff works really well, but the Veins of the Earth stuff would be perfect for the deeps in terms of like the traversal, the rules he has in those books for mapping out underground areas would be perfect for that. And also all his weird shit would just work completely fine in this world, like totally would fit right in. Yeah, that one's kind of fun because that one's a little bit like kind of pathetic, that because the Deep Lord sounds so fucking cool, and then you're like, oh, these poor fuckers are just last, and they just
But then, of course, it's like, oh, they were still able to gain a bunch of power because it turns out if you can just move entire armies through places, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and I think that's a really cool evocative thing. Also, very very terrifying that they would just appear out of nowhere, which is a bit like the Sea Peoples, in like the Mediterranean, which I think it has a bit of that. I wonder if that was like at all like an inspiration for that, where like they would appear out of nowhere, nobody really knows like who they were exactly. We have a general idea that we think they're probably pirates from like Italy and that sort of area, but in general, I feel like this is like a similar thing. Where it's like our armor just appears, fucking wrecks shop, and then just disappears as fast as they showed up.
Yeah, it definitely always also gives me flavor of like, or like tastes of like Moria. Like you're so underground. It's just this long fucking passage that takes you out halfway across the continent.
Yeah.
There's all this weird shit down there.
I think that stuff is really cool. Yeah, the deeps come up a lot in this book and the core book a lot, which I do like. That it's like a whole other extra world that's right there to be used. The other one that I liked from this era was mostly just because it made me kind of laugh, for not on purpose, but that's the Wind Cities. And so that's
my other one too,
yeah, just literally flying gigantic cities going around. And they're like, they have their workings are all based off of like the sun and other stuff. But it says the year-long occlusion of the sky produced by the eruption of a volcano was now Sark's around 1600 BL, appears to have spelled their doom. And for some reason that made me laugh because I just imagined like the fucking sun goes out and then just all these cities just like careening, just the imagery of,
which is what happened.
Yeah, like... and I don't know why, but there's such a violent imagery of just like, oh shit. But yeah,
it's like a ship sinking.
Yeah.
So those ones are some. If there was any question as to whether Kevin Crawford is a weeb, this book puts that to rest because he totally fucking is.
Oh yeah,
that gave me such heavy vibes of like Laputa, Castle in the Sky, and like Nausicaa, and like Skies of Arcadia, which I really like, which is not related. But I was like, this is like, flying cities, like upheld up there by like, essentially solar panels. Like, this is some wild shit.
Totally. And it also, because the ones that sort of like survive, which I do like those as like as a place to like scavenge and check out. Because I think there's one in the Second Age that we'll talk about when we get there. But they're just really cool, and I could also see that being a thing where in the modern age, having people who are trying to get them working again could be a fun adventure in itself, or a fun sort of campaign backdrop where just shit's going wrong because people are doing whatever with stuff they don't understand, just trying to get stuff back in the sky, or even just like aren't able to get cities back up, but they're able to get like maybe like streets up, or like certain neighborhoods, or just even like small like hamlets. But I think there's a lot of fun stuff with that. That's like very much like kind of out there.
Yeah, that reminds me of like Atlantis, the Disney movie, for some reason.
Oh yeah,
where like none of them know how to use any of like the flying ships anymore.
I have not thought that movie in like fucking 20 years.
It holds up. I actually rewatched it last year. You also forget that those movies are all like 80 minutes long, so the pace is like, let's go, we're going.
Like, back when they didn't make every movie 2 hours to 3 hours long.
That fucking cool ass submarine's in the movie for like 8 minutes before it gets sunk.
I need to watch that again. It's been so long.
It's good. I would recommend watching it.
Did you have any others you wanted to highlight from the first era? Or first age?
No, I'm looking at my notes. I already mentioned that I really like that there's a lot of direct history.
Yeah. We'll probably reference some
in
of
this
these
case
again, like as they go through.
Yeah, the major powers that exist in the current age, the third age, there's a lot of the nations here like direct lineage to them. So like there's the Grand Harmony in the first age here. the Grand Harmony gets turned into the Liberated Republic, which then becomes is toppled by the Zakathi uprising, and this is all on Kars, which is now Atlantis in the game. So it's this gigantic island,
Oh,
and
okay, cool.
it's still like a major power in the current day of the book. It's one of the major powers. Since there's
Yeah.
a lot of, it makes sense you to add more history toward like this is a huge player and it's a big area. So let's
Yeah.
give you some past to play with.
Yeah, and there's a few in the modern era that I was like, I didn't highlight myself, but when I was looking through, I was like, oh, these seem like really big ones. Like I think one of the big ones is like the Amundi Kingdoms, which I didn't have
Yeah.
as on my list, but it's like 8 pages long in the list it has, where I'm like, okay, I guess this is
Yep.
like a real big one because it's just like a lot of continental United States and like into like Canada in terms of or what's they called? What's North America called? It's called Agathon.
Yeah, Agathon.
Yeah.
Agathon and Gyarus are the two continents, North
Yeah.
and South America.
Oh, speaking of, because I thought it was Gyrus. A little content warning. I pronounce it Foci, and Jack pronounces it Foci. I looked it up. They're both right, so I don't want to hear any fucking comments about how either of us pronounce it. They're both good. I made sure.
All right, Second Age then?
Yeah, let's go to the Second Age. The first one I had was the Spire Lords of Javert are sort of like the ends or the descendants of the Wind Cities to an extent.
Oh.
What I liked about this one is that essentially what happened with these guys, that at a certain point they tried getting the Wind Cities back going now that like there was the sun and all that sort of stuff again, they could actually do it. It went horribly wrong and just caused a major explosion that just caused, I believe, a blight. Let's see here.
Yeah, like mutagenic dust.
Yeah,
falls
mutagenic
and
dust. That's it.
blights
Yeah.
everything.
And I was thinking like, oh, that's like if you want to do like a stalker game, like the video game Stalker. I was like, this is perfect because you have all the Wind Cities which have like crazy old workings and artifacts. You have this horrible twisted wasteland that you probably cannot go into without dying or having to deal with horrible stuff. So you're gonna need special gear. So I was thinking in terms of like wanting to do like a sword and sorcery / dying earth kind of like stalker game. I feel like this would be a perfect like area for that. That's the reason why I picked this one, and also because it was sort of a follow up to the Wind Cities, which kind of made me laugh in terms of just how unfortunate their ending was.
I love how it just says that like it wasn't that like things blew up. It was that it says that the city exploded.
Yeah.
Which is a phrase to say.
Yeah.
Like a whole city just explodes.
Yeah, just like a nuke came from it and just fucked everything up around it.
Yeah.
Um,
It's not like you bombed the city.
No,
the
no.
city
The city was the
exploded.
bomb. But yeah, no.
I also like
was
those
cool.
ones because they are like the origin of the airships that still exist in the setting, which is also a very sword and sorcery thing. You're like
Yeah.
sky barges and stuff like that.
Yeah, which I have that one highlighted because I thought that was like a very fun. That's like something you don't get. You don't get that outside of some genres, and one of those genres is that sort of D&D high fantasy, generic fantasy, which I don't like, which is just throwing it in there because everything else is in there. So it works for this one because of like the flavor of it.
Yeah, I would say that's kind of a prevailing theme for the setting, where you get a lot of kind of. It's a kitchen sink setting, honestly. It's just a really well done one.
Yeah, well, I think what helps is that it follows a tone. It's not just, well, we can have this and this. You can have all that stuff, but it tends to still come with that tone of perhaps only being like a percentage of its former power, or like you don't totally understand it, or it's horrifying in a whole other way. Like it's great, but here's why it's bad.
Yeah.
Like your flying city fucking exploding when you're trying to get back up and going, you know? What about you? Did you have any what do you want to highlight here?
Yeah, I really liked the Logomancy of Nakad. I thought that was cool because so they were like they were descendants of one of the factions, Speakers of the Storm, or one of the nation's Speakers of the Storm from the First Age.
Are they from the Second Age? Yeah, Speakers are from the Second Age, yeah, because they're my highlight for the Second
Age. Sorry. Yeah, right, because it's one of the ones where they're presented before the Speakers, but they actually, just because it's alphabetical. But they were like made these huge like temple laboratories to like research cosmic secrets, and ended up creating physical gods that they then used to derive power from, which I thought
that's really fun.
Yeah. I've actually done some world building before where we kind of use that idea of like humans being able to like physically create gods as like kind of like a reservoir for human power that can do things that you can't.
That's really cool.
I really like that.
That is,
and they show up again, like this stuff ends up in, I think they end up being Sarks or something, or But yeah, they of course fall and end up being somebody else. But it was really cool because turns out making living gods bad. Don't do that.
Yeah, that always ends well, as we know.
It ended in a berserk rampage of the gods.
Yeah. I just like the power levels that you're dealing with, and it almost always goes wrong at one point. It's just on a long enough timeline, everything goes wrong in this setting, where it's just like, oh yeah, that was really cool until they totally ruined our entire civilization.
Because it does play into the whole thing where like everyone, even these people who were doing these crazy things thousands of years ago, were still just like playing around with somebody else's toys and didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
No, I love that. Well, thinking on for that, like I did pick the Speakers of the Storm because they seemed so cool. Because they're a mixture. The intoners from the last age that I mentioned, they were constantly at war with like a bunch of like war bands, like just classic barbarian types.
Barbarians who were fucking storm mages.
Yes, storm mages. Thank you. Yes, and that's where this comes from.
They're called Tempest Horde.
Yes, Tempest Horde. That's it. Yeah, so there you have these storm mage barbarians fighting these like songsmiths, and eventually, in the next era, over time, they sort of assimilate together to create this really weird, knowledge-obsessed oligarchy of just intellectual, magical elite, as it says in the book. And I'm just like, that is so intense on so many levels. And I just love that. That's like really, really metal. Just
it's so cool. Oh, like you're like these people get like a 2-paragraph write-up, and you're like, that's so sick.
Yeah, exactly. The fucking term legions of honored scholar slaves is just like, oh my god, like what you like we don't have a computer, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a bunch of fucking people and like
yeah, they're computers in the traditional sense, which is like it is your job to do math.
Yeah.
And you hand it to that guy whose job is to do different math.
Yeah. They only give you so much, which is stuff you can go off of. But I like that. I like these ones a lot, especially the intoners as well, because I feel like that's sort of if you're somebody in your campaign that makes your own magic or wants to add your own magic, I feel like taking the sort of magic from the intoners and the Speakers of the Storm could be a lot of stuff that could be like fun for your players to find or workshop together with. The new Bard class, is that just mundane Bard powers? I think I don't know if it's magic.
Yeah, the Bard's interesting because he's explicitly non-magical.
Yeah, so I thought when I read this before I read the Bard thing, I was like, oh, I guess they made this as like the new Bard magic as like part of that. But then I read the Bard, I was like, no, the Bard's just like really like charismatic and really good at being a performer and to like
There's a lot. There are like probably no less than a half dozen explicit like lines of magic, like like spheres or something of magic that are mentioned in this that have nothing actually mechanically that tie to them.
Yeah.
So like you're like you want to like fucking go ham and like make up a bunch of intoner spells and rituals. You can totally do that.
Yeah.
Like otherwise, you can just do the thing that I guess I can mention this now.
Yeah.
This game doesn't, and neither does the core book. It doesn't like advise you to class NPCs. Like if it's like a wizard or something, it's like, yeah, I mean, they know like X spells of up to X level or something, right? They can cast X spells up to X level. It's not like, okay, take a full mage, all right, do all their stats. It's like, no, this is a 4-hit die wizard who will cast 3 spells. You don't have to give them spells that exist in the book.
No.
If you want someone to do some crazy invoker shit, just do it. He's a monster. Like,
yeah.
If you want him to have 6 hit dice, that's fine. You can totally do that.
Totally.
It's really freeing to not have like, well, okay, here's the stat block. He's like a, fucking mage 3. Okay, here's his spells. And you're like, oh my god, I don't need this.
Yeah.
Instead you got like one line of text. It's like, here's all the stats.
Yeah. No, I've always resented that because I remember talking to Steve, who you guys have seen before on actual play and some other stuff. He was big into 5e. He's less now. And one thing he told me about some players is that they'd get mad about like that thing use a spell. It's not like a spell list spell, and it's like, yeah, because it's a fucking NPC character that's supposed to be using magic. It doesn't. I never followed the rules of that stuff, especially when it came to 5e, where it's like fallen. They give you spell lists for wizards, and it's like, this is the most unwieldy thing. I don't need to know that this wizard has light. That doesn't matter at all to anything with this. Like, they can just have those sort of things because they're NPCs. And I think that's the way to do wizards, is what you're saying, where it's just like, no, just give them the stuff they need for whatever they're gonna be using, and that's all you need to do. You don't need anything past their base stat block stuff.
I have one more I wanted to talk about in the second age, just because I thought it was neat, which is the Soldan Theocracy. So there's this it's on the second page. There's this faction in the first age that's the Pale Empire,
Mm-hmm.
who's led by this like essentially like godly powerful lich named
Mm-hmm.
the Pale Emperor,
Which is
who
a
is
sick
just the whole
name.
kingdom is just living people and animated dead. And it's like you the better you were in this kingdom, the better undead you became. But he eventually pretty much just like no one knows what happened to him. Like he got bored of the surface world and just stopped. And so he had all these cities that were like, what do we do now? None of the magic that like, has these toiling undead that keep things working. None of it works anymore and no one can use it. And so they turned to, instead of like relying on undeath to do things for them, they turned to like life magic, which in this case took the form of like plants. And so it ended up like in this like decadent, like hedonistic society that were like turning themselves into like half plants to gain
Yeah.
immortality, which I thought was really, really cool.
Yeah, I remember seeing that too. I thought that was really cool. The whole Verdant Lords thing is really interesting.
And like they got so like into it that it just like the society collapsed because they just were like more and more turning themselves into plants. They weren't interested in continuing society.
Return to plant. No, I remember reading that thing. That's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, animals came from plants, as we all know.
Yeah. As we all know. I don't know biology at all. I'm
I just have 2 degrees in it.
Yeah. Let me tell you, wizard. And I was also wondering, do you think we should talk about the Vothite Empire or Vothite Empire at all? Because it does still seem like this book seems to be from the perspective of people in the Gyre, or Gyre, however you pronounce it. So I'm wondering if that's important at all. What do you think? Because you have more experience with actually playing the setting more than me.
Yeah, the Vothites come up a decent because there's the Invoker class that's in the Adunic Invoker, I think is, or no, it's Thought Noble is the one where it's like a mimetic sorcerer kind of person. Yeah, they were like, it was a society that was based around like mental control magic. Like it's, if you're familiar with like the idea of like mimetics when it comes to like in the SCP way,
Yeah,
where like seeing things can like fuck your brain up.
Yeah.
Or thinking about things or knowing about them. Like that's how they controlled society. And of course, people didn't like that. And they eventually fell, but they were like before, I think the Reaping King overthrew them.
I think it's also not totally clear what overthrew them, if I'm not mistaken. I think the Reaping King might have come in around the end, or maybe for the Republic. I can't. But I thought they were saying like they don't know if it's a renegade thought house that like turned on them, or if it was the people, the commoners, because they were like so stuck in their ways they didn't actually see the thing right in front of them. So I don't know if they're totally sure on what happened. But yeah, it was really cool. I just thought, because they're still like the... Is it have you pronounced it Gyre or Gyre? Because I'll just do whatever.
I always say it Gyre. Like
Gyre, okay.
Like liar. I
yeah.
don't know. I soft G sounds better to me.
Yeah, same. Yeah, so like it feels like even though this book's not on just the Gyre, it seemed like relevant enough where it comes up a lot in the core book and this book a little bit. So I thought we might as well just mention it just in case it does come up at all.
Yeah, because really the Gyre, like, because this is the like smallest unit of like area they're talking about in this is like small nations, right? And the Gyre would be one of those, but the Gyre in the core rulebook, the smallest unit they talk about is like the kingdoms within that nation.
Yeah.
And so it's really on a more granular level than this, and so they keep referencing it because there is as much about individual kingdoms in the Gyre as some of the nations that exist here.
Yeah.
So yeah, because the Gyre is it was the westernmost extent of the Vothite Empire, and there's the whole northern coast of South America was the Vothite Empire. So there's another nation in here that's like the remnants of that.
Yeah. No, and I thought those were really cool. I do like the Thought House idea a lot. That sounds like very sort of creepy and also just really fucked up. Just the like it's really scary in that way where you don't really have much control over it as a normal person. So that sort of stuff is just kind of interesting that you could just be sort of mind bent into like basically like a psychic slave.
Like literally not even able to see things that they don't want you to see.
Yeah, which I think is like, is there anybody else in the second age that you want to talk about at all?
No, that's pretty much all I had there. Yeah. I'm checking my notes to see if I had anything I didn't mention.
Yeah. I feel like we're going to come back to both these ages somewhat. We might scroll back up. If we're talking about the later ones, where some of them do reference ones we haven't talked about here, we might bring them up. But yeah. These were the ones that just at least, like, the Speakers of Storm especially, I think, was the one I was like, oh, this is like, yeah, this is my vibe.
The next 2 pages have a handful of nations. These are longer write-ups, something like 5 of them. These are just nations that existed in the current age but have already fallen. And they're all like direct lineage from other things mentioned, and some of them are fucking weird. Like we get the Vothite Republic here, which is like the Vothite Empire was like this whole mimetic, like, you know, thought control thing, and the Republic that came after was like, that's never happening again. We're not going to let that happen.
Yeah.
And so they were like a very anti. It was like a Senate, like it's Rome.
Yeah,
Right? It's
yeah. There's a lot of Roman vibes from the Vothites. Yeah.
And they get subjugated by the Reaping King. And,
Yes.
they're just a small kingdom within the Gyre. Well, New Voth, the capital. It's where Hayden's character was from in my game.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah. And feel free to ever bring up certain things, because I know you have some stuff from this book in your current campaign. So I think there's stuff to us about.
I'll try not to. I know PT is probably watching, so I'm not gonna. I won't talk about everything.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, you don't want. Yeah, no spoilers for them. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll only talk about things that have already come up. But
I will say, for this section, Sunken Loom, I really like that, like, the Doomsday button that they pressed to stop the pull-up, the fucking fish devil aliens, was just turning them all to coral. I think that's so fucking cool.
Yeah,
I love that. And, like, that was one of the ones where I was when I was saying, like, I don't know how accurate they're being, because that sounds like mythology. Like, in Quebec, there's like lots of stories that gets mixed around the way mythology does, but there would be like 3 trees that you'd call, like, those are the 3 brothers. They were 3 brothers that like pissed off a witch or whatever the story was. That's then how they got turned into it. And this feels very similar, where it's like, oh, that coral, that whole reef there, is it actually like polyps that got turned into coral, or is that just what like became the story and the new history for it? You know. Which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, it's the mythological explanation for geology, right? Like,
yeah.
I think of, for some reason, my mind immediately goes to like Hawaiian mythology, or like Moana, because that's really my only. I don't have like a formal knowledge of Hawaiian mythology, but like how the islands are formed by like gods, right? Who decide to do it. And that was just, but it was like a demi-human, it was a Hercules pretty much kind of guy who was like doing it.
Yeah.
Where this is the same thing where it's like, no, yeah, it was like the people back then made it like this.
Exactly, yeah. Which I think is like really cool and is totally believable, and I will take it at face value, but at the same time, like, that also sounds very much like what people would make up as an explanation as to why there's so much weird looking coral in this section. I thought that was just really cool.
Yeah, I would be willing to bet that half of the people in the setting think it's mythology, even if it is true.
Yeah.
Because they're like, yeah, it's sure that happened. That's just the story they tell their kids.
Yeah. Yes, that was that's the fallen of the Third Empire. There's some cool stuff here. I will say, just because there was so much stuff for us to cover, I wouldn't say I skipped this part, but I was just I sort of skimmed it pretty fast. The Vothite Republic and the Sunken Loom stood out to me, but
yeah.
Was there anything else here?
Plane of the Graven World's kind of interesting because they're demi-human polity. They were the setting's dwarves. I mean, the setting straight up calls dwarves and elves as demi-humans.
Yeah.
They are changed actual humans. Like they are not a separate species in that sense. Like they were the demi-humans of this setting. I'm going to rewind like one step.
Yep.
So Worlds Without Number as a book was written as like, hey, this is the fantasy equivalent to Stars Without Number. Like it's the sister book. And you can file the numbers off very easily. But Kevin Crawford, of course, made this really awesome Dying Earth setting that this book delves into. So that's the setting still has all of like, it has orcs and goblins and stuff and elves and dwarves. But they're the demi-humans in this. The origin of all of them is the outsider aliens that had humanity subjugated for however long. Just changed people because they felt like it.
Yeah.
Which is pretty fucked up. And a lot of the monsters as a result, the blighted monsters are pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
Even though they play on like some very classic fantasy tropes that I think are pretty tired in some contexts.
Yeah.
I like them in this because it's like, for example, like the Anak or the goblinoids, like orcs and goblins and trolls and ogres and stuff. They hate humans. Like they inbred hate humans.
Yeah.
So you're like, oh, that's just the orcs evil trope.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's so boring. And it's like, no, they were like aliens fucked up their brains so they're physically incapable of not hating any humans.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that's gross.
Yeah. Which I think is a very good distinction, though, because I was reading through it, and part of me was going like, oh boy, this is so this might be rough. But then I read those. Yeah,
they're not evil. No. They just hate people. Like
they're basically cursed.
Exist totally within their own. Yeah, they're cursed. It is a curse. Like
yeah.
it's called they're blighted. Like,
yeah,
they have a blight upon them.
Yeah. Which I think is a very good distinction to have there for that kind of trope, because otherwise you can get into some pretty icky stuff depending on how you word that. So, yeah.
They're also the blighted in this are also very much not like, they don't carry a lot of like the icky like tribal
Yeah.
baggage that a lot of traditional depictions of like orcs and stuff, like they're not savages.
No,
They're,
no,
like,
no.
kind of
And they
fucked
also
up.
have like there's actual civilizations of them pocketed throughout.
Yeah,
Which is
we'll
cool.
talk about one of the ones I had mentioned. Well, I have written down is the Aristoi Principalities, because I think they're pretty interesting and
Yeah.
fucked up. Yeah, so the dwarves, Path of the Graven World. Like, so the demi-humans are all, it was the same thing, where outsiders were like, we're going to modify these humans to do what we need them to do.
Mhm.
Or in some cases, we're going to modify them because it's funny to us.
Yeah.
But they're not, they don't have the blight that makes them hate humans.
Mhm.
But so the dwarves, like, it was just this sect that they thought that their entire existence was to carve every part of the world to turn it into one gigantic machine.
Yeah, I love that.
And I'm like, that's so dumb.
Yeah.
I
No, I love that, because I just think of like just crazy, almost like Cthulhu cultist shit, or like how you have depictions in like in the Mouth of Madness, where it's just somebody just drawing constantly on everything and just constantly like trying to fix things, and just basically somebody you can't negotiate with at all, which I thought was interesting. But yeah.
Sorry, I did have a note here that the other one I wanted to talk about. I guess we've almost talked about all of them at this point.
Oh yeah.
There's only 5, because you have your remnants of your Tempest Horde.
I saw those. Hordes.
Yeah. But the Great Benevolence is really interesting. So this is another, it's another demi-human society that was all like, they're not elves, but they kind of share some similarities. The Nagati, where they were like, we're above normal people. Like, we have no desire for conflict or anything. Like, we don't want to associate with them because we're just better than them. We don't have any ill will against them. We just have no desire to even talk to you.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna sit here and do things that are just progress and prosperity. And eventually they were like, we can't do that here anymore. Like, it's not possible. We can't maintain it in this world. And so they just left, but they didn't just like all go away. They causally erased themselves from existence.
Yeah.
So no one is even aware that no one can be aware that they existed.
Yeah.
Because for all intents and purposes, they excised themselves from reality and went somewhere else.
Yeah.
Which is like, what?
Yeah. Yeah. Which is also really cool. And also, they're really kind of, the fact that they make a version of themselves to deal with the humans, to fight them off, and then they just abandon them, where it's just like, that's like the most soulless shit, where and the people they left behind are so angry because they're left behind, and they're also designed to kill the humans, so they just hate everything and they're just left here. Like,
yeah, the Oblates are like, well, because it's like they're not any more violent or cruel than like a normal person is, but it's like they just see themselves as not having been perfect enough to be taken along, which just makes them so angry.
Yeah. And that is just such a mean and just like really sad existence. When I read that, I remember oh man, that's like, you guys think you're so good, and then you do that shit, which I guess is like, I guess to like make your whole species survive and your whole perfection thing, it works, but god damn, that is cold.
Yeah, man, they don't even get statted out in this book either. I couldn't remember, and I'm checking the back.
Do you mean the Nagati or the Oblates?
The Oblates, whatever you want to call them. I guess the last thing for the ages, though, is there is a timeline of significant events. I know most people can take or leave timelines. I'm mixed on them. I find them useful. You could totally ignore this and just go futz all the dates. But if you're a big person who's like, I want to know when all of this happened and I need a linear recounting of events.
Yeah.
There's a 2-page timeline that details all of the rise and fall and important events of all of those empires we talked about. Yeah,
for sure. I actually found this useful purely to find what the current date was, because it was throwing those dates at me, and I was like, okay, but what is that in comparison to where we are now? So I will say I did skip most of this when I was going through, but I did use it to actually see, okay, cool, this is the current date. All right, now I can actually have like a baseline of what they mean when they're, or what he's saying when it's like this far away from the current age. But yeah, which is very useful. especially if you need it for just like certain stuff, like the Vothite Empire falling in 1000 BL. If that's like relevant to your campaign, that's good just to know those dates so you can quickly answer your players if they ask that sort of stuff, if their players would know.
And with that, we're 12 pages through the book.
I know.
And
I mean, we'll start blasting
55 minutes
through.
in.
Yeah, actually, yeah. We'll start blasting through once we get to like I mean, we won't, but like this next like 100 pages are like.
Yeah.
Did you have anything on the seas and mountains of note? Because I looked through, but there wasn't. I mean, there was interesting stuff, but there was nothing here where I was like, I need to talk about this. A lot of it was like, okay, that's cool. It's good to know those areas, like the Black Spine, that sort of thing. But there wasn't anything that I thought was.
No, it's nice. You get a couple sentences on each major mountain range or sea. Give you a little context, or if there's something important that happened.
Good stuff.
I mean, the one that campaign. Right. There's one that I like a lot because I know what it's a reference to, which is the Carven Peaks, which is, as I mentioned, the front of the book shows one of these, which is just with the Pale Emperor, right, who had all his countless undead just do whatever. They just carved entire mountains into his visage. Like they just took whole mountains and just chiseled them out into single statues. And so this entire mountain range is literally just all statues of him.
Oh, okay.
Not even mountains anymore.
Is that a theory or is that confirmed?
They're literally all statues of the Pale Emperor.
Oh, that's funny.
So
okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. That's a direct reference to a part of Book of the New Sun, where Severian's walking through this mountain range, and he's literally like, it just mentions it. Like he doesn't even really note it because it's just a thing that exists in the world.
You're just used to it. Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah, no, this range, like it's just all these whole mountains have been carved into statues of like people whose name we don't even know anymore.
Yeah.
Because they're so lost to history.
It's like driving by the Empire State Building every day for your commute to work. It's just like, it's just a thing there.
Yeah, and of course, shortly after that is one of the single most horrifying scenes in that book that I won't spoil. But
won't spoil for me. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Because honestly, I'm interested in that.
It's a 40-year-old niche sci-fi novel, but still.
It is funny. People still get mad at you for that stuff, though, where it's like, come on, the fucking statute of limitations of this is way past it. But if it is niche and people are interested, I feel like it's. I mean, I don't know the story, but I do want to read it because I need more. I need more of that knowledge for running these games, especially like I said with DCC Dying Earth coming out soon. Like I probably gonna just start filling my head with a bunch of this genre.
Right. Yeah. The statute of limitations on media is always weird because like there's a period where it's like. I guess it just depends on the media, right? Because it's a certain point where if something hits cultural saturation, it's like you can't like be mad at me for spoiling The Shining.
No, exactly. Like, I think it's a good point. Yeah, an obscure sci-fi book, like maybe a bit different.
Yeah, even if it's like a pretty influential one, we're still talking like influential within a very
exactly.
Speculative fiction, sci-fi, fantasy writing community is not that big.
Yeah, but all right, so that's all the stuff. And Martin says the art looks nice. I gotta say the art in this book is really nice. I find a lot of it is like really consistent throughout. You have a lot of these big block pieces. In fact, the background for the stream is one of the pieces that is the Blightland, or I forget what it's called. Something Blight something. One of the new areas. And yeah, so like a lot of the art's really, really nice in this book. I quite like it. It's very evocative. And it's all over the place too. Like there's one later on in the book that's like of a city and there's like helicopters and shit. And then you'll have one like this, which looks like fucking Mount Doom and Aragorn there on the side.
Yeah.
Like so you have all these different things, but they all look tonally similar. They all work together pretty well.
And it does that thing that I was mentioning from Book of the New Sun, where something is getting described to you and you're like, okay, I think I know what you're talking about. And then it adds some detail. In this case, it gets pictures added. And you're like, what? No, hold on. That whole time, that's what you were describing? Like what? There were like, skyscrapers here? What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah, no, which that stuff is very cool. I think that's what I've really fallen in love with this, is just all the different. In a way, it's almost painful because you just read through a part and you go, oh, I could do a campaign just in this one city. Or like, oh, I could do a campaign and I could do a different campaign in the same place, but like about a totally different thing, like politics versus dungeoneering. It's just like, oh my God, there's so much stuff.
Yeah. All of the art in his books, he buys the license for it from the artists that is royalty free. So if you purchase the books, you will get TIFFs, like gigantic TIFF images of the art that is
Oh, that's really
within
awesome. I didn't know
whatever
that.
use. Yeah, yeah,
That's great.
100%.
This is some really good art in here too, and I'm glad I won't get sued
Yeah.
for using this as my background.
Well, yeah, we talked about it the other day in DMs where like the book doesn't rely on the art at
No.
all, but the art does a really good job supporting what the book is saying.
Yeah.
It's not Vaesen or
Yeah,
something
or
where it's just
Morkborg or any of those ones. Yeah,
resplendent,
exactly.
yeah, in its art, but like it does a good job.
Yeah. No, I think that stuff's great, and also I forgot what I was going to say now. But oh yeah, what I was going to say, unrelated to what you just said, is that in terms of stuff you guys want to do, if you want to do a fucking pirate campaign, holy shit, there are. I picked one for early on. I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe we'll talk about pirate stuff. And then I was like, oh my god, there's so many different nations of pirate stuff in it. Like, which one do I choose? And I settled on like the skyship one because I thought that was the best one. But yeah.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, it's definitely a kitchen sink setting.
Yeah.
It's just a very well integrated one. Like
Yeah.
you can fuck up a kitchen sink setting where it feels bad, but then you could do a kitchen sink setting where there is a unifying feel and theme to it.
These all feel like they're in the same
works.
world, which is strange considering this is a world that could not even be like just a single world. There's other worlds that could be careening in at any point. So I do think it's nice that it all works well together. Because they also interact. They're not isolated. Like in the different nations, they'll talk about, oh, they do trade with Atlantis, or they do trade with these guys, or these types of people will come here a lot for these reasons. It's not like, oh, here's this one place and it's totally isolated in a black hole away from every other nation that's also in their own black holes, which makes it all feel a lot more like a world, because that's how worlds work, with especially in a world where adventurers are a thing. You're gonna go around and check stuff out.
Right. But then there's also regions where he's given, because of how dangerous the world is, it gives you the opportunity then to go like, well, actually these two people are kind of right next to each other but don't interact at all, so I don't have to deal with like because there's this strip of land that like no one can pass.
There's just nuclear fire always going off here, like some crazy shit over there. It's like
So it gives you a nice summary of so now we're getting into we're still in the third age. That's the current one. You get all the seas and mountains. Then we get a nice short, like one paragraph about every nation that they're going to talk about after that. Which is great. I wish more books would do that.
Yes.
If you're going to list me out 25 fucking nations, give me little isolated things that tell me what they are before I have to read through.
And for this video, this was a godsend that I could just go, all right, I'm gonna go through all these first, and then I'll go to the separate pages and see which ones I want. Because I start with, I think, 12 or 10 different nations, and I just had to start needling them down to be like, okay, there's no way I can talk about all these. So I can only have so many. And having it this way was really, really helpful. And also, as a GM, it's nice just to have that where you can show it to your players, because I'm a GM who really, really hates giving my players homework, because a lot of players are players because they want to play. They don't really want to do the GM side necessarily. Some players do, but that's not everybody at your table for the most part. So having little paragraphs you can give them where it's like, guys, I want to set it in one of these 3 places. Can you just read this little blurb and tell me what you think of it and which one sounds cool? Instead of like, oh, here's 6 pages. Figure it out. Tell me which one you want to do.
Yeah. No, and I was mentioning this to Alex before the stream actually started, and I cut myself off because I didn't want to get too into something that was worth saying on stream, which is that I love that they did this, because I found myself, this is a 200-page book. I have not read the entire thing cover to cover insofar as I've read straight through.
Yeah.
But I was like, cool, I'm a little limited on time this week. I definitely want to at least be able to skim the whole book because I've read parts of it in the past. And I get to this part, right, where right after this page is, it starts into every nation gets like between 1 to 2 and 7 or 8 page write up, depending on, how big they are and how much there is to say. But I found myself getting into them and being like, cool, I'll just skim this, and being like, oh no, I've read the whole thing and it took me 15 minutes. And I'm like, okay, cool, the next one I'll skim. And I'm like, oh no. And like, oh God, it's all so interesting and fun. And like, thank God there's this setting, because otherwise I would just be like, all right, I got to read these 80 pages.
Yeah, exactly. Which is really good. Yeah, because this next section is literally like, I think 100 pages. This is most of the book right here, and we're only going to be covering like maybe 25% at most, if that. There's a lot here.
Less than that, probably.
Yeah, because because we're already an hour in and we haven't even started on this part yet. But I will say this will probably be the longest part, I would say.
Yeah. Yes, this starts on page 20 and finishes on page 127.
Yeah.
And none of it feels fatty. Like
No.
it's all very
Yeah.
tight.
There's no
And
fat
I
in this
think
at
that's a
all.
testament to how usable this book is.
Yeah, and honestly, when I first was checking them out, I actually skipped most of the main data and just went to the section saying adventuring in this land, and that gave me the good idea. Because what I'm using this for is to use it in games, not just like read it just for the fun of the book.
Right.
So I was like, oh, what are the best ones that could be different kinds of adventures and campaigns? And then once I went back, I was like, oh, cool. So this gives me like the geography, the population, certain things going on, and I thought that was very useful, and a little bit, and also the history usually, because some of them kind of just tell you a little bit, and then some have like really interesting and intricate histories that really matter to the current age. Where it like one I picked, for example, Ondas. Those guys were pushed back, and now they're retaking the part that was that they were pushed back from 200 years ago. So their history is very important to what's going on right now. Whereas other places are kind of like, yeah, this is what there are. This is what's going on, and it's been happening like this for a while. That's all there is. Moving on to the next one.
Yeah, it might actually be worth. So the First Nation listed out here is one of the major ones because it's all alphabetical order.
Yeah.
It might be worth just kind of slowly going through the Amundi Kingdoms one just to show what the sections are.
Yeah.
So, like Alex said, and I mentioned as well, like there's a variable amount on each nation depending on what's relevant. And Amundi Kingdoms is one of the longer ones. So, like the biggest nations that have the most to talk about will have pretty much all of these parts, which is like they go over the history for like a page or so. It's again pretty tight. Like it's giving you what you actually need.
Yeah.
It'll talk about broad geography. They'll get a map. God, I counted them. Hold on. There are 25 50-mile hex maps that it provides you within this, in addition to the full map.
Yeah.
Like, there are so many maps, and they all have just that right amount of detail. Where you're like, I can fill in any blank that I want.
Exactly.
They're good. And he does all of his maps in Incarnate.
Which I highly recommend.
You can totally just make them all.
Yeah, I learned how to use Incarnate like in 5 minutes without any help at all, which is just a sign of really good software.
Yeah, Incarnate's great.
Yeah, I love Incarnate. And also, if you get this, if you have the drive-through thing, all these maps aren't just on the page. You also get the maps separately, which is really nice. So if you need to use that for like Foundry or anything else, you don't even need to screenshot this. You can just get the maps already in high res, which is really nice.
I forgot they came with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 50 megabytes of compressed maps.
Yeah.
There's a lot of maps.
Oh, yeah. When I was downloading, I was like, oh, shit, there's a lot in here. And then I started scrolling through all the maps. I was like, oh, my God, this is so much. But yeah. So you have all this stuff. You have the geography, people's Ammon, demography, cities and towns, society, which comes up quite a bit depending on, what kind of game you're running, government and law, religion and Ammon. And then this one has a big section. The adventuring in the Ammon Kingdoms is like it's basically a page, and then it also goes into like Amundi names and their stuff. Not every one of these has this much in here, but this is one of like the major places, because if you look on the map, the Amundi
Kingdoms are like this is the Europe-y.
Yeah, it's gigantic. So there's a lot going on there, so that's why this one's the big. And another ones will just have like literally a page or two. So it really depends on which ones you're looking at. But yeah.
Oh shit! So not only do you get a copy of all the maps, which are some nice high quality glossy JPEGs.
Yeah.
Like 3,000 by 4,000 pixel JPEGs. There is a document that you get if you buy this on DriveThruRPG, or I don't know, maybe anywhere else. That is just a text file that says, as of this writing, users with an Incarnate Pro account can copy and edit the source files used to create these maps.
Oh my God.
So you get access to all of the original maps that you can edit in Incarnate.
That's
which is
really
awesome.
Good. Holy shit, that's great. Yeah.
That's so cool.
That's nice.
I love that. That's God. Hats off.
Yeah, no, seriously though, seriously. Like,
just going the fucking extra mile for resources. Like,
he always did that, because the fact that I can tell people about Worlds Not Number Me and go, the PDF's free. Like, you don't have everything in there, but the PDF for the most part is free on DriveThru. Just go grab it, and like it has pretty much everything you need and more in that book. It takes out some stuff, but overall it's everything. So like, I love all that stuff that he does. It's very consumer friendly, and it's also just really good quality stuff. It's not like, oh, here's free stuff from like my fucking high school buddy who just made a bunch of crap. It's like, oh, this is like some of the best shit being made right now. That is awesome.
Also, it's so cool. Also, to talk a little more about like because I think it's worth going into a little more about like the adventuring tab that like a lot of the nations will have.
Yeah.
Which it's nice because it'll tell you like what is their attitude? Do people adventure here? What is the country's attitude towards that? Like, would it even really make sense for you to be doing it? And usually the answer is yes, but or yes and whatever. And it talks about like the major types of adventures that you would probably do in this, because the original book splits like challenges into like exploration, like dungeon exploration, social challenges, stuff like that. So like for Amundi Kingdoms, it's mostly talking about like exploration and dungeon adventures.
Yeah.
It gives you antagonists, not people, but like categories of things that would be major antagonists for your party, for your players to face. So like in the Amundi Kingdom, it's like bandit lords or death cultists, and it gives you like rationale for where these people might come from, which is great. It just gives you go here's a jumping off point. Then the next page, like Alex mentioned, has a table of names. You want to generate some names that make sense for this region? Do it.
Yeah.
And then it has adventurer concepts where it's like, if you want to, give something to your players or make an adventuring party that exists, in opposition or alongside them, here's reasons why, or an NPC, here's reasons why they might be out there.
Yeah.
And then it gives tag elements, and we can talk about tags later.
We can get tags later. There's tags in the main
GM
book.
side thing.
Yeah, for sure. We'll get into that when we get into that stuff. But yeah, all that stuff is great. So if you're just trying to get stuff together for a game, like you can do this so quickly and have some actually like properly fleshed out characters for your players to deal with or be in league with, depending on how you roll them and what you want to do with them. Which is great, because I love factions in RPGs, and just having different ones, because you have like ruthless rebels, bandit lords, having those perhaps be against each other, that the players come in and sort of be the middle. I always love that sort of thing.
Plus you could go whole hog on it and use the faction system in the core rule book, which gives you like a whole faction level play like thing going on if you want to. Like there's it's just so usable. It's all so usable.
No, this really does feel like you could just staple it onto the main core book, and it's just like almost like an extended version of it. Everything works so well with it, and the NPC tags that we'll talk about later works just with everything else. But it's so good. Yeah, it's so good.
Those NPC tags.
It's so
I've
good.
been waiting for those.
Yeah, no, I love the lore stuff, but the mechanic stuff, there's so many things I'm really excited to talk about. But yeah, let's actually talk about the highlighted ones we wanted to do here. Since we've been on this part for a bit now.
The first one that I was going to talk about is like too forward, if we want to try to keep in rough alphabetical order at least.
No, it's up to you. I mean, I don't know what's the best. My first one is at Basim, which is alphabetical, so I don't know if you want to. What do you think is best? Do you think we should go alphabetical or just go back and forth?
How many do you have?
So I picked 5.
Okay, I have 3 because I was so indecisive that I couldn't. So you might as well start in that case.
Yeah, I mean, we might not go through all 5 depending on how long it takes. I just had 5 just in case we want to really go about it. But so
I've been talking a lot for the last 5 minutes.
So it's all good. Yeah. So this is what we're here for. But Sim I thought was just really cool because it is the most fucking grimdark of these ones. So Sim, basically, this one has like a really violent history of basically a bunch of outsiders were creating these giant city prisons, and each city prison had like its own torturous thing it used. For example, there was the one I'd like to hear a lot was Enoch. Its chief torment was privation, the lack of warmth, lack of food, and lack of hope. Its human citizens were made to kill and be killed over the insufficient produce of ancient hothouses, ones that still operate and grow strange fruits that possess wonderful virtues. And I love that one because this is just a really horror-filled and just bleak fucking land. I believe it is. I think it's on. Where was it? Epicenter. Yeah, it's all the way down south, basically where Argentina and Chile are. What's left now is the outsiders were sent off a long time ago. The outsiders were killed off and all that sort of stuff, or pushed out, I believe. And now what you have is these giant fortress cities that can't be sieged because they have these really old workings that will just annihilate entire armies that try to at least take them at all. Which I was just like, oh, that's really cool. That's like one problem you don't ever have is that people can't even take your shit because you just basically just fire off battlefield nukes or whatever the hell the weapons are. And also all these cities that are here, like the really bad ones, they still exist, and there's local lords that will hire adventurers to go in there and grab stuff for them, old artifacts and workings that might still be there. The fucked up part is that the things that made them horrible are still operational. They might not be in their original form, but one I liked was Chumina, which is the City of Pain. I could see this one being a good one to go into if you're not from this area, or if you are, and you're trying to get medicine for perhaps some plague that's happening somewhere that doesn't have any cure except for what is in here, or an NPC that the players care about. But this one is, I'll just read it out for you. Chumina was the City of Pain, a self-consuming prison designed to make the inmates monsters to each other. All suffered constant gnawing pains that could only be lessened by inflicting torment on other human beings. The victims sweated a thin blue liquid which could be distilled into blue hyssop, or like blue. I'm not really sure how you pronounce it. Blue hyssop.
I would say like hyssop.
Yeah, hyssop. A medicine powerful enough.
Soup.
Yeah, really? Yeah, blue soup. Bloop. A medicine powerful enough to cure almost any pain or disease. And I thought that was just like, the thing is that, it says ancient stores of this liquid are still to be found in Chumina's halls, as well as its curse of suffering. So I could see that being a fun, almost like a weird paranoid game with the players. That could be a really tough one to do, but I could see them turning on each other somewhat here and there. Might not be best for a campaign, depending on how much you want them to live, or how much your players might be okay with PvP stuff, because that could get into their territory. But for a one-shot, I think that could be really fun, of just them, like, weird horror shit happening. And I just liked how grimdark this whole fucking land was, of these weird prison cities, for a really grimdark campaign. But yeah, I'm trying to think of other stuff. That was the main stuff for me for that one, because there really wasn't much on this land, because you don't really have all that much. You have some lords in places that still work as cities, like normal cities, but overall it's very much like, I think a campaign here would be somewhat short, or would be very, I don't want to say one note, but it'd probably be a lot of just dungeoneering the same place over and over again. There's not a whole lot to go off of in terms of culture compared to like some of the other places, but that's pretty much my Apisim. I just wanted to highlight that one because that one felt like the most bleak of some of the places that you can find in this world.
Which is saying something.
Yes, yeah. And yeah, if you have anything you want to say about that, you can, or if you want to go to your next one, you totally can as well.
I don't have a lot to say about that one. I think it's kind of interesting that, like, obviously the actual cities themselves are still all fucked up, and
yeah,
that people will literally get paid to go into them. But like the fact that the people all live right outside of them,
yeah,
still like around the city, I think is kind of cool, because it's still the safest place to be because of the
because if you go north, there's all
measures.
this blighted, and I think the outsiders they pushed out. It's really hard to read some of these on the fly, some of these entries, because of like how dense it is. But I do believe some of them were pushed north, as well as just bad things up north, so you can't leave. Like, or you can leave if you have enough money and if you want to, but you're probably gonna get murdered by pirates on your way out, or you're gonna get murdered by something else, and you can't go north. So it's just, you're like, well, I'm at like literally the bottom of the world, and I have nowhere to go except staying near the cities where it's safest, and are still hell. So it's just like it's just really awful. That's why I liked it. It was like, oh, this is fun. But that's Apisim.
Yeah, the first one I was going to mention, I'm going to try to keep mine vaguely alphabetical, just 'cause it's easier.
Yeah.
Was one that I mentioned really briefly earlier, which is the Aristoi Principalities.
Yeah.
So these ones are cool because historically they were outsider, which just to remind everyone, we've mentioned outsiders a few times, but like literal aliens.
Yeah.
Who were warring over this region, and they had all of these blighted. So like in this case, they were the Enoch, which is like the goblinoids, who they had like, legions of them that existed to fight the others for control of this very fertile region. And over time, they found like, yeah, sure, we can have all of these like horrific like mind shackles and stuff on them that prevent them from having any freedom, but they really don't fight as well if we do that. And so they gradually, like loosened all of this horrible mental conditioning and stuff until the inevitable thing happened where these legions of demi-humans modified and bred for murder overthrew them and murdered all of them. To the surprise of no one.
Man who shoots self with gun gets shot. It's like, oh, how could this have happened?
It's the meme, right?
Yeah.
Like,
what are you gonna do? Stab me?
What ended up happening after that was that the tribes, because they didn't have the outsiders maintaining them, more or less, were like, we can just kind of modify ourselves using the stuff they did, and we'll see how that goes. And like ended up just turning themselves into horrifying monsters through like alien gene engineering.
It's a real theme in this book, I find, as we're gonna
and then, like, they, of course, they warred with each other, as they, differentiated themselves into these subspecies. But one ended up dominant over the others, which wasn't, like, the strongest faction. It was the one that bred, like, themselves to be smart and tacticians. And that's the Arstoi. And so that you end up with these, like, instead of your kind of traditional, like, incredibly deadly, like, orc guys, they're like this principality of, like, nobles who see themselves as above humans. And they're mostly able to suppress the blight. And they can deal with people, but they're like, you are fucking beneath us. We have turned ourselves into something so much better than any of you.
Yeah.
And like they've like liberated humans in the past, and are just like, yeah, whatever, you do what you want. We're better than you. It's really cool. Because they're all still, they have like the remnants of like this crazy conditioning where they're like really like self-interested and want to gain more and win, and so they're all like kind of aggressive assholes who think they're better than you, and I thought that was really cool, because like they literally just they eugenicsed themselves into not being like war monsters anymore, which is like
Yep. These guys got cut from my list, but they were on there because I thought that was really interesting stuff. That's just this very interesting culture that just got made.
When I say they're eugenicsing themselves, I'm not kidding. Like, you don't get a name in this society until you're an adult. And if you're in like the bottom percentage as a kid, they just kill you because you're not worthy to pass on genes to the next
oh man, that's like, real fucked up.
It's really grim.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, and it looks like for adventures and stuff, it looks like it says they're treated courteously by the Arstoi, as all are, but most are viewed as unreliable tools at best. I think that's like interesting stuff you could do with that.
Yeah, or you could take an Arstoi origin focus.
Yeah. There's lots of background foci in this book. It's pretty nuts. Do you think you would set a game in here, or do you think you would have it more as a place for people to come from?
I mean, it's. I don't know if there are many places that I think I would want to confine myself to for a game, because the regions really aren't that big.
No.
Like, a lot of these places, you could cross the entire region in a couple of days, like on foot, or like a week on foot.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of coastline, obviously. It's North and South America, but even more broken apart and more coastline. So there's a lot of potential to be moving around. I could totally see needing to like pass through here or something. I think you could set some interesting stuff here, though. I think you could do a whole adventure here, but it's also one of the places, it only gets 2 pages. It doesn't get, an 8-page write-up like the Amundi Kingdom, or like Sarks or Atlantis or something.
Yeah, you'd have to do a lot of legwork, I think, to get stuff out of this. I mean, I think what you're saying is like it has some interesting stuff you could do with it, probably an adventure. Getting stuck in like Uspanov or like one of those coastal cities there for a bit on the way to somewhere else could have like some interesting things, especially with that culture being so different. And if you guys are just a bunch of baseline humans, just sort of like just just seeing how people see you differently from perhaps everywhere else, where baseline humans are usually like the ones who are kind of on top, so having a place where you're not could be an interesting sort of culture clash there. And
yeah, these guys, like, to drive it home, like, there's the whole eugenics thing, but they're like, they live as like aristocracy.
Yeah,
like they're doing like, they love like pageantry and elegance and stuff.
Playing fucking polo.
Well, there's a line in here that's like, and yeah, it's like, their country manners are graceful, their commoners well ruled, and their assassinations conducted with the utmost taste.
That's funny.
Yeah, murder, warfare, and politics are to be carried out with decorum, fully remembering the present victory is often matched with future hardship. Human soldiers form the bulk of their armies, but even their inter- internecine wars rarely touch on the farmers and peasants, as both sides wish to preserve valuable resources. So you
That's
could
really
really
cool.
do the like pre-Napoleonic like gentleman's war kind of
Yeah.
thing here, right?
Yeah, you're not salting the earth and like just murdering everybody on your way over to them. But it also seems like they're
Yeah,
saying there where it's like if you do that, you can expect the exact same thing to happen to you next time. So it's almost just like one of those things
yeah,
where like, yeah, we don't cross those lines. There's no Geneva Convention, but we'll hold off so that we don't completely screw ourselves in the future. Ondas is my next one, which is a bit of a long one because I did go alphabetical as well.
to Ondas.
Yes,
Right?
this one. Okay, so I just gotta preface this by saying I did not do this on purpose. I was not looking at the map when I picked this one. But Ondas is where Labrador/Newfoundland is, and I only looked after because I saw a line in the book that said her master engineers quickly made the Ondasi masters of their newfound land, and I was just like, wait a minute. And then I looked over and was like, motherfucker, is that an actual reference or is that just like complete luck?
Oh,
That
oh, I don't even know. He has a tendency to do things like that, where
yeah.
like his jokes are like very obscure. Like it's
Yeah.
just like
That's why I thought it was
really.
really funny. I was like, that is such a strange way to like phrase this. And then I looked where it was and I was like, oh my god. But the Ondas one is one of the bigger ones here. I think it's like 6 pages. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 6 pages. I picked this one because this was a really cool one for kind of a Wild West setting. Because basically the Ondasians or Ondasi, they got guns. They have literal 6-shooters and rifles. What's fun though is that their guns, their guns, except for specific ones they make if you want more guns in your campaign, do not work about 10 miles off the coastline, which I thought was really funny. But essentially, their history was they were on the islands. They went onto the mainland and started grabbing more and more stuff, went really far west. And then about 200 years ago, these automatons that were all like rusted, that came from like an older empire, just came out of nowhere and just started slaughtering and pushing them back to their sort of eastern lands where they're sort of stuck on the coastline. And basically, right now, they're sort of like in an era where they're trying to get all their stuff back, because these automatons were already kind of rusted and breaking down. And just over time, both between their really good guns and engineering, and just over time, these things started winding down. There's still like little pockets of these what they call Iron Men, sort of running around doing stuff. So there's still a problem, but they're not the doomsday they were when they first showed up, basically. And so what's kind of fun is that they're over in the east and they're cramped. There's 20 people. There's not enough resources, and it's really corrupt and just kind of a shitty place to live. So they're putting out giant laws like land claims, basically what they did in America in the West, and same with Canada, which was, hey, if you guys go out there and hold the land for 5 years, it's yours. You can just have it, and we just want more settlers out that way. And so the idea of actually being able to own land, get resources, get other things, has actually finally led to both adventurers and foreigners coming for trade, for all the new trade lines that are being opened up. And it is just to the core, just Wild West stuff, because they even have literal trains that they put down. They have, like I said, the 6-shooter and everything else. And I thought it was kind of fun because it's not your classic kind of Wild West in terms of like like the deserts and like all that stuff. It's more like it's kind of like that Colorado section in Red Dead Redemption 2, except because this land is kind of weird, they had a working that kind of got fucked up, that was warming their land, but when they got pushed around, the working kind of made all this land up north weirdly warm for the latitude. So you have the sort of like very temperate sort of Canada in the summer, spring, and autumn more than just the winter. And so it is lots of pines instead of like giant valleys and that sort of thing. Do you remember the game The Banner Saga?
Yeah, I played the first one.
Yeah, and that has like the dredge, which are basically like those like weird stone creatures that are sort of chasing you throughout. And the Iron Man kind of reminded me of those a little bit with that. Now they're obviously not on the same level, but that felt like the Banner Saga, where that's happening is the same as like what's happening to Ondas like 200 years ago. But yeah, no, I just thought it was cool because there's, if you want, I don't know, I think Wild West type games are always very fun, and there's loads of stuff here. And in terms of like the what's it called, the antagonists, there's loads of stuff like band bosses, corrupt politicians. There's dungeoneering you could do, because there's like the old cities where there's still like the Ondasi built amazing stuff and then got pushed out. So all their stuff is still basically there, but it's also filled with lots of dangers. So there's lots of exploration, lots of dungeoneering stuff. Lots of things, I think, like lots of opportunity for like monster slaying, bounty hunting, unofficial mediators, hired guns, all the stuff you'd expect from all West stuff, as well as having the pulp, sword and sorcery, dungeoneering type stuff that you could have as well. So I just thought that was like a really, really fun one if you want a completely different, still kind of dour, but if you want like lots of guns in your game, this is the place to go with it. It's just so many guns. Everybody's got guns. It literally says like the fucking 6-shooter, which they call, I forget, I didn't write down what they called it, but they called it something different. It's literally just a 6-shooter revolver though, and it's like every Ondasi adult has one of these, basically. So, like, there is just guns everywhere in this area.
Wheel gun.
Yeah, wheel gun, that's it. Which I thought was a really fun name for it. I like the name wheel gun, because that's like such a perfect term for it. If you wouldn't call it a revolver, it's just that, yeah, it's got a wheel on it.
I think that may have been a word that was actually used, but
I could see that.
Sure.
Wheel gun does sound like something I've heard before. I don't know if it was something else than a 6-shooter, but yeah. I thought that one was fun. There's also the Iron Man ones, I think, could also work as good, not just like hazards in terms of like fighting, but environmental hazards. Like if there's like a big pocket of a horde of one of them sort of pushing the players a certain way, or that they can't go a certain way because they're there, I think that could work really well on top of like literal environmental hazards. But yeah, that's the Ondas one, and I thought that was pretty cool. Oh, also loads of deeps apparently are starting to show up. Lots of old deeps that were in this area that are sort of like from time and erosion are starting to like, their roofs are caving in, so they have more exploration stuff for that.
Yeah, like Ondas is one of the bigger ones, obviously.
Yeah.
And yeah, it does the Wild West thing a little bit, but obviously you're still within this kind of dying Earth fantasy setting.
Yeah.
On top of that. It reminds me a bit, but it's also doing a bit of a steampunk thing as a result. Like light steampunk. I would say it's closer to something like Deadlands.
And you're not a fan of steampunk, Jack?
I fucking hate steampunk.
Oh, really? Why is that?
Cog fop.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
I like good steampunk is good. I don't like it when it's
just cogs.
Yeah. Politicking and we use big glasses. Lenses. I'm like, oh.
I put a gear on my top hat and now I'm steampunk.
The punk part of steampunk is the fun part, not the fucking aristocracy. I understand it's probably really fun for people to dress up like.
Oh yeah, totally. I know you mean though. I think steampunk gets a lot of hate for that exact reason.
Yeah, no, and yeah, you mentioned it, but it's worth repeating that like elsewhere in the setting, the amount of like guns that the normal guns are called hurlants in this setting, which are pretty much like muskets. They're single shot guns that take 10 rounds to reload, and that is the standard everywhere else. They're incredibly expensive. You usually can't make them anywhere because the legacy goes, no, I'm not allowing that technology except for in Ondas.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you have like you have revolvers, shotguns, muskets, repeating rifles.
Yeah, yeah. It's literally just like, over here, the legacy is way more lax on what it allows. And there's constant issues in Ondas because a lot of them want to keep moving forward. And a lot of people are like, no, if we do anything past what we're doing right now, we have fucking literal trains, like steam-powered trains and guns. If we do anything more, we're going to really, we're going to hit a wall and we can't do anything else. Or bad things are going to happen. So there's a lot of fun stuff with that. And also, like I said earlier, the Hurlants can't leave except for specific ones they make designed to leave. And even then, those could still have issues. But I thought that was very interesting where it's like, yeah, you have this one area where you have like literal Wild West world and you cannot bring back all the guns to like sell or anything. So like, cool, you found the stuff. You can only use it here. I'm glad you have a shotgun. You're not fucking leaving and going to Atlantis just starting to like fucking blow people away. It's not going to work.
Right. And even then, like, it's not like they make special ones that do this. It's like there are rumors that those exist.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's like, if you don't want that in your game, you can confine it here.
Exactly.
So.
And also, if you can get it, it's probably incredibly expensive. And on top of that, there's still the ammunition part of it, which is like, so you bring that all the way further away, you better bring a lot of ammo with you or learn how to make the ammo for it, because...
Right. Yeah, there's also the whole thing where there is a weapon that's in the Naval Rules part that is a fucking shore battery, like, that they use to defend the coast. Yeah. And it's like Imagine that shooting at like a fucking wooden ship.
That's really funny. But yeah, no, I think there's a lot of potential here for both RP stuff, political stuff, like frontier political stuff, not so much. I have some other ones here for more like Game of Thrones shit, but I thought this was really good for just all the different things you'll have in a Wild West thing, but with that twist to make it more interesting and not just being, oh, this is just Wild West and nothing else is different about it, because you also have horrifying abominations that are just roaming around. But that's pretty much everything that I have on this. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add at all about that one. All right.
I don't think so.
What's your next one, Jack?
We're gonna flip back to the beginning and look at Atlantis.
Ooh.
Yeah, normally I think that like takes on like historical legendary stuff can be kind of boring. They trend on the side of being a little played out.
Yeah.
I really like Atlantis in this. I mean, they're literally just using it in name only. It's that island shouldn't be there if this is the Earth, right? So it's one of the other major political powers in the Western Ladder Earth. It's this huge island that's sitting out like off of where the Bermuda Triangle is in real life, and a lot of a handful of the nations from the previous ages relate directly to this island. It used to be Kars, and it actually gives a name. The like modern day Gulf of Mexico is the Carceral Sea, so it gives a name to the sea there that's on the north side of the gyre. So there was like this succession of different powers that ruled this, and then it ended up ruled by like this demi-human nobility of these Zakathi, which were like people modified to need to work, or they would like perform physical labor, or they would die. Right. So of course you end up breeding this like warrior caste, right, who are like prodigious soldiers because it takes a lot of physical exertion to do so. And what ended up happening is there was this group of people, like normal humans, who were like, hey, like we could be this random handful of us were like, hey, we know we have some like really good divinatory and analytical services we can provide to you. Like, we can help you, or act as advisors to help you kind of fuck over the other houses and take control. And they were like, yeah, cool. And it turns out this group of people were like really good at this. And it ended up that this house like was poised to take the crown of Karst here. And so this house planned to, commit, do like, essentially like a Night of Long Knives or whatever, and fucking assassinate all of the other houses. And they did that successfully. And while they did that, all these people they hired on as advisors murdered all of them and took over. And it turns out that these humans that were acting as advisors had come out of this mountain nearby and claimed to be from some long past age, that they'd been literally like set there to like in like hibernation, waiting to come take control of Atlantis, what is now Atlantis. And so now they are like the rulers, and every time the ruler dies, another one will just come out of the mountain ready to go. And it's like this weird, like, what the fuck is going on with this?
What the fuck?
Like, are they actually from the past? Like,
yeah. What is this fucking Avatar Last Airbender shit? Just like...
right. And they call the crown of Atlantis is called the Prior Crown, which I think is kind of cool.
That's cool.
They're called like the predecessors or something because they come from a past age.
That's really fun.
And actually, the Reaping King is one of these people.
Oh,
for the lore of this book. So he was kicked out and took his army of automatons and went and captured the gyre as a kind of defiance to the Prior Crown.
Are these like heroes of a past age being ripped out of their own timeline and brought into like the future or something, or is it just like really unknown what is happening when one of these guys goes away and new one shows up? There's no like change at all or anything. It's more just like, oh, like this fucking guy shows up who's ready to go and we have no idea.
Yep. No, who knows? It just says, yep, when a ruler grows older, perishes, a successor is seen to emerge from the depths of Mount Athra, escorted in each case by the white-armored Praetorians who guard each monarch. None know how these successors are chosen, nor what age they have come from, but for 1,500 years they have come at need.
That is really interesting.
Yeah.
I like
that for
lot.
For the Reaping King, it was like he was suspiciously long-lived. And his successor came up before he died and was like, you need to abdicate. And he was like, no, fuck you. as they booted him out.
Yeah. That's really funny. Yeah. No. And right now, just for anybody who doesn't know, the Reaping King is currently quiet for some random reason. He's in the Gyre right now, and like he's gone
he's
quiet.
The nominal ruler.
Yeah. And so something's going on with him too now, but nobody really knows what that is because he never really talked with my people like face to face. He sort of just handed down his edicts and everything else through like his subordinates, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting.
Because he like very easily subjugated the entire Gyre because he had a legion of fucking black brass automatons that were more or less immune to regular weapons.
Yeah. And he would always and it says like it's obviously shows like it wasn't him just pure power. He also just knew to like I'll take this part and I'll wait a second and just make sure everything works here and then I'll move on and like it's just like this unending tide, but it wasn't just like we're better. It's like he's also actually like a proper tactician who knows how to like not overextend his supply lines or anything like that. So I thought that was very interesting.
And now people haven't even heard from him for hundreds of years.
Yeah, and they're
he's
like
just sitting away in the folded palace. Maybe he's dead.
Maybe he's dead. Maybe
Yeah. So Atlantis is like mostly human. There's some of the Zakathi demi-humans. It's a fucking big. I mean, it's big. First of all, like it's probably 700 miles across. Like it's a big island.
Yeah.
Fucking 12 million people live there. There's a lot of people in this world.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
But yeah, it's a lot of good stuff in here for that. Of course, you get the whole adventuring page and stuff. A lot of weird intrigue that could happen with all the predecessors. And I just like the kind of... I think that lore is really interesting.
Yeah. No, especially, I'm not going to lie to you. You mentioned it earlier, but you said, like, usually the Atlantis thing is kind of played out. And I'm not going to lie. When I saw Atlantis, my eyes glazed over a little bit. And I was just kind of like, I'll get back to you. Like, it sounded cool, but I was just like, Atlantis, But no, it is really interesting. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about with Atlantis?
I mean, I think that there's the antagonist ideas are pretty interesting. Like there's a group of opposition or like renegade predecessors who have been vying. So like this weird group that nobody knows about. There's like splinter factions of it, which I thought was kind of cool. And also I like that it gives you enough room to be like, they might not even actually be from the past. Like that's just their cover. Are they even humans?
Yeah.
Like,
no, that's actually a really interesting idea. Once we get into the Bestiary, that'll also probably make more sense. But there's loads of different human-like creatures that could absolutely take that sort of place of like this is a perfect way to get in charge of certain things that I need to get in charge of. And I think that is fun. And also just that constant fucking cynical and like paranoid feeling I get just reading throughout this entire book. I'm just like, oh man, just everything just seems so shitty.
Oh yeah. And I won't mention it, but I won't get into it, but I mentioned it earlier that like my idea for where the Reaping King was from was very different. My implementation of my game that I'll get back to at some point.
Yeah.
But because this is as loose as it is, it still totally fits. I won't have to change anything.
That's really fun.
I'll have to change how, Atlantis works a little bit. But I'm like, instead of being like, oh man, I'm gonna have to rework all this, it's providing just enough that I'm like, okay, no, I can work with that. Which is what everything in this book is like, where you're like, no, I don't love that as exactly as written. Yeah. But just like little twit, and you can just make, there's so much freedom to not there's not dependencies, right?
Oh
like
yeah, totally.
Like pulling a block out and everything falls over.
Like
you have plenty of knobs to tweak.
Totally.
Apparent on reading 4 pages of lore.
Which I think is a good point to make because obviously both you and I will change things we don't like anyway. But for people who might not be comfortable doing that, or if somebody who is comfortable doing that but doesn't really necessarily want to, especially if you're because sometimes you have players who are really interested in the lore and then suddenly they're having problems because they read something different than what you have. But if you still have it kind of open, and also just that idea that perhaps what you're being told isn't the truth really, really helps. It's not just this is fact and you have to follow it. It's like, oh yeah, this is more than likely the thing. This is the logical reasoning that we're going to, but it could totally be something completely different or what your GM decided it's going to be. So yeah, no, I think that's good.
No, yeah, to kind of distill that down, you don't have to contradict things to change them.
Yeah.
is really what it lets you do.
I think that's pretty interesting, because I don't know how often you can do that with some games, depending on how many lore books you can do that with in RPGs that don't like bake in everything that's happened, because the author's so in love with what they've written that they want you to know what they've done.
Yeah, and I think that's another good point with this, is that there are like mentions of like, the rulers and stuff. This game doesn't tell you that like in 1055 AL, the current monarch is X for almost any of the countries, and their stat block is right here.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to be that person who's like, I'm running fucking gritty, I'm using this setting, but like people are people, and the kings and rulers of all these countries are fucking 3-hit die chumpos. Like, that's fine. You could totally do that. Nothing in this game is telling you that that's not an option, which is really awesome. Or if you want to go like, your classic high fantasy route, and it's like, yeah, that the dude who if you are the king of a nation, like, you're gonna be like a fucking 12 to 15 hit die regular human. Like, you can do either, and I really like that there are no stat blocks provided for anyone in this.
Yeah, no, you're totally correct. When you were saying that, like, it is divorced from the mechanics, it is really divided like that, where it's not totally focused on like, here's the guy and here's the stats. It's like, which you can also see depending on how new York RPGs or GMing, they could actually be a little bit intimidating, being like, oh, but what's the stats for this guy? But it's like, you'll figure it out. It's fine. There's in the book, it tells you what certain things could be like, in just like, which I like a lot, which other RPGs should definitely have a lot more of. Shadow the Demon Lord does the same thing, where it's like, here's what a base demon is, and here's how you can change it to be more like this or like that. And the core book is the same thing, where it's like, an animal of this size has this many hit dice and has this AC, blah blah. Which is very nice.
That one table that's it's on the GM screen, and it's amazing, because it's like, it has like a couple blocks for different intelligent like abominations, like normal monster or normal animals, and like people. Yeah. And the people section's like, what's like a normal soldier? This is a hit die for like a fight man. Like, a veteran soldier, like a warrior king, like a sorcerer king, like, and it gives you one line, and it's like, cool, I can go off that and just tweak it how I want.
Yeah, in the current Temple game, I've been using that constantly as just the base for lots of soldiers and just random mooks. Just take that, and then whatever weapon they have, I just roll on that. And their AC and their points, depending on how good they are, might change here and there, but overall the base is the same. And they don't necessarily feel samey, depending on if you mix them with different things and everything else. So yeah, it's so simple and really, really, really just nice to implement when you're just doing stuff on the fly. Which with sandbox games you're doing. Yeah. What'd you say, sorry?
It's great for hirelings, too. Yes. Not having to have stat blocked hirelings. You're like, they're a veteran warrior. Sure, I have one line. I don't have to keep track of like a whole fucking thing.
Yeah, which is how I started out, and then they got leveled up. And it's thankfully, because it's so well designed, it's been really easy to do them even leveled up. But at first, everybody was just a stat block of one of those, and then I just morphed it a bit to fix for how I saw the character, and it was perfect. But yeah, I don't really have much to say on Atlantis. Like I said, I kind of read the blurb and then kind of like skipped over it a bit. Because not gonna lie, I had a feeling that you were gonna cover it. It seemed like one that you would cover, because it seems like such a big deal in terms of the world. Because if you read almost any of these stats that are like on that side of the coastline, it says like Atlantis trade routes or this or that. Like, they seem to touch everybody.
Yeah, it's really like them, Sarks, and the Amundi kingdoms who are like the major powers in the region. So
completely. So I'll go to my next one. And that is, I had the Scarlet Princes.
Nice. One of the many nations that is a descendant of the 4 dynasties.
Yeah, the Scarlet Princes is interesting. Because I kind of like it that it's where all the rejects and the nobles and all the people that like were, perhaps claimants or troublemakers, or just for whatever reason got sent to this area in the west, away from the dynasties. And I picked this one because the Scarlet Princes isn't like really a nation. It's more like the best way to describe like a geopolitical setup here, because it's mostly right now, at least, and this is always changing apparently. Right now it's like 8 different states that are making it up. And I picked this one because I'm picking mine off of different playstyles you could do with the campaign and how you could use these. And this is absolutely a politics game. it even says in the book, even commoners aren't loyal to like their lords. Like nobody's loyal. Everybody's out there for themselves for their own reasons in whatever way. Like not like everybody's trying to get on the throne of the fifth dynasty right now. But some of them are just like, yeah, I'll make myself bigger as a merchant, or I want to kill off these lords, or get rid of this family that we're rivals with. And so they have bits on every one of those 8 that are around. I only read through them a little bit here, but the blurbs give you enough to see how you could use them in terms of like, for example, Cho here is the breadbasket of the 8 states. That right there is already just like loads of stuff with trade you could do with that. If they're all about food, it's the sort of potential in who you are. I find this stuff interesting. It could be the boring stuff, but that is like really big deals. Armies need food, people need food, so there's so many things you can do with just that alone compared to what other people might want. Somebody might want to be like, oh, we kind of want a bit of that because they have a monopoly on like all the fucking sorghum or whatever they might have, and we kind of want to get that. And so there's lots of room for adventurers here because you could be warriors that are leading armies and groups, or just really good fighters. It says like they're kind of broken down to 3 different groups: assassins, knights, and wandering scholars, which I thought was kind of a fun way to break the 3 up. Assassins are self-explanatory. You get people to either do really brutal killings or really competent assassinations depending on what you need to get done, how you want to send a message, all the things you could do with that, which I think works from low level. If you're like, yeah, that guy, he's going to like, I don't know, like a forum, like a Roman style thing, go stab him in the street and just like send a message that this is like what's coming. Or it could be like, I always think of the Total War Shogun cutscenes where you could send assassins and they'd have an actual cutscene of you assassinating a noble. So it could be like really high end assassinations or just really brutal stuff. The Knights one, again, very self-explanatory, where it's just like lords working for your lord, leading armies, that sort of stuff. Classic warrior stuff. The Wandering Scholars one is kind of fun because that's kind of like, it says venerated teachers and sages, men and women possessed of deep insight into rulership and governance. That could be fun for, depending on how evil or good your characters might be that you're running for, they could be really sowing discontent for a different faction or group, and just be getting, they might not even have any good fighting ability, but they know a lot about administration or economics or diplomacy. So I could see a lot of fun stuff with that. But yeah, I just want to pick this one because I was like, with 8 different little factions, and within those factions are more factions, there's so much politics and intrigue. As well as what's interesting right now in the era is that the 5th dynasty is nowhere near as powerful as the past 4 dynasties. It is a shadow, it is a sliver of what they were. So for the first time, the Scarlet Princes actually have a chance to, like, if somebody rises up and unites them or gets strong enough, in that group, they might actually have a chance to go fucking kick the 5th dynasty's ass and actually rejoin and become the next, like, ruler or leader, which I thought was kind of interesting. If your players are there for an era where, like, there's a gigantic shakeup, not just between 2 little states, but like an entire, like, empire, I thought that'd be a fun sort of backdrop to a campaign that the players could be a part of, or could be a really fun war in the background where they're just looting some old thing. There's just like a battle going on in the background. It's like, hey, what's going on over there? It's just like men slaughtering each other. But yeah, so I thought this one was pretty fun for that sort of stuff. I'm a big fan of politics in games, so I thought that was a cool one.
Yeah, I mean, this is very, very clearly, like, let's not sugarcoat it. This is like Chinese warring states.
Yes, exactly.
Period. Yeah.
Especially if you like the dynasty names, like the dynasties are based off of, like, they're definitely like Chinese inspired. So yeah, if you look at this, there's Cho, Lan, like Wei, like those are like Mandarin pronunciations. So it's very much like that's what it's going for sure.
Yeah. And I mean, even the naming conventions are Chinese naming conventions, where it's like clan name, family and given name, or a Chinese adjacent, right?
Yeah, no,
Kevin
100%.
Really, I will say that it is an example of how, like, this isn't purely just relying on, like, a smattering of Western fantasy.
Yes.
It's a good blend. Just because it's in the Americas doesn't mean that we're getting pure Western fantasy.
No, it's actually meaningless in terms of like the Ondas before. There's nothing there really that's necessarily like, oh, that's definitely like Labrador or like Canadian culture at all. There's nothing there really that's other than like the Wild West stuff and there's stuff with like perhaps some like native tribes. There's nothing really there that's like, oh, this is like the descendants of anything. It's like, no, this is a mishmash of a billion different things that could just come about in thousands of years and weird histories and magic and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we're in like the 5th dynasty, like all of these like dynastic areas are in like Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, like Peru. Like that's where they are
Yeah.
in the map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you have the Gyre just north of them, which has the, as you mentioned earlier, the Valthite Republic, which is literally just Rome. Like, it's basically the Roman Republic. It obviously has its own flavor to it of Worlds of Number stuff, but, like, yeah, you just have this smattering of Chinese warring states just south of Rome. Rome on the decline, I should say.
Yeah, Rome already declined.
Rome already declined, yeah.
It has been looted and sacked.
Yeah, it's more like you have Chinese warring states underneath World War II Italy. But yeah, that's everything I want to say about that one. I don't know if you have anything on that. Oh, one thing I did like was, I like this line: "The nobles and elites of the Scarlet Princes are a godless lot in the main," which is just like, I love that little detail. It goes on basically saying like, yeah, there's people who believe in the gods and everything else. A lot of them use them to their classic, only like for political purposes and that sort of thing.
Right,
but overall, they're pretty cynical, atheistic bunch that's like, nah, we've been given a shit hand, and there's no god looking out for us, and if there is, they don't care about us. Which I thought was a fun little addition.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add about it. It's a fun one though. Like if you wanted to do like some politicking, like you were mentioning the if you wanted to do the scholar's path, where you're essentially playing advisors to people, who are causing political shakeups. Yeah. If you want to do experiment as a GM with using the like faction play system, that'd probably be a good way to do it without needing to like start off from like, okay, we got to work our way up until the PCs are like in control of a faction. So
no, I think that's a really good point. And I think that'd be fun because I could see so many just fun things that players would love, like people coming to them, trying to get them to conspire with them, or mentioning certain things they should know and how they might be able to use that to their advantage as politicians. Like, oh, well, I know this thing, I could tell the guy I'm working for, or I could tell his rival and see if I could get a better deal with that guy, whatever you might want to do. What's your next one? Do you have one last one? Is that correct?
Yeah, I have one more, which is Makatba.
Ooh, yeah.
So this is in, what's that? It's in like, it's the tip of South America. So
yeah,
like
that's where Argentina is.
What's that region called though? It has some.
Oh yeah,
Tierra del Fuego or something. Tierra del Fuego. Tierra del Fuego is like southern Argentina. Yeah, but it's like that. Really, it's pretty desolate, honestly. I mean, the Falklands are right off of there, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so it's southern South America. That's where modern day Argentina is. And so what Makatba is during the first dynasty, one of the emperors made the decision that he would be buried at the southernmost portion of the realm, which is southern South America. And they built a whole ass palace for him to be entombed in, and it had to be eternally guarded by like a specifically created order of knights. And so they made this like magnificent tomb, and then they were like, okay, you don't ever get to not guard this. Like, we are literally creating this knight order, and we're giving you like, serfs and stuff to make sure you're fed, so you can so you and all of your descendants can guard these tombs.
Oh, that's cool.
But then every successive emperor does this. And so every tomb has this individual order of like specialized knights that end up, as time goes on, like there are enough that it becomes its own like political
that's crazy cool. I love that.
Right. And so they're all like, super honor bound and stuff, but also every knight order has like a very particular weird fighting style. And that's reflected. We'll talk about it later when we get to mechanics. But there's a whole section of martial or like, warrior only.
And they're super fucking sick.
They are the Makatban fighting style ones.
Yeah.
Oh, they're like, some of them are anime as fuck.
Yep. And then naming conventions too. But anyway, yeah.
Oh yeah. But so yeah, now it's like there are all of these tombs, and each one is guarded, is maintained and guarded by like this continuing fraternal order of knights. And they of course have their own political disagreements with the other orders, and so they'll fight like ritualistic wars against them and stuff. And they then they'll uplift commoners to replace their fallen numbers and stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah, no, I love that, because that's such a classic thing with past emperors and like monarchs in our own history of like being buried with your own people, or having people tend to like these giant projects to yourself, and having a culture that's like grows around just that is such a cool idea. Not like, oh, this is like, here's the pyramids near Cairo. It's like, no, like, this is like the pyramids are the thing that everybody's all about, which I think is just a really fun idea.
Yeah, there's really good art for this one too.
Yeah, that woman doing like a sword dancing like on like the water there, like the waterfall. I think is really.
And then
cool.
the next page is one of the, I think that's World Tree Spear style. Yeah.
You mean the fucking Elden Ring fucking character?
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, super super cool. There's the whole thing where like people will, mostly charlatans, will be like, I'll teach you one of the Makatban fighting styles. Like, they'll come up north.
Yeah.
And most of them are fakers, of course, but that gives your players a reason to like, why the fuck do you know this like highly guarded, ritualistic fucking magic fighting style?
Which could even be fun in the sense of like somebody who might also be hunted by people who are like, you're literally like appropriating culture that is super sacred to us, and we're gonna fucking kill you. And especially if they saw like maybe the PCs using it, if they did learn a little bit of it, if some guy was able to like just use one aspect of it. But I think that could be something interesting because obviously it's like, hey, you can't just do that. Who taught you that?
Right. It's worth noting also that like this is a miserable place to live.
Oh yeah?
It's cold as fuck and terrible. And so also like they wage these wars partially because they can't support that many people.
Yeah.
And if they end up after like these, ritual wars with too many people, they just exile the people they can't support.
Oh wow. That's
how you end up with people like taking the fighting styles elsewhere. But it's like, damn, that's rough.
Yeah, that is really rough. Yeah. Oh man, I do love that. Like almost every time we read one, it's like, oh, that's really rough. Like that just sucks to live there.
Everywhere's a little bad.
Everywhere's a little bad. Yeah, which is good because you kind of need like the bad parts for adventuring. You don't really have adventurers in a perfectly stable state,
No, and that's why I think it actually works. It works well because it's like everywhere is nominally stable, but like you don't have to like really jump through logical hoops to make it make sense that you have adventures in any of these places. So.
Totally. No, this was very cool. I totally missed that those fighting styles were from this area. But that makes it very interesting. And like you said, having them, the reason why they're getting exiled might be why like those fighting styles go elsewhere. This is a cool one. I totally slept on this one. This is really, really awesome.
It's cool. It doesn't get a long write-up. It's only 2 pages.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about it again when we get to the foci, because
totally.
God, they're all wild.
So, I only have 2 more, and they're both pretty short, so I'll get into them pretty quick. I'll start with Yane, because Yane is just really, really short. It's like, I think it's like 1 page. It might be 2 pages, but the only reason why I picked this one really is because Yane has skyships, and I just thought that was cool for how it's designed, because this is like a highly religious land, and there's like these really rich like abbots, and just you don't have it's a single page. You basically don't have Yane without the clergy. And I thought it'd just be fun in terms of either being part of like a navy or a flying faction or being pirates. I think any of those ways are cool, as well as perhaps a way to get around like the latter Earth would be a really fun way to do this. I picked this one because the first one I picked was super fucking bleak and dark, and I think this could be a more fun, swashbuckling, adventurous kind of feel, where like you'll still have the darkness of seeing horrible things and still part of the same world, but just going on the sky, dealing with sky pirates, perhaps weird flying creatures, landing in other places, and just going on different adventures. I think this one's like a really good one for that. Either the goal is to get a really nice ship, or move up in the hierarchy of the Navy, or just being a fucking nuisance and just like attacking places with your skyship and then fucking dipping.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential there too. So their whole thing is, because Sarks is one of the big powers, and they were the descendants of like, that logomancy of Sakkad, or of logomancy of Nakkad, which are the guys who like literally made their physical gods, who then turned on them. And Sarks is real fucked up. I know we've said that a lot.
Yeah.
But like, it's like, what's your whole deal? And they're like, blood magic, sacrifices. like, we're one of the most powerful nations here, and it's like, there's like a line that's something like their altars are never dry. And
Yeah.
it's just like, yikes.
Yeah, no, I think it's good that you brought up Sarks, because Sarks, you see in a lot of their places, Sarks gets brought up a lot, where they have left like a lot of trauma on a lot of other nations. So I think it's good that you brought up what they're about, because they're a pretty big deal. They're like Atlantis or the Amundi kingdoms. They have a lot of impact.
Yeah. And they're also not like just evil though.
Yeah.
Like sure they're doing blood magic and stuff, but like they're not like mustache twirling evil. Like
No.
they're actually like doing it for the people who live there. It's kind of
Yeah.
yeah. But why I brought them up is that Yane is another fragment of the Logomancy of Nikad. And just like you mentioned, they're religious.
Yeah.
So they haven't totally renounced that past.
No.
And so Sarks fucking hates them. They constantly try to invade. So you were mentioning like a naval game.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do some like naval game skyship sort of stuff, you could totally set a campaign in the midst of like an invasion. Or like skirmishing.
Or even like privateers hitting Sarksians
sort of stuff.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, they also have this like the Yanish witch sailors, which is just such a fucking badass fucking like phrase.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, so like there's so many different phrases in this book that are just fucking awesome, and that's one of them where I was like, oh fuck yeah, witch sailors, that's fucking sick. And usually flying ships are in most genres a little bit too far into the honestly the steampunk kind of vibe, or the kitchen sink generic fantasy thing where it's like everything happens, we got sky ships, we got dragons, we got like, but in this one it works because the way I saw them a little bit, I'm not sure if it describes how they look anywhere, but they might maybe in the naval part. But recently in season 3 of Love, Death, and Robots, there is one that was directed by the guy who did Fight Club. I forget his fucking name right now.
David Fincher.
David Fincher. And he had one which has like this boat, and it looked really cool. And I was like, I'm imagining that sort of dark kind of weird fantasy boat, but in the sky was how I was seeing in my head. And I thought that was more of a cool way than just like steampunk man with like big like I cannot speak today, Zeppelin, like not like a Zeppelin airship, but like a nice like weird skyship thing. So yeah. So I thought that was fun for that. And that's pretty much everything for Yane, because they're only one page, and that's their main thing is their skyships, and they're really hard to get for obvious reasons, because they're not just getting them out unless you do some stuff. So you could either have them be a part of somebody who already has it for whatever reason, or it could be a really fun like campaign chapter goal is to get one, even like a small one just for your crew. I could see that being a good one. But that's pretty much everything on Yane there.
It's actually funny. The last line in their history portion is other nations think little of Yane, save for as the source of their wondrous ships.
yeah. And that's basically how I felt about them, where I was like, oh, this is cool. And I like that it's honestly only one page, because that's all that really matters when it comes to this. I feel like other stuff will come up with Yane, because they're so based off of, like you said, the Nikad guys and Sarks. So I think, yeah. And the last one I had was Seb Hui, however you pronounce that. Mostly because these guys just sound metal as fuck, and are also able, I think, to be a little bit of a politics game. I'll be pretty quick with these guys as well. But they're just all kinds of fucked up, and I'm sure you'll be able to fill in the gaps here in case I missed them in my explanation. But essentially, this was just a really horrible, inhospitable place. There were loads of outsiders that came out, pouring out of this mountainside here, where these guys were. Problem was, the outsiders were not equipped for the times have changed, and basically to save their own lives, they made a deal with these fucking wizards to become their slaves. And now this is a nation run by, what was the word for it? I'm going to see if I can find it. Let's see here.
Wizard emperors?
Yeah, like wizard lords, and just like, oh yeah, slaver wizard lords is how I put it. Where it's just like, they have giant amounts of these outsiders as slaves, and they're apparently really loyal, and this other and that sort of thing. It's pretty brutal, because they have basically built tunnels throughout this mountain range, and each sort of tunnel section is owned by one of these wizard lords, these different houses of these wizards. And off of those, along this tunnel, there's also like little towns and villages. There's also a lot more like rocks and deeps that could be uncovered, or sorry, not rocks, tunnels that could be uncovered. So I feel like the most you could do with this is most of the politics, also the weirdness of dealing with outsiders in a way that's not just because overall the outsiders in this game tend to be just evil for the most part, or at least their motives seem to be evil. Like in the case of the polyps, they literally like human flesh as a delicacy. There's not really there's not really negotiating with that, you know. So this is an interesting one because outsiders aren't generally liked because outsiders kind of hate, or sorry, foreigners aren't really liked here because foreigners tend to not deal well with outsiders because pretty much everywhere else you meet outsiders, they're gonna fuck you up or, you know, just be totally terrible. So a lot of people get kicked out or murdered because they insult or attack the outsiders just on sight. So I feel like the most you could do, as they say in this book, is like the adventurers have their use probably as like assassins or dealing with other houses or as their own adventurers going down into the deeps and tunnels. But I don't know how much you could have like an entire campaign around this place. I could see some fun stuff happening here, but it definitely feels like a good pit stop in a weird place. I was also thinking the inverse of starting here, not telling your players everything and have them get used to outsiders and then leaving, and then having the rest of the world sort of like be a bit of a culture shock of like, oh, outsiders everywhere else are totally seen differently than how I was raised to see them. So I can see that being a fun sort of kind of flip if you don't tell them as a GM certain setting stuff. But yeah, that was, I just want to highlight that because they seemed weird and maybe a more dark and twisted way to do politics than the Scarlet Princes between the different houses and that sort of stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine that if you were playing Sebhui in a 4X game, you would have an active debuff to diplomacy with everyone else.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Outsider slavery -50.
Yeah, it's so fucking dark. I mean, slavery by itself is obviously just awful, and then but you're enslaving these creatures that everybody else hates, where it's just like, oh, this is just a lot of weird stuff going on here.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much everything I want. I don't want to spend too much time on them since we're 2.5 hours in. But yeah.
Oh, I guess the one other thing worth noting is that these Shangu mountains that are like Alex mentioned, like there are tunnels that have been dug through them that are controlled by certain houses because they're so tall that you can't summit them as a baseline.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I drew that in my notes.
They're called like, they literally referred to as like sky piercing because they're like 30,000-40,000 feet high.
Yeah, it's just really inhospitable in that sense, and also if you're not in the mountains, in the wilderness, there's just horrible like blight monsters from the past, and there's like old ruins of the Second Dynasty, and so there's just basically, if you're not inside the horrible, weird slaver wizard area, you're just in usual horrible wilderness. So I like that as just more of another bleak place to add to my list of bleak, horrible places to be in this world. And yeah, that's all the ones I want to highlight. I don't know if there's any other ones that are sort of big that we should talk about at all, Jack, or if you're...
We should talk about Sarks, I think.
Yeah.
At least a little bit.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Yeah, so the deal with Sarks, I kind of mentioned them. So the Logomancy of Nikad, right, they like created physical gods that weren't human and worshipped them. And then eventually those gods turned on them, and it was a whole deal that broke up that empire. And Sarks rose from a faction that was like, hey, we need gods, but our gods should all be human. Like we need the gods to have once been like the people. So this kind of thing doesn't happen again. We don't have worshiping like false idols or outsider gods or something. So what they did was, well, first of all, they did an inquisition on any surviving anyone from the Logomancy, and murdered all of them. And used them in blood rituals to empower people into like apotheosis, like godhood, and whoever is the most powerful, like is the ruler, the flame of heaven. So there's like great trials were established to winnow the next generation's leaders and allow only the most worthy to ascend to rule. While the common people were left to the work of war and farming, the only two things that mattered for their kind. But like, so this sounds like kind of evil, but also like, their government exists, so they're like, yeah, we want to secure and like prosper for the common people.
Yeah.
And so like anything that advances the common good is praised. And anything that is bad for the common good is removed from society. So it's kind of neat. Hard to stomach for outsiders.
Yeah. No, totally. And also, in terms of like the evilness, it is that sort of thing where it's evil on the scale of like everybody's kind of evil in their own ways. Like, there's just literal parts where it's like, oh yeah, there's genocides happening here and this and that. So like, this is fucked up and evil, especially by our standards, but I guess in the way that like, by the rest of the world, they're basically just as bad as pretty much everybody else for the most part, it seems like. Everybody's warring, everybody's fucking enslaving people. It's just real shitty.
Yeah, it's in modern day Mexico, so it's actually like quite hot even in the latter Earth. They're noted as being the strongest power on the northern continent, which is Agathon. And as such, they tend to like raid and, you know, do small border wars on neighboring kingdoms because they can.
Yeah. Yep. Well, also, don't
it
they
does
need
know
like
that they actually
they need slaves, right, for like their rituals and everything, so they kind of do that as part of it?
Yeah. And like they literally rely on the neighboring powers being weaker than them to be able to do that. So
yep. Oh man, yeah. That seems like a fun place to have a campaign though. I do like that's just a weird kind of horrible place. Just more of that. I wouldn't say quite grimdark, but definitely weird magic. Is there any blood magic stuff that's in the book mechanically based off of the Sarxian stuff, or is it?
I don't think so. The impression that I get from it is that it's mostly kind of higher level stuff. You're using it in like gigantic rituals
Okay.
and stuff. But yeah, there's some parallels between them and some other stuff from Book of the New Sun, where there's this kingdom that in the northern hemisphere that's kind of they're waging a forever war against because it takes the main area of the book is in South America, and but they're like this hyper like communalistic society where like it's not like communism or like socialism. It's like almost like hive mindy. Like there's an entirely there's a prescribed vocabulary and you can't say anything outside of that. And it's all like preset phrases and stuff, and like this reminds me a bit of like a little less extreme version of that.
Interesting. That's really cool.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else you wanted to cover, Jack?
I mean, we could go on for 6 hours talking.
Oh yeah,
so we should probably move on.
Completely
onto the monsters, I would say.
I was thinking, do you want to do the naval stuff? Because I'll take like not much time.
Oh yeah, we're not going to talk about it really. It's naval stuff.
Yeah.
There is before we move on to that, there's one thing I'll mention really quick, just because it is in here. Is after we finish up with all like after it finishes up with all the longer write-ups for the nations, it does have a 2-page spread about languages. Ooh, I know that languages are also one of those things that seem mostly take it or leave it for most people. Most games I play, you tend to kind of want to hand wave languages.
Yeah.
When it comes to, being able to speak to other living people in the game, usually it's like, okay, we're not going to worry about that. They can obviously still be interesting if it's like, knowing some ancient language that's in a dungeon or something. But if you're one of the people who likes languages, there's 2 pages. There's rules for learning languages. That are a little expanded from some repetition and some expansion from the core rules. It talks about the major language families, and then it gives a big table with the major spoken language, any like trade cants, ancient languages or scripts, and like court tongues, like ruling elite tongues for every country, which can be kind of fun.
No, that
if you wanted
that
to play
good,
with that as like a restriction in like a more broad campaign.
Well, that's the great thing about Kevin Crawford's stuff is that he has so much stuff there that's like so take it or leave it, where it's like, yeah, you can have it here if you really want it, or you can just hand wave it completely, but I'm putting it here for the ones who do want it, which is like this entire book is just all that sort of stuff.
Right. And I'll call back to it because I mentioned it at the beginning. That section that's like, hey, how do you use this book? Which I said, like, I think gives a lot of insight into how his philosophy about writing is. Which is, like, part of it's like, read the new rules and classes. And in that he goes, hey, I provided you with all this stuff. Decide what you want in your game.
Yeah.
And put it in there and leave the other stuff out.
Yeah.
And I think that really speaks to the kind of modularity of the stuff that's in this book. There
Completely.
are if something has been added, it exists in and of itself, and you can take it out without breaking other new things that were added, which is awesome.
Which, and also actually works, because I do believe some systems say you can do that, but it actually doesn't necessarily work as well as they're telling you it does. Or it's like, yeah, it's more that you didn't put anything in here, that's why I can put stuff on. But this is like, no, there's actual systems in place, and you can really bolt stuff on or just take stuff off, and it totally does work because they are actually there. Everything's fleshed out as much as you want to be. I do usually hand wave languages, but I will say, though, with like the mages that can have the stuff where you can learn different languages, I actually can see languages being used properly, because it's not you burning a fucking spell slot just to talk to somebody who you might, be like, oh, god damn it, I don't want to spend, I have 3 spells a day, I don't want to spend comprehend languages on this, know?
Yeah, because like in this, it's like, well, if you want to learn, if you're just there, if you're there for a month, you will learn it well enough to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you just exist in the country for a month, if you're immersed, you can do it.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah, and then for trade languages, it's 2 weeks because it's just like trade can't and stuff. Yeah. But then if you don't do immersion, it's like, okay, it takes you 6 months of study, -1 for each level of note you have. So if you wanted to be like, oh, we're planning on going somewhere in the future, and your character is like, okay, I want to study for this so I can speak it or something, as like a background pursuit that they're doing.
Yeah,
cool.
That's cool. I like that.
And I know the Bard class has a specific thing where it's like you can learn any language in 1 week.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah,
I like that
fluency.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Yeah, so before we get to the Bestiary, which is the next part, we're just going to skip down to the Naval Rules because we don't really have much to say, because there's a lot of other stuff we wanted to cover, and honestly, I give it a quick skim, and for me, it looks like it has everything I would want. It has everything from ship types, supplies, crew, all the stuff. If you have Stars Without Number, there's a lot of similarities to this, to the crew stuff and the ship stuff in that. It also has stuff that I like that I think other games don't have, which is rules for magic casting on ships and that sort of stuff, which is a big thing. My buddy ran a power game for us, which was fun. It was in DCC, and he sort of had a thing where every ship tends to have some sort of wizard that usually can cast stuff like fireball or general artillery-like spells, which came in fun with DCC's magic because things got kind of out of control a few times with that sort of stuff, which is really fun. So I like that. And also the other big one is rules for fighting large sea monsters, which I don't see very often, and I think that's a very important one to have. But outside of that stuff, I didn't really have much I felt like saying other than, yeah, it's Naval Rules, and they're pretty much everything I'd want for Naval Rules. And that's about it on my end. What about you, Jack? Is there anything that like you want to talk about?
Yeah, I would just say from a general philosophy standpoint, I think these would work fine. They're a nice like medium crunch. They have, if you want to get into like, cargo and crew and stuff in a little more detail, it's here, but it's not burdensome.
Yeah.
I think in general, like ship or vehicular combat with roles that to operate, I find it generally kind of unsatisfying in games that are not designed for it. So I think these are probably fine rules. I've not run the Stars Without Number combat, but I've read it before.
I have run Stars Without Number combat, and I can say it is slightly clunky. It's fine, but it has issues.
It turns out that like if you didn't write a game where everybody has abilities that let them do things all the time in a crewed vessel, there are going to be some times where someone's like, I'm the gunner. Okay, I shoot the guns every turn.
Yeah.
Because that's the best thing for me to do.
Exactly.
So it's like, it's fine. These would work just fine for having.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily run a game based around naval combat in this game.
Yeah.
But it's not going to, the game won't grind to a halt.
No, exactly. If you want to do that, it's there, and I do think it's workable for what it is. But yeah, no, I think it's the same issue that people have when they go like, I want to lead an army in my D&D game, and it's like the rules here are designed for squad combat, and you're bringing it up to a different level, whether that's ships or whether that's an army or a siege. You can still do them, and I think they'll still be fun, but yeah, it's definitely not something that you necessarily want to base your whole campaign. But I would still recommend that if you want to do a naval campaign, I think you could do a hell of a lot worse than the rules here if you want to do a pure pirate campaign. I would see myself doing that in this game without too much trouble.
Oh yeah, I mean these aren't. Yeah, don't get it wrong. I'm not like dumping on the rules.
No, you're just being critical and not like attacking.
This is a generic criticism of naval combat rules for pretty much any game that isn't designed around it. These would be fun. I'm sure it'd be fun to play. I don't know if I'd want to play a game where this is the thing you usually do is naval combat. you wouldn't want to be at that point if all you're doing is naval combat. Go play a war game.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, no, totally. Or go play fucking Pillars of Eternity 2, which has essentially
Right.
this kind of like their naval combat system is this, but it is fun because it just goes really fast. I was just saying, also, you're not somebody necessarily like pining for a good pirate game most of the time, right? It's not. I mean, you're fine with it, but that's not like your thing that you're going to go to constantly. Whereas some people might be like, oh, I really want to do pirate games all the time, and I would recommend this overall.
Yeah, no, I also think it'd be fun. The potential to be able to do like Sky Pirate stuff. I have Sky Pirates. Fuck yeah, that shit's cool. So yeah, just because there's a lot more dynamism to that.
Yeah,
not just being confined to being like next to each other all the time.
Totally.
There is one thing I want to bring up because I just think it's funny. So there is a spell that's a core spell. I think it's like a level 1 or 2 spell called Decree of Ligneous Dissolution. And what that does is it destroys living or dead organic matter within like a sphere. And what that means is that you have a wizard and a boat made of wood. You can just evaporate part of the ship with that spell. Like you could just take a sphere of the ship and make it not exist anymore, and everything else falls into the water and the ship probably fucking sinks because you made like a 10-meter hole in its side. But Kevin made a note of this because there is a ship fitting called the Saltwood Blessings.
Yeah.
Which it's like every warship has this.
Yeah.
Where it's like it specifically all that it does is protect against Decree of Ligneous Dissolution.
Yeah.
So you can't just get your ship disintegrated by an angry.
Yeah, you just take 5 hit points, it says here instead, which I think is great. I like that. I like that a lot. Which could also be a fun thing if, in terms of someone like politics or other things, if there's some way that you could, without people knowing, break that Saltwood Blessing, where like you get rid of that without them knowing for like a betrayal or something like that. I think that could be pretty fun.
Right.
No, I like that. I like that a lot. I like that everybody has it. You're like, fuck, this is such a common issue.
Yeah, because I think it says, let's see, almost all warships will be treated with this right.
Yeah,
it makes that one makes you totally immune.
Oh yeah, it's an arms race, right? So like you're gonna add the better armor. In this case, you're gonna
otherwise you're just rowing up to enemy ships with a wizard who goes like
boop. Yeah, it just sinks them left and right. Just a whole armada just going down. I love it.
Oh god! And the thing is, like, historically that happened one time.
Oh yeah. One time someone just did that, and then everybody put their resources into finding out how to stop that from fucking happening.
Right. Yeah, I think move on to monsters. Probably.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. The monsters are cool as fuck.
130 is where the section starts, and it starts with a nice thing where it just talks about creatures of the latter earth. It gives you some reasons if you wanted to have like relatively powerful monsters that lived in close proximity to people that couldn't think of a reason to do. That would make sense. Mm-hmm. That it wasn't murdering everyone nearby just because it's very strong. Yeah. Which I will say, overall, it's not universally the case. The monsters presented in this book are fucking scary and powerful.
Yep.
Like he erred on the side of like, let's cover all the fantasy bases in the core book. In this, it's like, look at this weird bullshit that's in this world. Yeah. And I don't have any notes written for the bestiary section because I could talk about all of these because I love them so much.
No, same. I wrote it in a list of ones. I'll say this. I wrote more down than we have time to talk about, but I wrote down a bunch that I thought were at least interesting or cool twists on things already. Yeah.
But no, you're right. Yeah, at least
there's a lot of stuff.
Point out a couple from each.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we might as well point out a couple from each category.
Yeah, so that's how I went.
A handful of categories in here. You have species of Anak, which are your kind of goblinoidy kind of guys. Mm-hmm. Ancient creations, Aratu monsters, and blighted, I believe, is the final category.
There's also undead.
Oh yeah, and undead.
Yeah.
Oh, and dangerous beasts as well. Yeah. And sea monsters. Sorry, there's like 7 fucking categories.
Yeah, I think I picked one from every category except for the Anak. I think that was the only one I didn't pick anything from. Did you have anything in the Anak section you want to talk about?
This is really hard. There are so many. Yeah. I'll just make some brief references to a few of them because I think they're the interesting aspects of them. The accipiters are like winged humanoids, which is, you're kind of like, whatever. Like, it's just a flying guy, right? Except it's like, yeah, but it works kind of the way it would in real life, which is like, you're a person, you're not really built to fly. So like, you have to kind of carefully get up and land. You can't carry that much weight. Yeah. Like, which I thought was kind of neat because it's like, it's not just like, cool, this guy flies and fucks around and can do whatever he wants. Yeah. it's like, no, there are like serious restrictions, and it informs how they play.
Yeah, like they use javelins for hunting and raiding because that's
Yeah,
light and you can do that pretty well.
exactly. Yeah, like they can't like swoop.
They
That
can't do
would
dive
murder
attacks.
them. It would
Yeah.
snap their wings off.
Oh, that's fun too. Look, so an exhibitor who would engage in melee combat must land fully to face their foe. That's really fun, yeah, because that's just
Yeah.
like, and that sounds like something you really don't want to do. That's like that's like feels like the last thing you want to do because you're also a skinny person without armor for the sake of flying. You don't want to get into a fight with like an armored knight who's bearing down you on a horse.
No, yeah, like Accipiter warriors have like 13 AC, which is nothing.
Nothing.
Like a war shirt.
That's
much,
nothing.
yeah.
And that's gonna be hit by most shock damage that you would have. You know.
Yeah.
That's fun.
The Aristoi are statted out here. Those like eugenics Anak. They're the Aristoi Prince in this is a 12 hit die monster with 22 AC and a plus 15 to hit. 2 attacks.
Oh my god.
And a monster is scary so the way that shock damage is notated in this, it's a number, which is the amount of damage / the AC that it hits.
Yeah.
So like a 215 is 2 damage to an AC 15 or lower.
Yeah.
Anything with a dash after the slash just means hits anything.
Oh wow.
And the Aristoi Prince hits anything.
Oh my god.
Weapon plus 5 damage.
Holy shit. Oh my god. So that is amazing. So I guess you need the foci that like stops like shock damage to even do that, or like would that stop that from hitting you?
Yeah, no, that can stop if you can. I think I'd have to double check how that rule works. But I mean, that's a 12 hit die monster. That's scary.
Yeah, that's
you're
rough.
in a stand up fight with an Aristoi Prince.
Yeah,
you're like dueling.
How'd you get into that situation in the first place? That's the thing, right?
Exactly.
Because he's also not alone. There's no Aristoi Prince who's fighting you alone either. There's not like a rogue guy in a cave who's like, I'm gonna fuck you up. It's like, no, he's gonna have a bunch of these fucking warriors with him. So you're just dealing with some pretty messed up dudes. I love that.
I can see a situation where because they're all about like nobility and decorum, right? I could see a situation where you end up having to duel one.
Yes.
You spend like the 2 sessions before being like, how do I make sure I don't get murdered in 2 turns?
Yeah, and like I guess the idea of like too, if they find out I'm cheating, either if your wizard buddy tries like I can help you out, it's like, oh, they're gonna like he's not gonna hold back now once you learn that like you did this shit or something. Like
exactly, yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
What else? 2 more things I want to mention in Anak. Harbingers are cool. They're blighted, like they're Anak. They hate humans and stuff, but they're able to suppress it because they just look like normal humans, and they take on the appearance and mannerisms and accent of the dominant local culture automatically. So they're like they're like perfect spies and stuff, and that's super cool. Like they literally would just the way they look changes automatically.
Oh, that's fun. So we're already getting into the ones that will look like humans, and we have a few. We have several more to cover in the future ones, which I love. I love this because this could also be if the characters have dealt with these or have knowledge about creatures that can look like humans, you might still not realize what you're dealing with until it's too late or at like pivotal points. So you're like, oh, we think it's a harbinger, but it's actually a harvester or one of the other ones that's totally different from this, which I like a lot. And just adds to that paranoia. And I like that they can just totally blend in.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna end up mentioning all the Anak. I'm not gonna do this for every.
No, I think it's fine. Honestly, this is pretty good. Like, and we have time. I mean, as long as you don't have anything coming up.
I can always cut it out, right?
Yeah.
The Hellhounds are cool in this because they're not just like a warg, but they are kind of like a Lord of the Rings warg. They're Anak. They're intelligent beings. They don't really have any interest in doing most things, and like other Anak being able to ride them is them going like, okay, I'm cool with this. This will be good for both of us.
Yeah.
We've made a deal, which I really like.
I do like the Hellhound
they could carry weapons.
Wow.
If they wanted to. Like they have a human level of intelligence.
That's really fun.
Yeah. And the last one is the Banelings. These are so cool. I can't believe I've never seen these as like a concept. So first of all, anytime that something is described as a manikin, manikin, which is, I had to look up the distinction. It's just that you're a wee little man. Like you have the same proportions of a normal, like, adult human, but you're just tiny. So like, if anyone here has played Elden Ring, the what are they called? Vulgar Militia. Those
Hmm.
little like goblin guys that always like throw smoke bombs at you and
Yeah.
stuff. Those guys are mannequins.
Oh, that's fun.
So banelings are like little mannequins. They're like waist height. Um, they don't have anything particularly. I mean, they're a one hit die monster. You know, you're like, oh, these guys are just little chumpos. They have an ability, which is that they have a weird ability to just murder powerful humans. So they have this. It only applies to humans and demi-humans, and not to legates at all. And so they usually, and any of them that become banelings that become fairly powerful, lose this ability. So it relies on them being little shit heel like shitty guys.
Yeah.
Which is if one or more of them inflicts 10 hit points on a single like non-legged human in a scene, so an entire combat, if they do 10 hit points of damage to you, you immediately have 0 hit points. They murder you.
That's amazing.
It's so cool because they're just little 2 hit die
Yeah.
monsters. They're gonna have like 10 health, and they do like weapon damage, which is like whatever
Whatever they might have, yeah. But that is fun. That is so good.
Yeah.
The scene in my head of that, of like a cocky like NPC adventurer with you or something, who's like, "Don't worry, guys, I got this," and then just getting fucking murked by them, but doing like a sworm attack or something, and then you're just like, "Oh my god!"
Immediately drop to mortally wounded.
Yeah, you're like, wait a minute, how did they do that?
Yeah, but they're also kind of dumb without a leader, so they won't normally like try that unless it's like a band of them being led by somebody. Which is good. I love that.
Yeah, that's very, I think, in a way, it's a good twist on the classic goblin thing, which is goblins are shitheels, but when there's a lot of them and they use their little traps and tactics and everything else they might have, they're really dangerous and they're like an actual threat to be reckoned with. This is a fun way to do that though, and very scary, which I like. I like that you could really take some players off guard because players see goblin types and go like, okay, this is just the low HP monster we kill to get to the big HP monsters type thing. So that'd be a fun little like, oh fuck, we're in a bad situation now.
Yeah, that is all of the Anak.
Nice.
The next category has the ancient creations. I love almost everything.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, I picked out.
PT,
I think
plug your ears a little bit. I want to use some of these.
Yeah, PT, you're not allowed to listen to this part.
So these are all ancient creations, as the name implies, right? Things like horrific monsters or magics that have been made by long dead empires. These include dragons, and I really like their take on dragons. I think they're awesome.
Let's start with those. What are the dragons deal?
Yeah, so like they are actually pretty like outwardly pretty close to your normal fantasy dragon, right? They're quadrupedal, they have wings, they're big and scaly, they can be absolutely fucking gigantic.
Yeah.
It's unclear what they are. Like, are they some ancient race of that used to live here? Were they like, weapons made by some ancient race? And they still love to collect hordes like dragons do, traditionally. Yeah. But there's one tweak. All he did was literally tweak one aspect of them, and I think it makes them so much more interesting and into the setting, which is like they're dragon. They don't like die. Right? They can't die of old age. But they have a limited capacity to remember things. So the reason that they maintain hordes isn't because they like gold. It's because those will jog memories of ages that they liked more than this one.
Oh, that's cool.
If they've been alive for millions...
Oh, we just lost...
Post-apocalypse of this world.
Sorry, you cut out there for a second. You cut off at you saying that they're using them to jog their memory.
Yeah, so like, they've lived for millions of years or something, or longer, and the world as it is now is kind of shitty and terrible compared to how it was in the past. And so they collect things from past ages because they're so depressed about the fact that they don't want to live in the current world. Yeah. So they spend a lot of time around these things that remind them of when things were better, sleeping so they can dream about it.
Oh my god.
That's why they just sit on hordes all the time. And I was like, that's such a good idea. That makes so much more sense than them just wanting gold.
That is really, I like that a lot because I have had that issue in a lot of RPGs and stuff. Not just the dragons, but like oftentimes the reasoning of getting gold just to have gold is often unsatisfying to me. It works, like it's totally serviceable as a motivation or reason or whatever else, but having like that actual sort of personal touch adds so much personality with just that little bit, and I like that a lot. And it's also just really sad. That's just like such a
It is,
like fucking these fucking nostalgic dragons.
Yeah, it's like some of the I really like the flavor text for it, where it's like, yeah, they spend most of their time dreaming, like locked in a reverie, recalling their former civilization, their life during its zenith. Given the limits of their memory and the unfathomable ages since their creation, they often have difficulty recollecting details and specifics. They find this forgetting unendurably painful. To forestall it, they gather objects and treasures that somehow remind them of their past, hoarding them with obsessive care. To steal a dragon's treasure is to steal a fragment of its past, and it will go to great lengths to recover the item and punish the thief. Most would prefer death to the loss of their hoard. And they generally despise interacting with the modern world. Its existence is a painful reminder of all that they've lost. Which is like, oof.
That is also like, if the players can learn that, that is like it's already shitty to steal stuff, but like, hey man, you're like literally stealing the memory from this creature. And maybe if it's evil, you can feel better about it, but like that is such like a sad thing where like, I could see if the players learn that halfway through, like just like throwing stuff in their bags, they kind of go like, fuck it, I'm still gonna do it. Or like, fine, we went through all this trouble, but I can't fucking do this. And just like put it back, or like I could see that being really fun.
Yeah. And they're also fucking horrifying. Like I mentioned, a lot of these monsters are ridiculous.
Oh, as Imperator.
Yeah, greater dragons are, so Imperators in this game are like story bad guys. Like they do not have stats. The way you kill them is by, doing quest stuff that would kill them.
Yeah.
Right? Because the smallest dragon is a reptilian at least 60 feet long. And a greater dragon is noted to be up to a quarter mile.
Oh my god!
Oh, for all of our Europeans, that's like what is it? 1.6 kilometers to a mile. Yeah, like 400 to 500 meters long.
Oh my god!
And it does a cool thing too, where it says like, unsurprisingly, every dragon has a fearsome array of powers, and few have managed to best them. Among the lesser dragons not imbued with an Imperator's might, the following traits have been commonly observed, but individuals vary. And he provides you with a list of things that the dragons could have, which I really like, because you can make them all different.
Yeah.
As a result.
No, that's great. I also like the art where it's more of that Asian-style dragon. Because if you look at it, it's more like the snaky kind, and it looks really, really cool, too, instead of the European-flavored one. Which, I mean, it was fine, but I just like this piece looks really, really good, and looks scary as fuck.
Lesser Dragon has 20 hit dice and an AC of 22.
I saw that.
Plus 25 is its attack bonus.
Times 2. Oh my god. And then just shock damage of 10.
10. Just 10. You just always take 10.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And a 2-up save.
Yeah.
2-up.
Oh my god.
They have cool abilities like you can give them any number of abilities, like Absolute Eternity, which it always has max hit points per hit die.
Oh my Jesus.
Let's see. Ancient Prowess, 3 main actions per round. So that's like you can make these guys like, I mean, you could have a lesser dragon could be the capstone enemy of a campaign.
Yeah. And they'd be actually
like
interesting.
Legates would struggle.
And I think the personality you could do with its lore is really good too. That like it might be a bit more of a bittersweet kind of enemy, not so much just, I mean, still perhaps violent or flawed or whatever else, but like perhaps there might be a little bit of personality there that they wouldn't normally have if you. I mean, obviously you could add that without this game, but that idea really sparks the imagination on how to use a dragon in a fun way.
And one of the abilities, so all the abilities it gives as potential ones, most of them are like, wow, that's a horrifying thing it can do. One of them plays on that specifically and is a debuff, which is Lost in Reverie, where every round they have to make an instinct check or they just can't focus on the real world as they start thinking about the past, which is really cool.
Good God.
The one last one I will point out is Breath of Damnation, which is like your classic dragon fire.
Yeah.
Though they just call a storm of destructive energy, so however you want to flavor it.
Because
it says fire is common, but torrents of absolute cold, distilled entropy, and maddening psychic disruption have been recorded. It's a cone twice as long and wide as the dragon itself.
Oh my god.
Which I just wanted to point that out as, if you have a greater dragon, which is already an imperator, right? Like you can't kill it normally, and it's a quarter mile long. It's a half-mile cone. Everybody has to make a saving throw, or you are instantly obliterated. And if you pass, again, this is like Kevin throwing some little humor tweaks in here. On a success, you merely take 1d6 per 2 hit dice, which means you take a minimum of 12d6 damage.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Or 11d6.
Yeah. That's amazing. That is really,
they're awesome.
That's so
they're
cool.
really cool.
That is really cool. Which is, again, I kind of slept on the dragons here because I was like, oh yeah, dragons. Because there's something the giants, which are pretty classic giants and stuff. The Maw ogres later on are still cool because they're kind of like in a weird, fucked up way.
Yeah.
The one that I really liked that stood out to me was the Copper Wizard.
Yes.
Which I thought were just super, super cool. Basically, just this goes back to the Tempest Horde thing. But I like how they're sort of like cyborg kind of wizards, which I think is just really just cool. And I think you can use more. It's still a classic wizard in a way, but it has a lot of its own flavor that changes stuff. Like I could see this wizard using a Hurlet, for example, and having it be more of an interesting kind of one. That one stood out to me a lot as one I'd like. I also like the I think a lot of the wording is what got me, like stuff like Copper Veins and like the verdigris sorcery stuff. I just thought was cool. I think there was something later on with the Rusted Princes where I felt like there was a bit of a connection with those two that I liked, if like in terms of connecting them together. But we'll get to those ones in a second.
Yeah, those guys are cool. Yeah, because they're like almost like cyborgy Frankensteins made of copper piping and wiring.
Yeah, I just had this idea of like their lair not being a classic wizard lair, but like Tesla coils and like just fun stuff like that, where there's a lot more of the weird science aspect to them, not just
Jacob's ladder going.
Yeah, yeah, just a lot of that sort of stuff. Yeah, what the hell is this? And so I thought it's still pretty classic stuff, but you have a really nice, extra flavorful twist to it, which I think makes it interesting. So yeah. That was that one.
There's the Auto Purgator, which reminds me, if anyone has read the Hyperion Cantos, it reminds me of the Shrike. What it is like a creature designed to assassinate people. It's made of like thousands of interlocking metal fragments, and it exists to assassinate people, including the players. It has bonuses to sneak and exert checks, as well as like every other benefit that an automaton would have, like never tiring really, and like being immune to a lot of damage. In the first round of combat, it gets bonus actions. It can move. It also can perceive invisible creatures and see in pitch black darkness.
Oh my god!
It's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like a fun creature, because there is a foci later on that's essentially like the Gloomstalker from 5e, which is essentially you can see the darkness and also you're invisible in darkness as a player. And this seems like a real like, hey, there's been a group that's been going around fucking stuff. Let's send one of these out to go deal with them, because I'm not sure how they're accomplishing what they're accomplishing. So let's
yeah. When you're like, oh wow, that's kind of scary, but like it's gonna get up in melee with you, right, to do all this stuff to execute you. No. it can shoot flechettes 600 feet.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And they do a lot of damage. I mean, this is a 8 hit die monster.
1d12 plus 4 damage on a hit.
Wow. But they also they apply a -4 damage to fucking execution saves.
Oh god.
So they could just murder somebody.
Oh my god.
I think Kevin Crawford heard all those people white rooming how easy it was to kill the strongest monster in the core book Bestiary.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you.
Yeah, no, literally though. It's just like, oh god. Can you imagine do that to all your players though, without them even knowing? Just like fucking executing them? It's like, this is a message to the others. It's like, oh my god.
Pay more fucking attention. Eternal Beloveds. Also horrifying.
I'm reading
this plays on some like Eastern European folklore, I think, where they're kind of indistinct by default. But if you give the Eternal Beloved a corpse of somebody, maybe somebody you loved that died, it will consume it and then become them. with
Yeah.
all of their memories. But you then have to regularly feed it human flesh, or it will gradually start to remember that it is not who it actually is,
Oh my
and
god.
will undergo like horrific, like mental torment as it realizes that it is two people. And
Ooh.
yeah,
That's a great basis for a murder mystery, like a serial killer in a city, and like it's and
yes,
like the it turns out it's a guy who's like lost his wife, or like, you know, a woman's like lost her kid or something, and like they're like, oh, I fed this creature my child's corpse, and then I also kill people to feed the my child thing, so it doesn't forget that's not my child, which is just like, oh, this is just tragic in every way possible.
what is this Witcher ass story? Like everything is bad all the time.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see how my mind goes when I'm reading the stuff where I'm just like, how horrible could I make this? That's really cool. The Harvester was one I liked a lot. Not even necessarily as an enemy, but I kind of liked it as like a setting thing, like even if it's
Right.
known about. And so essentially what these harvesters are is that they're like super weapons in the shape of like a human, I believe. I will be honest, if I forget some details, it's because we read through all this in like the last few days, so it's so we get something gets jumbled. But they basically have like a flock of humans, and they need to sacrifice a few of them for whatever reason. It could be for a master who controls them, it could be for their own reasons, and they tend to just do it to ones they can afford to lose, or do it to others. Um, I just thought that'd be a really cool settlement in terms of like you go to a place and there's just people either going missing, but everybody knows about it because it's for this harvester that protects them. And it's like not so much like a mystery that needs to be solved, but just like a kind of like creepy place that you're in. You might get grabbed, or even it's just a thing you just get used to. Like, oh god, I hate going there because they're just a weird fucking town that's allowed this like
Yeah.
monstrosity in human flesh to like take control, because it will protect the flock. If something comes to attack, if like a bunch of Annex come to like try and raid them, it will fuck them up. It is like super powerful, and I thought that was very very cool. As an enemy, or also just as sort of a background kind of setting material.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely you could do. I could foresee a lot of places where you could really evoke like that folk horror
Mm-hmm.
vibe here, right? One of these like guarding some isolated little village up in like the hinterlands or something.
Yeah,
And yeah, you just get that constant sense of like something is wrong
yeah,
here, and I'm not sure what it is.
yeah.
And like, but will doing anything about it actually improve the situation? Maybe
And
not.
do the people there want you to? Because it might be like he doesn't. They're not even in the
Exactly.
town. They're like off in the woods, and the classic like perhaps rite of passage where like 10 kids go missing every year, but like a few survive or something. Is the harvester
Mhm.
getting its sacrifices for the year or something? And that's like it only shows up when there's danger for it to go deal with. Yeah, I think you could absolutely do a folk horror kind of thing with that. Um, yeah, that one stood out as very very fun, and also horrifying, like most of these. Um,
Yeah, no, like they're all horrifying in slightly different ways.
yeah, and like the harvester, and you had the Turbo Beloved. Like I said, there's just so many where they just look human but they're not, and I really love how much that's an emphasis. Um, and I think that
The
would fuck the
last,
players so much over time. The more they meet things like this, like, oh my god, how many things aren't human in this fucking world that we keep having to deal with?
can't trust anyone.
Yeah.
The last thing in this category is the Iron Destriers,
Mm.
which are metal as fuck. So these were originally invented by the Tempest Hordes during the first age. The Storm Priests would imbue metal with lightning, and these are essentially like iron like steeds that
Yeah.
you can ride that like they're hover bikes. Like, but this sounds like something straight out of fucking Brutal Legend, where it's like this iron horse with like blades along the
Yeah.
side. And you're just like, what the? Are you gonna fucking play a guitar solo as you ride that into battle?
Yeah. Yeah. Did you ever watch Mandy? Mandy has these weird demon guys. I won't say too much for anybody who hasn't seen it. But it reminded me a bit of that because I think a Destro is what, like a type of horse. But
The
these,
Warhorse, yeah.
yeah, there's these weird guys who are all like spiked or like have like a bunch of like nails and metal coming out of them, and they just ride bikes and they just show up for whatever reason. And like it reminded me a bit of that kind of like tone to it. And I like them a lot. I could see you doing a bit of like a Mad Max thing with these potentially, depending on
Yeah.
where you are in the world and how you use these.
They're all also semi-intelligent. It
Yeah,
says the dumbest one is as smart as a
as a
clever
clever dog.
dog.
Yeah, that's cool. I
Yeah,
also,
the
what does
most intelligent
almost
are
human
almost
mean?
human.
What do you think? What is that?
I
Was
guess
that?
just like a monkey, maybe.
Yeah,
Like
that makes sense.
particularly smart ape. Yeah, their interests are invariably threefold: violence, speed, and noise. Yeah, you can ally with one to ride it, but you have to make a fucking blood pact with them.
Oh yeah.
God, that is just like straight out of a fucking Judas Priest album cover. Oh, we got one more page of ancient
Actually, there's two more pages because there's also the
creations.
Walking Mountains and Word Bearers. But yeah,
Sorry, yeah, the one more spread.
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, the Rusted Prince was one that I liked because the idea themselves is similar to the Cover Wizards somewhat. Just want to live for eternity, changing out your items, your organs, and that sort of thing. But what I liked was when the wizards who enchant their bodies perish or vanish as wizards must, these nobles must seek different servants to keep their bodies functional. So, like, over time, they just become less and less what they originally were as they got themselves changed to become immortal and become, like, basically like the Mechanicus from 40K. But as you have essentially different mechanics working on the same fucking vehicle over time, they have different ways of doing it. They don't have the same knowledge. They have different theories on how to do the best thing. So these rusted princes over time become way less human, way more brutal, or just way more weird, and just all mishmash and strange. This is a mosaic of different mechanics keeping them alive a little bit longer. And I thought that was like that makes that so much more interesting than just guy who turned himself into metal to become immortal. It's like, oh no, he's also like weird as fuck and also has issues because of like all the different things going on with him.
Yeah, God, every monster is just so cool.
Yeah.
And then the other one on that page, Keeper of the Word, I think is another one that you can do similarly to the Harvester. You can play in a lot of those like kind of unsettling folk horror things. Because what they are is an animated statue that has like psychic and mimetic power, where people just like will inherently want to agree with what they say, whether what they say is actually what's good for them or not.
Yeah.
And they want to teach people and tell them what has been imbued in them. So like you're just like you have to like essentially not be ensorcelled by these things that like are nominally think they're doing the right thing, but are imbuing some lesson or teaching or principle into you. It's really cool.
Yeah, I think in terms of, like, I like to bring up stuff how you can use these, and I think NPCs are like a town you're used to. If you leave to go off to do a different thing, and you come back and people are like acting weird and like out of character and doing different things, could be a fun sort of start to like the mystery of what's happening and turning out to be these things. I love these enemies because of all the things you can do with them. Not just fight them and kill them, but like all the ways they will just like, I don't know, pull up like the chords of society and civilization, or just like lots of issues and lots of like scenario and adventure ideas, not just a guy I can hit that acts different than the other guy I can hit,
Yeah, every one of these you read and it makes you think of how you could incorporate one into a game.
Exactly.
Or it's not an encounter, it is like a situation.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, mimetic sedation is their like defense ability. They don't fight, but it's so difficult to attack it that to attempt to harm it, you have to take system strain and pass a mental saving.
Oh yeah. That's cool. That's I like those guys.
Yeah.
The Walking Mountains, that's the thing, right? Is that what's on the cover? Because we were talking about this earlier about the Carven Peaks. I know I saw that. I was like, is that like, could it be a Walking Mountain?
It could be, yes. So the Walking Mountains, we talked about the Carven Peaks earlier, which are an entire mountain range that has been carved away into statues and the visage of the Pale Emperor. The Walking Mountains are specific carven peaks that literally move. Like, it's a whole ass carved mountain that moves. And you're like, it. So it's magic, right? And it's like, kind of, but not in the way that you would think. Because it's like, okay, well, it's like, this big statue, and then around the literal foothills are like temples and stuff.
Yeah.
Feet, right? But you're like, so what is it, like float or something? No, has tunnels carved through it where thousands of undead operate mechanisms that allow it to move around.
I love it.
And it has the best stat block in the game because you look over at the table and it's like Walking Mountain, and it's one of the ones where you like as Imperator, as original creature. It just says as mountain.
Yeah, that's really good, and that's all you need. Like, it's just like, yeah.
What the fuck? What do you think you're
Well,
gonna
yeah.
do to it?
Yeah, no, exactly. No, but how many hit dice does it have? It's like, no, it's a fucking mountain.
Unironically, I forget where it was, but someone's like, I don't understand why he doesn't elaborate about the walking mountain. Like, I need to know, like, how many hit points does it have? And someone's like, what?
What? You're
How,
not gonna
what?
fight it?
What do you propose they do to it?
Yes, these 4 guys with swords are going to eventually take down this mountain. That,
yeah, it's got AC 46 and 900 hit dice of HP. Are you happy?
Yeah,
they're all max.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it does say, like, I mean, the way that you would kill one is to go inside and start slaughtering all the
enemies. Yeah. But that's like a whole thing itself. Like, that's
yeah. I like how its entrance into its tunneled interior is usually through temple sites atop its literal foothills. And I was like, haha, it's foothills.
That's
it's
good.
Feet.
And I mean, also, and even with that, it's like you're basically going to attack a city because there's so many undead who are moving that. Like, how many have to be under there that you have to go kill to make it even stop moving or even slowing it down? Like,
yeah, I mean, it literally says, like, should one somehow be weaponized into a device of war, nothing short of a desperate assault on its inner passages has any chance of stopping it.
Yeah.
And man, would I like my inner passages assaulted right now. No, but yeah, that's another one where it's like, this is like a thing that you put in the game. It's not like a fight, right, that you're placing in your players.
It's the only one here that doesn't have any extra abilities. Every other one has, like, Immortal Rust or, like, Burning Purpose. This one has nothing. It's like, no, it's a fucking mountain, man. It's
a fuck-off huge statue that's operated by undead to walk around. Like, what do you want?
Oh, man.
How fast is it? Fucking, I don't know, as fast as it needs to be. The foot goes down and it's going to be there for a minute, and then a minute later it's going to be 500 fucking feet away as it stepped away from it. Like.
So the last one here is Word Bearer. Do you have anything to say on that one? Because I did not look into this one at all.
What are these guys again?
Ooh, there's like the Human Torch. So it seems like there's just people like Human Torches basically that were made as weapons to destroy a particular target. They may identify as living nations. Oh, sorry, they may identify living nations as the functional layers. Okay,
yeah.
I thought it was like it might see itself as a living nation.
Yeah, I mean, you can't kill them either. Like traditionally, you can get rid of all of their hit dice, all their hit points, but the only way to truly destroy one is to convince it that its purpose is hopeless.
Yeah,
or something like that. So it's like, otherwise it's just gonna fucking phoenix itself back over and over, which is also an interesting one because, like, it's not the scariest monster in this book, but it's like, fucking, you're cool. Congratulations, you managed to win against it. It's gonna reappear and try to do whatever it was doing again.
Yeah. No, this is more like a philosophical kind of creature to deal with, more than just one you normally attack.
We'll get into that one too. There's some more of those in here.
Oh yeah. There's one I really like that's later on. I think it might be in Aratu Monsters. It might be a different one. I can't remember, but
got Aratu Monsters right here, and they all fit on one page.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's not the Aratu Monster then. But yeah.
Glass spiders are classic. I've been seeing those pop up in a lot of OSR modules recently.
Mm-hmm.
I know some of the they pop up in one of the I forget the author's name, but it's the kind of real spaghetti western looking, like, towers that fall down into the...
Oh god, was that the one with the purple
desert
cover?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh
that
fuck,
one.
is it like Crystal Frontiers or something?
Yeah, it's the Crystal Frontier is the more recent one that he put out.
Okay,
it's the same setting, but yeah, they're in the other module for that.
That makes sense.
And, like, they're kind of scary because it's like they're venomous, but then also it's like they're like fucking made of glass. So imagine that shit breaking off inside.
Yep, not fun. The snow fungus one was the one I liked. Maybe it's because I'm Canadian, but that one terrifies me. That one's just like a horrifying, like, basically just a creature you can't fucking really detect because it looks just like snow, and it just drinks blood, like, to get fed. But it has, like, when a victim is found, razor sharp tendrils of ice erupt from the snow to pierce the prey and absorb its blood with a vampiric hunger. If no prey can be found for quite some time, the snow fungus will go dormant for years on end, awakening with the approach of a living heat source. But yeah, that's fucking that is a horrifying prospect.
Yeah, this is like a playing on the idea, right, of like permafrost melting and releasing diseases
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Okay,
That was
interesting.
the
Yeah.
that was the premise of some horror movie. Spoilers. I forget what it was. That it turns out it was disease. That was the monster.
Yeah. Ugh.
Scorpion leeches is just kind of gross. I mean, it's what it is. What it says. Dog-sized scorpion that'll also try to fucking leech off of you.
Yeah. Pretty fun stuff. Screamer
Screamer
tree?
trees are what are they called? What's the name of them? Like those traditional D&D monster. It's like a fungus and it just yells. Shriekers. Yeah.
I've never heard of those. So that's the Aratu monsters, or some of them
Wiggler
actually.
dogs. We like
Yeah.
two more, which is the Wiggler dog. It's kind of neat. It does like a dog with like a jellyfish mane, kind
Yeah.
of.
Yeah, those
And then
ones
the
were
worm
cool.
ridden are disgusting.
I found the Wiggler dogs also. I hate the term Wiggler dog as well. Actually, the Wiggler dog
I
is
don't
just
like
like
it, yeah.
ew. Like you're my little Wiggler dog. What's the wormer? Is that just? I think I read through these ones.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
parasitic
Okay.
zombieism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Classic gross
The
shit.
Except it's not like little worms. It's a foot-long eyeless white worm that'll
Yeah.
get into you and control you. Yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah, it's disgusting. I'm not a fan.
It eats your brain and then pilots your corpse.
Yeah. Moving on to the Blighted, though. The Antinum or Antinum, that one is just so funny to me because I think it can be used really well. But it just made me think of that Robin Hood meme where it's like, I steal from the rich and give to the poor, and he gives it like to the poor guy, and the guy's like, thanks, now I'm rich. And he's like, you're what? And like that's what these are, where it's just like they're all about like the rebellion and like tearing down those things. I think it says like once they've torn down whatever thing they're against and like the next one rises up, they'll just go and tear that one down too. Or even if it was like on their side, even if they helped out whoever like they're just like rebellious by nature. And it's again another one of those ones that looks like a baseline human.
That could be, yeah, the like potential for that in a campaign is very high.
Yeah. Especially like in like I could see that being in like the Scarlet Princes. I could see that being somebody who's taken over somebody's place or is moving up in the world. And just as they tear something down and they help something else rise up, they'll just fucking keep doing that. But yeah, they're pretty fun. This just made me laugh that they're just honestly pure chaos. They're chaos in a way that actually like makes sense to me. That I like. What about you? Anything? This one has a lot. I feel like there's a few we can probably skip, like ghouls and giants, unless you have anything you want to say on those ones. But there's a lot of...
I mean, all of these have nice little like tweaks on the traditional stuff, like the changelings, like, but there's some little things that make them.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not pushing us along too much. It's more just that like some of these are like, I get what this is, and then like there's nothing like really, I don't know, nothing that spoke out to me that I found crazy. The Maw Ogres for such a basic,
they're gross.
Yeah, like because Maw Ogres usually like that's usually just a term, but like having them like in this way, I was like, oh, just like literally like giant mouths that go down to the floor and just like constantly eating. I thought it was really, really, really evocative.
Chawi are kind of interesting. They're like supernaturally gifted sorcerers, but then as they become more powerful, all that they care about is becoming more powerful.
Yeah.
And so they're kind of a play on like your superhero that just figures out that like, well, the only thing that really matters is me being really strong. So fuck everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your companions are cool. They're like they like love you and will support you, but they also rely on your life force to stay alive.
Yeah. Yeah, those ones are classic. I like those ones quite a bit. I feel like there's a lot of stuff to do with those, again, politically. Depending on who they are, if somebody in power has something like that going on, I think it's fun. What's the exclamation point man ones? I remember just
not men.
Yeah, I remember that just being a fun looking name, and I was like, what? Like, what is that?
Yeah, so their whole thing is they're pea zombies, like philosophical zombies, where it's like, what if somebody is not sapient but behaves as if they are? Which is an interesting thought, right? As there's a reason that people have thought about philosophical zombies as like a concept.
Yeah.
I don't really know how you would use these in the game.
Yeah.
It's interesting because they are, because they don't actually, they're not sapient or sentient. They are just like perfectly capable of looking like they're sapient or sentient and behaving like it, but are otherwise just people, but maybe a little more vindictive than normal people and
Just
like
a
want to
bunch of
take
basic
over.
bitches.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, but you like can't mind read them or anything because they're not sentient. So it could be an interesting thing where it's like they're just inscrutable.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess that in itself could, I guess, just be sort of a fun kind of creepy, like my mind reading for some reason is not working on this guy. What's going on? Is he like a powerful wizard like secretly? And nope, he
Right.
just like he's essentially a human computer where he's just like because they're kind of like what, like learning AI basically, where it seems like they're using past things to make new choices. It seems like it says.
I mean, that's just how people work, right?
That's the thing,
Like,
right? So it's like I don't know.
because it's the whole thing was they were created because there was a society that wanted slaves, but they were like, oh, it's unethical to have sapient slaves.
Yeah.
These are just perfect replicas of sapient slaves without actually possessing sapience.
Yeah.
Because of course it raises the question, like, well, then what is sapience?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
This is
But it's funny because it's like the simulation was too good, and they did exactly what you would think people in that situation would do. They fucking formed a rebellion.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, those are cool.
I think there's like obviously like giants, deep folk who are like deep underground kind of troglodyte guys. But again, they're people. They're just people who were adapted to live very deep underground. So you can do a lot with that flavor.
Totally.
Like. I think the other one we're talking about in this is the Flayer. And that's a curse that gets embedded in like a lineage of people. And it will manifest along the bloodline. Some people can suppress the curse for their entire lives and go without knowing it. But at some point, you can undergo a situation that just makes you feel helpless or like, like just despondent. And then suddenly you're like, you gain an irrational conviction that there's something better within you. And it's like, oh yeah, you can really gain some inner strength. No, physically within you. They then flay their own skin off. And like, because that's like, oh, this is the beautiful me that's inside me.
Oh my God.
And so they literally flay themselves bare, and then they go, because it's the rational compulsion that makes them better.
Yeah.
And then they go, I feel so much better. This is who I was supposed to be. Other people need to understand that this is how they should be. As they fucking flay people, which murders them.
Oh my God. Yeah, I saw that at the end there where it's like flensing them in an attempt to give them the gift they received. That's like weirdly wholesome, but also horrifyingly creepy and really fucked up.
There's also, the small wrinkle that they can endlessly generate psychic knives.
Oh my God. So these guys are basically just like the fucking like Cenobites from fucking Hellraiser, where it's just like we have such sights to show you.
They don't want to kill you.
No.
Yeah.
No, they're like, no, we want to show you.
From Hellraiser and the Queen of Blades from it's a short comic that I read the other week. Where like it's like it says like what they'll do is they'll like cut your tendons and like nick non-vital arteries so you can't move, and then they'll flay you because it'll be so much better if you didn't have it.
Oh man, that is fun. I like those a lot. That's really fun, fucked up, and I love it. That's horrifying. I could definitely see myself playing those in terms of like as an NPC for the characters to deal with. Very much up my alley.
We got Dangerous Beasts are next. I don't know how many of these are worth really getting into. They're all kind of interesting and evocative. I like war roaches. I just think that's a fun idea that you would breed riding roaches.
Yeah, that's disgusting. The one I not even really want to talk about, just one I want to mention. That's the next one. No, there's not really much here. These all seemed like classic, let's mix some different things together, and it works. Yeah, the War Roach, that is really fun, and also, fuck that. That actually, I wonder if that will come in handy for when Reach the Roach God comes out finally. I wonder if there's any way that could be used as a stat block for that, depending on what they have stat out in that game. No, I don't really have much to say on that part. For the sea monsters, though, just want to honorable mention, Kraken Shrimp, fuck that, okay? Fuck that. A dread horror of the coastal seas, the Kraken Shrimp is a monstrous entity that averages 50 feet from mandibles to tail fin and 20 in breadth. I do not, like, okay, so, like, I've been out, like, I've done, like, whale watching, been out to sea, and, like, even whales that are, like, nice and, like, they're majestic, there's still this human fear of being out in your not environment and seeing something so big, a giant shadow come underneath the water. If that fucking thing was a giant kraken shrimp that wants to fucking eat me, oh my god, I would never got to see again if I saw that. Like, shrimp are such a creepy looking creature that I think are underutilized in fantasy games. And that was just like, ugh.
Yeah. Plus, those guys are like the fucking dragon turtle of this game.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah, they will fuck you up.
Yeah.
Like, you need like a warship to fight one of these, and you might lose.
Yeah, it says its prey is whale. Like, it eats whales. Like that's
Yeah.
Oh man, no, I not a fan of that. And I could even see you perhaps customizing it a bit and doing that thing. You know those shrimp that have that like those shrimps that have like the gunshot, like the
pistol shrimp.
Pistol shrimp. Imagine doing like that, but like with one of these, a giant like ball of pressure just hitting a ship. Yeah, no, I just want to mention those ones because I was like, oh, don't like that at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it, but I don't.
Yeah, I like the description of the Clippermen as well because they're gross sounding.
Oh, like, yes, yeah. I remember seeing those guys.
They remind me of something from like Pirates of the Caribbean, like some particularly nasty member of like Davy Jones' crew, right?
Yeah.
Where it's just like, ew.
Yeah.
They're all like, mentioned as like they don't really have a standard shape. They have like 6 limbs.
Yeah, they're all just weird crab creatures. I think for the same reasons the Kraken shrimp, I like that. I mean, crabs are used a lot, but spiders are often so used, and crabs are kind of like the spiders of the sea a little bit. So I think you could use a lot of the similar kind of phobias on spiders with crabs. Because there's also that lack of humanity aspect to them with their weird stocky eyes. So having that uncanny valley of a weird human-y crab creature, I think is a good combination.
They're just also I'm like, oh, I'd have so much fun with these being gross as shit.
Yeah, totally.
Host hulks are also cool. Like it is a whole ship that has been taken over by some parasitic sea creature.
Oh,
like,
nice,
including all of the crew.
That's cool.
Yeah,
that is really cool.
Sea Titans are, I mean, it's what it sounds like. They could be interesting if you have some cool ideas. These remind me of the something from Book of the New Sun as well.
I like that it's showing a spiteful malice towards humanity and resenting their intrusion upon the sea. I like that a lot. That's I don't know how that would necessarily show to the players, but I think having that level of like personality of literally being spiteful towards these encroaching humans as a parasite, I think is a nice little touch.
Yeah, I like also the end here. While some rash diplomats have managed to make bargains with the Titans, they can be trusted to keep them only so long as it amuses them, and their sense of humor is exceedingly red and bloody.
That's great.
Oh man, you also have the last two. The Weaver eel is just gross. It's a wolf-sized lobster-legged eel that secretes sticky mucus.
Yeah, not fun.
No, and then the Yoon, cross between a crocodile and an anteater that can spit a deadly thin stream of water and sand. So it's pretty much a water cutter.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's really awesome in terms of like especially like attacking ships or seeing that be done to a person, like an NPC in front of the players, or to the players themselves, getting like an arm cut off.
Ugh, I don't like that. Yeah.
Oh man, I think I skipped over the undead are cool, but I think I read through them, and then when I did my second sort of check, I think I skipped some of these guys, but there were some really cool ones I remember.
Yeah. Blessed Dead can be interesting, which is like your kind of chosen undead for like a religion or a cause where they're actually like intelligent and more than just your normal undead. Can be a cool twist in some circumstances.
Yeah. I do like that he has these here that they're not all just weird. I think the weird ones are really good, but I think just having the stats for stuff like giants and like other ones and then still give them that twist of why they're different here, I think is good.
Yeah, bone partisans are fun. They're kind of similar to that other enemy where it's like they just have a cause and they're kind of still intelligent, except like, they're muddied because they're undead. Where they'll just try to further that cause, and unless you do a particular thing, they just keep reforming and trying to do the thing.
That is fun. Yeah, I like that.
You get rules for elementals here, which are always good.
Why are those in the undead section?
Undead and
Oh,
spirits.
undead and
is the
spirits. Okay,
section.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was like, huh, but yeah, that's always good. Elementals seem like such a perfect thing to have in this world. They're just perfectly both a sciencey and magic-y thing, so they work really well in so many different places. There was the Skull Knight. I'm skipping ahead a little bit here. If you have any the ones you're looking
Yeah,
at
yeah.
past, that's good. But Skull Knights are cool. They're essentially, I think, like Death Knights to an extent. But I do think they were a little bit different if I'm trying to remember. They have some extra abilities that make them interesting, I believe. But just classic fucking super armored up enemy with a skull, and just could be a fun sort of more martial undead character to go along with the Lich right next to it, or perhaps another wizard
Yeah.
like the Copper Wizard, for example. That'd be a fun combo.
Yeah, Skull Knight is really more like a Death Knight.
Yeah,
Like the scary original D&D
yeah,
Death Knights,
yeah,
where it's like, don't fuck with that.
yeah.
It's nice to see like a normal Lich statted up because, in the core book, they were mostly like, I mean, the Lich might be an Imperator. That's like the classic thing.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's good to have these classic ones here just so that people can have them to easily take as the base.
That's pretty much all I have to say. I mean,
Yeah,
that'll be the end of the monsters. We can move into our home stretch here with the remaining rules.
Yeah.
New rules.
Yeah, I think
and,
the next like 40 pages basically.
Yep, and then talk about the character tags, which, despite the fact that we're going to talk about them last, are one of the things I was most excited about for this book.
Yeah, but yeah, no, as you know, Jack, I tend to not look at stuff until it's done. So when I learned last week that there was low and no magic rules for this, I was so excited because I was already thinking about how I need to do that because I've been recently getting into the whole Harn world stuff, which is all low to no magic pretty much. And I was like, I definitely want to use Worlds Without Number because their systems they have, I won't get into that stuff, but their systems are crunchy as fuck, and their books are made to be agnostic, so you can use whatever you want. I was like, Worlds Without Number is gonna be my go-to. So these new rules are gonna be perfect for that. So I guess we can start with those and then just move our way down throughout because there is so much cool stuff in this section.
Yeah. So yeah, we have the low and no magic rules, some other optional grab bag rules, primitive firearms rules, mundane alchemy, which I actually was surprisingly interested in.
I loved it. I thought it was really cool. Yeah.
New character classes and new foci, and then the last thing obviously is the character tags.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. What's funny too is that what I like about the low magic and no magic stuff. What I like about them is that they seem pretty obvious for what you would do. Like when I was thinking about how I was gonna make Worlds Without Number low magic, this was essentially what I was gonna do. So I mean, starting with the no magic stuff, it's pretty obvious. No mages or partial mages, obviously. And same with the other classes like the Vowed or Kistian Duelists. So it usually means only warriors, experts, and those kinds. No magic items, elixirs, calyxes, or is it calyxes? What are calyxes, by the way?
I say calyx. Calyx is it's a scroll. It's what stands in for the traditional spell scroll.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so masterwork equipment is as good as it gets. It says equipment mods exist, but only ones that can be explained by wholly mundane craftsmanship and materials. So I have not looked at the equipment mods rules in the core book. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so they're kind of what they sound like, where there is a feat that makes them easier to do, but if you have craft, you can just generically maintain some number of mods, or you spend some money and you usually have to use something called like Ancient Salvage, which is like a nebulous, thing you can give your players, where it's like, some, I don't know, glob of ancient technology or something. However, it's purposefully nebulous, just to whatever fits. But then there's a list of modifications you can make to your weapon that change how they work. I have the base rulebook open here.
Okay.
I will pull out one or two. Yeah, like I said, based on what your level of skill is, you can maintain a number of them.
Yeah.
Each day, so you can improve like not just your own, but potentially your party members' weapons as well, without needing to like go find magic weapons to get better ones.
That's really cool. Okay, I like that a lot.
Modifying customized equipment. Here you go. Yeah, the artisan focus is the one that makes you better at it. So it gives you some examples, but obviously you're welcome to make whatever else you want.
Yeah.
Where it's like Arrow Storm, a bow or other projectile weapon automatically generates its own ammunition, albeit they vanish around after firing. Obviously, that one would be one that wouldn't make sense in a no magic campaign.
Yeah.
Though you could, go like, oh, it's a like Chukonu, right? Like a repeating crossbow or something. You could reflavor that a bit.
Totally. Yeah.
Assassin's Trinket, one-handed weapon is modified to adopt the shape of some item of jewelry or adornment and can be shifted as an on-turn action, so it's undetectable normally. Harmonized Aegis, which makes you, if you, as long as you coordinate beforehand, you're immune to the harmful spells from one ally.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because
So
normally in this game, there's no what is it? Select what's that sorcery? It's some ability in 5e
yeah,
that doesn't affect your allies,
yeah,
fucking fireballing them. Yeah, it's stuff like that.
yeah.
It's pretty cool stuff. Like
Sounds
just gives
good.
a lot of flexibility to just not just have this list of baseline like armors and
Yeah.
weapons.
So any of the ones you could reflavor or the mundane ones that work fine are totally allowed, but any of the arcane ones or the ones that are just out there. I think the one that stops you from getting hit by magical attacks by allies obviously just would not have a use in a no magic setting.
Right,
Um,
right.
the other thing too it gets rid of is no foci that are explicitly supernatural in effects, such as Nullifier, Lucky, Spirit Familiar, or even some unique gifts or Xenoblade, depending. And the second level of some foci as well, like Authority, Gifted Chirurgeon, Impervious Defense, Die Hard, or Dealmaker may be too unrealistic. Because the other thing too is that it's no magic, but it's also kind of like not simulationist, but it's definitely going for a more brutal kind of no magic and also it's more brutal. In my notes for the slow healing, I just have in all caps mean in my notes. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god, these are so mean. I think personally the no magic is probably too far for what I would want to run for a lot of stuff. I would do it for some things, but in general, I think the low magic stuff is more where I would sit, I find.
Yeah, I like that this is so this is a general thought, I guess. I do like how this is presented,
Mm-hmm.
where instead of going like take out the magic, he's like do X. I think X, Y, and Z is a good way to accomplish
Yeah.
this. And then at the end, it's like, hey, you might also want to throw in slow healing and maiming wounds or more system strain if that
Yeah.
fits you better.
Yeah.
Which I think just kind of again like highlights the fact that he's like, I'm giving you a toolbox. You use the tools you want to use. So you have to
Yeah.
you want to get.
Well, it's the other thing
Like you
too.
could totally add,
Yep.
end up somewhere in between low and no magic.
Yeah,
If you
exactly.
think that's what's going to work for your game.
Or even still have normal magic and then still add in those system strain rules and everything else where it's like you just want more like a brutal, like a hardcore mode that you just turn on. And I think that's also a cool way to do it. Yeah. And yeah, and the low magic stuff is interesting. There's a bit of a longer thing because that would need just a little bit more tweaking because you're not just cutting out permanently magic. I do like the no full mages or dual partial spellcasters. That makes total sense to me. Partial mage class is going to be taken by adventurers, where their other class needs to be expert or warrior. And oh yeah, we'll get into it a bit. I love the wise class. The wise class to make up, cool. Like, because that's one thing where it's like you can't have a mage, but you still want a mage-like character to fit that archetype. You know, I was like, that's perfect. I would love to use that. And I also like that it says do not use the wise class outside of normal, like outside of like low magic and no magic games,
because it'll be trash.
Yeah,
otherwise.
Yeah,
like,
it's totally
overshadowed by actual wizards.
Exactly. Usual stuff. No healers or easy magic healing, all that sort of stuff. Optionally, no magic using partial mage classes aside from spellcasters. Some settings have room for a human wizard, but not for shapeshifters, beastmasters, mentalists, etc. Yeah, and equipment mods like we just went through. Some you might allow, some you might not, depending on how out there they are. No workings, which is like those just the big sort of magical things that can be gigantic stuff from like heating an entire region to like just a defense system. No magic item creation by PCs, which is an interesting one. I think is a very good one to point out. And I think that's one you really want to point out early on to PCs, because some players who might have just gone through the normal book might be like, oh, well, at least I can make these later on to, you know, be stronger. And it's like, no, you're not going to be allowed to do that because that is way too much magic being added to the world that I don't want. No spell research, and no foci that are too overtly magical for that setting by the GM's judgment. So those are all rules that I basically wrote out in my head before this book came out of like how I would do a low magic setting when I want to think about Harn stuff. So having it just laid out here is just really, really nice. And adding the wise one, the wise class makes up for the exact problem. I was like, how am I going to make it like a class that's fun? Because I don't want everybody being warriors and experts in my game. I want them to, you know, feel different, have a little stuff. And the wise class completely makes up for that, which we'll get to once we get to the classes.
Yeah, like again, I like this is kind of a recipe sheet for how to make your game this way. You could totally just tweak things as you want, add in some more optional rules, get rid of some of these to fit your setting. Like these rules as default, the low magic ones, kind of make me think Lord of the Rings.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, because like this stuff exists, but you mostly can't do it.
No.
Like, yeah, you're not fucking forging a magic sword as like a member of the Fellowship of the Ring.
Yeah, and
an elf might be able to do it for you. But
yeah,
you fucking can't.
And if you have it, you might be a super huge target on your back just by having a really powerful magic item. You might have one of those that's really powerful, but it's like, this is the only one here. And if you fucking use this in a city like an idiot, like a lot of people are gonna be like, whoa, what the hell?
Yeah, look how many fucking swords and shit get lost in those movies because
Yeah.
someone gets murdered in the middle of a battle really ignominiously.
Exactly. Which is almost always a scene I usually like, where I just think it's like a fun sort of dramatic irony for that character.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I love these. I love these rules. Like I said, they're like a little recipe sheet. They're not. They just make sense. They just to quote the great Todd Howard, they just work. But but they just like yeah. You don't need too much, and you don't need to like completely overhaul the system to make it work. Which I think is perfect. Oh, and also I guess following to that, we should talk about the dry lands, which is the next section.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if you want to talk about. I've been talking a bit, so I don't know if you want to talk about these.
Yeah, I think can be pretty brief on that one. Oh, I will say, as like one last coda to the low and no magic rules, is I think they also speak to how compartmentalized a lot of the systems within Worlds Without Number are. That you can just say in a line, remove these things, and it doesn't require 14 different like specific penalties or bonuses to like be tweaked because of that. I really like that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Yeah, so dry lands are just kind of no magic zones.
Yeah.
In this case, they're specifically referring to regions of the latter Earth where magic doesn't work. I kind of like this as like an ability to switch that up a little bit or impose, lower no magic rules on your party for a little bit. Obviously, you want to be careful with these because the last thing you want to do is take away all your spellcasters' toys and leave them.
Yep, that's what I was gonna say too. You really gotta know your group. Some people will literally claim that this is like against their character agency, that you're just taking away all this stuff. But like a good group could see it as just a big problem they have to deal with, like in the moment.
Yeah. And it can also be used as a resource because there are some mechanical things in here that could really help the party situationally, like how magical beings or particularly blessed or cursed beings straight up can't exist in these areas.
Yep.
Like if you draw some magical creature in here, it's going to start taking damage every round because it can't function.
Yeah.
Which is like, you could think of like setting up an ambush or luring some like horrific beast into these dry lands and then like bleeding it out because it can't survive without
totally magic. Or like even like a Band of Blades kind of setup where you're getting away from magical creatures and this is like the stronghold and it's not even like, it's just farmland, but magic creatures can't enter it, and that could be really fun. Right. Like we just have to get back to that place and then we'll be okay for like the time being. And that could also be fun too. That could be a fun way to flip it. Like you said, you gotta really be careful with this. This could end up becoming a really satisfying, or like how long you spend here could be a real problem if you spend way too much time here. If you do have like two magic characters or even just one magic character who's like, yeah, it was kind of interesting at first seeing how the turntables when it comes to the warrior now having a lot more power in the party because he can just push me out a little bit more, but now I'm kind of feeling like I can't really do much because most of my skills have been put into my casting, and it's like it was fun at first, but now it's really, really dragging out like pacing wise that we're still here.
Yeah, I do like the last paragraph in this because it calls out something that is implicit, I believe, but not explicit about the book, about the setting, which is that one of the reasons everyone heals so quickly is because of the legacy. Like the reason that your characters aren't getting mortally wounded all the fucking time by taking hit point damage is because the legacy goes like, okay, yeah, you're gonna heal whatever one level hit points per night.
That's actually really interesting. I like that. I love that sort of stuff where like the tying in mechanics into a world reason if you want to. That's fun.
It's clever and it's not intrusive. And so it also gives you the option, the dry lands, to include the slow healing or maiming wounds rules. Yeah. As the magic of the legacy is twisted and doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
So,
which could actually be a fun way.
Inject, if you wanted to inject some of that like gritty gameplay back in temporarily, you could totally institute a dry land that allows magic but fucks with the healing. Yeah,
and also to go off what you're saying in terms of like an ambush for a creature and that sort of stuff, if they get really messed up in that fight and now they're in the dry lands, they're like, yeah, we're safe, but like we actually need to go find a doctor somewhere because while we're here, our wounds are not healing the way we want them to, or like we're taking way too long and we are on like a timeline. So you could add some extra complications too with that, which I think is
they gotta like seek out a mundane doctor because they're all fucked up.
Yeah, it's a fucking sawbones. Like, sorry, you gotta lose your leg there, bud.
Yeah, and it does actually gives potential to use any of the rules on the following pages, which are just these kind of grab bag of optional rules provided. Pretty natural transition there, which include slow healing, So instead of it's level hit points per night or hit dice hit points per night normally is what you heal as long as you're somewhere safe
Yeah.
and you're not staying up all night. Um, yeah, it says like most hit point loss is still assumed to be superficial, but mortally wounded characters are fucked up. So
Yep.
normally mortally wounded, what happens? You drop to 0 hit points. Somebody's got to stabilize you within 5 or 6 turns, and then you're frail for either a week or until you can receive magical healing, which means that if you get dropped to 0 again while you're frail, you die.
You die.
No
Yep.
save. In this case, if you get mortally wounded, you immediately roll 3 physical saving throws. And depending on the number of successes, something different happens.
Yep.
If you get 3, if you get all of them, if you succeed every single saving throw, you're frail for a week like you would normally be in the base game. 2, 1 permanent system strain. So you permanently are lowering your cap, or I guess raising your floor of system strain for the rest of the game. And there is no normal way to get rid of that. And you're frail for a month of in-game time. Only 1 success, 2 system strain, and you're frail for a month. If you fail all of them, you die in 12 hours.
Yeah, in 1d12 hours. Yeah, exactly. This is why I just wrote mean next to that, because it's perfect for this, for if you want that really brutal stuff. But holy shit, already in base Worlds Without Number, I think players are pretty antsy about getting themselves into fights because you can lose with stuff like shock damage and just the horrifying creatures we already covered. Like, you throw these rules in, and I could also see the issue of players getting too antsy about getting the stuff, but I think if that's what your players want, that's what your group wants, this is really good rules for, like, oh my god, what a brutal, horrible world we live in. So I think that's good for that. But
yeah, and you can like a physician can still give you a reroll with a
difficulty 10,
which I like. It's not easy.
And an hour of work, difficulty 10 an hour work, like that you need a good physician, and like that oof, like it.
Yeah, and that's a reroll. You don't get a pass, you get a chance to do it.
Yep.
And you can only do that 1 time.
Oh my god, yeah. No, it is no joke, and I love it. Like, because I do like that it is like, oh, if you want this, all right, here's the fucking rules about just if you want a real brutal world. And I think the maiming wounds goes into this pretty well as well. In conjunction with the slow healing. Yeah, when a character is mortally wounded, they need to make a physical saving throw. If they succeed at it, they avoid permanent maiming. If they fail, they roll on the table below. 12 is no lasting penalties. 11 is a lung injury. 10 is mental trauma. Like, and these are all like losing points of constitution, wisdom. Mostly deaf, can manage conversations, but no listening checks. Leg loss, move reduced to 1/3 with prosthesis. Whole arm is gone
without a prosthesis. Yeah. I like arm loss.
Yeah,
the whole arm is gone.
Yep.
Do with that what you will.
Yeah. I love the final one, which is just death blow. No one could survive that, which is just like great. I love that. Wonderful. But yeah, no, that's some good stuff. Same thing. You can get a physician to try and help with that to an extent. But it's still a hard fucking check. And this really is like, oh, you really want to do this? Okay.
Yeah, the next one is pacifist magic, which is just that no like hit point dealing spells exist or arts. That seems more like almost like Wolves of Gaudy, where it's like you're doing more like it's whatever, like ritual kind of magic, or like, you know, it's purely like healing stuff or whatever.
I also like this as a cultural thing, because I could see this being a culture in the world that you could meet that is only doing pacifist magic. So even if you didn't want to include it as like a base thing for the entire world, you could have like a city or like a nation or just somewhere that has like that's like their deal, that they're all about just pacifist magic. Not that they're necessarily pacifist, maybe they just have only unlocked or have only been able to keep the scraps of their history that is like the healer part of it.
And then the other one is slow magic, which is just because usually a spell takes a main action to cast.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
This is the caster's next round.
They start at the next round.
Yeah.
And if you get interrupted in the meantime, it fails.
Yep.
You can't swift cast or hang sorcery, so you can't get around it either.
Yep. No, that can be pretty brutal. And of course the more system strain, which is just you adding more system strain.
This is a common house rule for other stuff. Like, if you can't think of a good consequence for something, give them more system strain.
Yeah, that's a good penalty, because you're not lowering their stats, you're not making their HP necessarily lower, but just their like actual physical body in a different stat is just over time being decayed, which I think is good.
Yeah, and I think these rules could be interesting even in a higher power game because like this says like it doesn't really fit the kind of pulp heroic
Hmm.
idiom of the base game because it with this specific implementation, it's that after every combat, if you ever every saving throw or any scene of danger or exertion, privation, whatever, um, and hold on, yeah, you gain a system strain. So you get one after every combat, no matter what. If you make a saving throw, you get so like you're gonna build up system strain and hit that max really fast. And for
Yeah.
those people unfamiliar with how the system strain rules work, you get one back per day. There is nothing that can change that.
Hmm.
If you are asleep somewhere safe that night, you reduce your system strain by one
Yep.
every night. So that's and if you a lot of abilities rely on the ability to use system strain. You can't really do magical healing without it. Like you're in a rough spot if you're maxed out on system strain.
I love system strain, and I think because of everything else that's so good with the system, I think it does get, I wouldn't say overlooked, but at least in my own conversations, it's something I don't often talk about, but it's such a good mechanic to add because, like I said, it's not you taking away HP or actual stats. It's a whole different stat that is like gonna go down over time in different ways, which can be fucked with, but it doesn't feel like you're totally hamstringing characters by making it lower. You
Right.
know what I mean? Which I like that a lot.
Yeah, and it takes like it takes some time to like add that into your mental repertoire of consequences.
Yes, totally.
Because obviously like taking damage or whatever, losing an item or something always, but like, oh right, this is a way that I can reduce player resources as a
Yeah.
consequence.
Well,
And it's very fun to play with once you're used
yes, and that was
to
one thing
actually doing
too.
that.
Because the temple of elemental evil thing I'm doing is like really my first foray into it on a long term scale. So there's a lot of stuff
Mhm.
I missed or messed up, and one of them was system strain, where I was like, oh shit, I need to keep track that like his characters have gone down or they got healing, and that system strain really matters. They only get one back a day because I was sort of kind of not paying close attention to it like I should have been, and I was like, oh, there's lots of healing in town, whatever else. But now that I've actually started paying attention to it, it does change the game quite a bit in terms of like how hardy people
Yeah.
are and how long they can last. So now Martin's finally taking days off from going out and doing stuff because like his characters have started losing a little bit of system strain over time. But yeah, it's a really good mechanic that I've really come to appreciate over time.
Yeah, and the big thing too about like forcing them to take days off is then it gives you as the GM the ability to advance situations that are
Yes.
happening and push the
Which is
plot.
exactly what
And
happened last time when Homlet got raided by a bunch of forces. Where I was like, yeah, you were chilling out because you're like, he's literally like, oh, we're gonna wait for a few days because I gotta get my stuff back up, and I know something's coming, and then it came, and it was like, oh god, it was a really good thing because of what you just said, where it's like, yeah, just things move forward while you're putting your feet up. But yeah, I guess we'll move on to primitive firearms. I don't really have much to say on this. Because I didn't really look at these all
good
that much.
implementation.
Yeah, it's
I
you
mean,
want guns your system, you got
guns.
guns your system, and you got like a
Yeah,
good list of them. You got the Ondaatse Hurlins, which are the ones I was mentioning earlier. So you have like actual like rifle muskets, repeating rifles, flintlock pistols, derringer, wheel gun, scatter gun.
yeah. I like that these are split up where like the Ondasi Hurlins are things that will exist in the latter Earth.
Yes.
But then the actual primitive firearms like list
Yeah.
is a pretty wide spread of
Mm-hmm.
like guns,
Yeah.
right? Like, I mean, fucking an arquebus or a handgun,
Yeah.
like fucking shit from like the early Middle Ages versus like a repeating rifle.
Yeah.
So it's nice. You can, if you want to have like, I mean, an arquebus is like really not a very wieldy weapon. Like you're probably
No.
sitting there putting it on like a fucking
Yeah.
pole.
No, you
and
you
firing
you
it.
fire that and then you get your fucking spear out because you're not firing that
Right.
again for this combat.
Yeah, because the guns that exist to begin with are pretty much just muskets. Like
Yeah.
they're single shotguns. So these are if you want to like take it a little bit above that to like a fair amount above that, you
Yeah.
got options here, which is nice.
And I mean the just the tone you're gonna get with a wheel gun versus a musket, it's just like
Right.
it helps you set what level technology you want, which is very similar to Stars Outnumber, which has this certain tech levels from like pre-industrial all the way to like super futuristic sci-fi shit. So
Right.
that's pretty much everything on guns. All looks fun to me.
Alchemy.
Yes,
Mundane
this is a
alchemy.
cool one. You can go ahead, Wizard. I'm sure you actually know this probably better than I do.
Yeah, this is actually I had not read these rules until today, and I was pleasantly surprised. So alchemist isn't a class or a partial class. It's literally just a focus. It's a
Mm-hmm.
two level focus, um, which I think is really cool.
Yep.
Because I mean, you could use this in a low or no magic game. I think it would fit pretty well. Maybe not a no magic game.
Yeah. But
Probably have
low
to cut
magic for
down things
sure.
a little bit. Yeah. Though, like a lot of these are like, okay, yeah. I mean, that's like a thing you could make in real life.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it lets you make, what you would think, like acid or like blinding paste, itching dust.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you could really play like fucking medieval Batman with some of these
Yep.
things.
Yeah, there's inflammable oil and yeah. Just,
Yeah. And those are the lesser works. There are like greater
yes.
ones, like yeah, aqueous solvent, which is like fucking aquavit or whatever. That's like, oh,
Yeah.
this will melt like anything more or less. Yeah, lethal poison, sleeping
Unquenchable flame.
powders.
Yeah, you got some
Yeah.
crazy stuff to work with here. Um,
And while a focus is a pretty big commitment of resources, it's not like you would then need to shape your entire character around being an alchemist.
no.
So this really gives you the ability to call almost like it's like a quarter class almost that you could spend some of your resources to get into.
Yeah.
And I like how it's just like you need a laboratory to do it, and then there's like rules for like how much space you need for it and like how small you could pack it into, which I think is
Yeah.
really fun. The idea that your party's followed by fucking like 10 mules that are carrying all your shit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and like it has all the cost, it has the time, which is what you'd have for these things. And I think you really touched on why it works. I didn't even realize until you said, but the fact that it's a focus and not a class, because I was showing this stuff to Steve because he loves this sort of stuff, and the Shadow of the Demon Lord Alchemist, he was telling me fucking sucks. Like everything you put into it, just what you get back from it, just isn't worth the level price. But a level or two levels into the Alchemist focus, I think is totally worth it, especially if you're working with other stuff as an expert, like in other things. So, because if you're an expert warrior at level 2, you have 4 foci already at your disposal. So
Yeah.
this is half of them, but you still can do other stuff as well, plus your usual things. So,
Actually 5, but we'll talk about that in a little bit.
oh, 5? Okay.
Potentially, there's
Depending on how
alternate
you
rule
do
that I'll
things.
talk about when it comes up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a house rule that I want to mention because it's very common. But
Okay.
it's not relevant yet, so I'll bring it up.
Sounds good. But yeah, no, the alchemy stuff looks great. And it looks very simple, which is also helpful. It doesn't like I was reading through it. I wasn't like, oh god, I have to do all these things to get this. It's like, no, it's just you do these. This is the cost of all these things, and that's how it works. And yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have anything else to really say about that.
No, yeah, I think we can move on to the classes.
Yeah.
There's 4 new classes in this.
And they're all fucking
Cursed.
cool.
They're all cool, yeah. Accursed, Bard, Mage Slayer, and Wise. I mean, we might as well just jump into them.
Yep.
Accursed is his take on a Warlock type
Yes.
caster. It's good. It's very
Yep.
good. I really like and you know what the wild thing about the Accursed is? Because I post and keep up with the
What's the number,
subreddit.
Discord?
I'm on the Discord. I'm not as active as I was before. It's because I haven't been running it.
All those things you said you can't take back, and they
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I'll do it forever until I become moderator and delete them. But no, I'm fairly active on the subreddit just because it's something to do while you're on the toilet every day.
Yeah.
But it was interesting because this was literally somebody like because Kevin posts snippets of this like all during the writing and development of it. And just because it's a good way to get feedback. Just post a 2-page snippet and people are like, oh, I like this. What about X? How would it interact with Y? And you can see in the next revision that he would have tweaked it and stuff. And somebody was like, hey, with all of these extra classes we're getting, because he was originally going to do an illusionist class. And it had some interesting stuff in it, but he just couldn't get it to work in a way that was like not a lot of GM fiat required.
Yeah.
And somebody was like, I'd love to see your take on a Warlock. And like the next day, he was like, here's a rough draft. And it's like 90% of this page.
That's amazing. Like, dude, that guy's crazy.
Someone just asked for it.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, sure. Yeah, whatever you say, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, these guys are the Accursed is your Warlock class. It's very, Warlock Sorcerer kind of. It could be either, I think, like, because it could be a pact with a god or some kind of lineage.
And there's so many gods in the setting that you could use and make up that would work so well for this.
Yeah, and you could flavor them how you want because a lot of the gods, even though they exist, are kind of ill-defined.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like it mentions like bright names of Ninth Lang, red gods of Sarks would count as that. People do all their sacrificial magic to get these godlike powers. And the Accursed is an entirely art-based magic class. So much like the healer or the I can't think of the monk class name, but that one, or some of the other optional classes, it's you don't get spells, you just get a bunch of arts.
Yeah.
And so you, as long as you have effort remaining, you can keep casting them. Um, and you get, it's a partial class, obviously. You get either a Cursed Blade or a Cursed Bolt, which is your fucking, what's your cantrip in 5e? I think what it's called. Eldritch Blast.
Yes.
It's that.
Yeah.
Except it can also be Eldritch Weapon, which is cool. I like that a lot.
Yeah, well, that's things that like a lot of this, because I've dealt with so many warlocks, because both my buddy Tim and Steve love warlocks, because in 5e they're the best one to really use for mixing and matching your classes to have really interesting fun stuff. And there's stuff like that, like making the Eldritch Blade and all those sort of things. So when I saw this, I was like, this is how I'll get my friends who are already down to do this stuff anyway, but I was like, this is a Cursed guy. I would absolutely be like, hey Tim, you want to play in my Rolls That Number game?
Yeah. And it's fun because like you can do a Cursed Bolt, which is just Eldritch Blast, where it's like you can launch a D8 projectile 200 feet every round. It doesn't even cost effort. You can just use it as your attack. You can't do it in melee, and you have to have both hands free. But like, still, yeah, you can make a D8 attack every turn.
Yeah, you can do it in melee with the -4 penalty, and
both hands free. It's harder, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's really tough. That is fun if you don't have a Cursed Blade, I guess. But yeah.
yeah, and you get either a Cursed Blade or Bolt for free as one of your first level, and you could take the other one if you wanted to, if you were really into that. And because like a Cursed Blade is like also, it unbinds melee from strength or dex, because you manifest a weapon, you add your magic to the damage dice, gets a decent shock, and then you can use magic as the attack skill instead of stab or whatever.
Yeah.
And the best of strength, dex, int, or charisma as your ability.
Oh my god. So
it covers a lot of the honestly, it covers some of the space of paladin as well.
Yes.
Holy weapon or something. So yeah, it's great. I mean, some of these other abilities are also great. I mean, Devil's Bargain as a main action, consecrate a deal you've made with an uncoerced person. If they violate the deal or its spirit, you'll instantly know and may inflict 1d6 damage per level on them.
Oh man, this is so great. I'm looking at so many of these. There's so many good ones. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's like 15 different arts you can take, and I mean you only get like 6.
Yeah.
Total 7.
That's a lot. What else? At certain levels. And also, this is you halving it with a different class, right? So you could
totally take it with a partial mage class. And get even more.
Yeah.
Raw Vitality is great. So you can once per scene, so once per battle, as an on-turn action, you can commit some effort, and if an enemy fails a physical save, they lose their main action for that turn, and you get it.
Oh my
you can act
god!
Twice, and they don't get to act at all.
Oh, that is so fucky.
Yeah.
Also, Tim said, "Tag me in, coach." When I mentioned the. Oh man,
a lot of these are really cool. I mean, you did a really good job with this class.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, the fact that you can mix with other stuff, I think you'll get you can do so many different builds with this one, and they're all pretty cool.
It also notes that foci that normally interact with mundane weapons also interact with a Cursed Blade or a Cursed Bolt. So you can still do I want to be like a sniper warlock.
Yeah.
Take Deadeye and a Cursed Bolt, and yeah, sure, fucking do it, dude.
Nice. Oh man, because we're gonna get into the martial foci later on too, and those being mixed with these could be really, really good. Yeah, they're real good.
Oh man, I love the Macaque One Night styles. They're so cool.
The Ghost Archer one I saw. I can't wait to talk about.
Manifest a spectral. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll get into those in a bit.
Let's get through the classes first.
Yeah, let's move on to the Bard here. I feel like you're more, these better than I do at this point because you've been going through them. So I'll let you, if you want to take over at any point, let me know. But you're welcome to.
Yeah, no, I like the Bard because again, it's a partial class. I think that's the way that he handles adding new classes is just being partials. I really like that.
I agree completely.
Because you're never tied entirely into that concept.
You also
always twist it.
you also aren't breaking between books because the half bard means you still need a mage expert warrior. So it's not like, oh, here's a third book where it's like a new kind of adventurer that has nothing to do with the
Right.
core book stuff, where it's just like you get into that sort of 3.5 kind of problem of like all these I know it's not going to happen with this book, with this series, but like that sort of thing
Yeah.
where you still have to tie back to the core book in some way, which I think is good.
Yeah, no, it's great, and I've mentioned it before elsewhere, but like I think it's a different take on what Shadow of the Demon Lord does, where it
Hmm.
wants to give you flexibility in how to develop your character.
Yeah.
Where like, yeah, you give a breadth, you can get a breadth as you start, and then tweak that left and right
Yes.
with your foci and arts and stuff, which is really
Yeah.
cool.
I've realized the design philosophy of both between this and Shadow of the Demon Lord is that you pick stuff and you're really good at that, but you're still human and you can die. And that's what's great
Yeah,
versus you becoming bloated kind of heroes that also you got to balance off the things you have. It's like, no, fuck the balance. But the balance is the fact
yeah,
that if I hit you 3 times with a fucking troll, you're fucking dead. That's my balance, you know?
yeah.
So it
No,
feels
it's
really
great.
satisfying to actually do stuff that you're supposed to do. Because I complain often to Steve about Mothership, and I hate, or at least back when I played Mothership, how I felt like I sucked at the stuff I was supposed to be good at, which I just really didn't like. I get it's gritty and horror and stuff, but you don't have to be a fucking buffoon to be scared, you know? But yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
And a lot of those games will like kind of rely or like fall back on like, oh, if it wasn't challenging, you shouldn't have rolled for it.
yeah.
And it's like, okay, but when I do something challenging, I have a 35% chance to
Yeah.
succeed. I'm dog shit at doing anything.
Exactly. And the idea of like failing forward is the backup. It shouldn't be your design philosophy on getting through scenarios. You shouldn't fall forward the entire fucking thing.
Succeeding 30% of the time just feels fucking bad.
Yeah, like that's fine for everything but the main thing you're supposed to be good at. But yeah.
Right. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Give me one. Please give me one
Yeah,
thing.
just
That's
one
like a
thing.
60. All right. So yeah, one thing I also will call out here before I forget it. I do like, and this is the case I believe for pretty much every partial class, is that he does always give like some thematic ideas of what partial mixed classes would be, which I really like.
Hmm.
Where it's like for the accursed, going back, the warlock partial class, it says like a partial warrior accursed might be a grim demonic warrior, a partial expert accursed might be a sinister tempter, while a partial mage accursed could be a sorcerer willing to pact with foul creatures for their powers. I really like that, giving you like a hey, here's an idea of how you could use this with every other major class,
Yeah.
all the other main classes. Like
Yeah.
that's great. We're like for bard, it's like a partial warrior bard might be a martial skald, a partial expert bard might be a light fingered troubadour.
Yeah.
Well, a partial mage bard might mix true magic with their artful performances. Like that's great. I love that.
Yeah, this is almost like how every nation had the adventuring in this X place. This is like just the quick like spark notes of the class, just like what's the benefits of doing that, and that's a good
Yeah.
little thing to have. Not that there's like that much on them, but there are a few pages of just all the different like abilities. So instead of having to go through the abilities, you can just sort of see what am I getting of doing this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And also, every partial class counts as one of the three main classes for purposes of some other things.
Yeah.
In this case, there are a lot of the foci we'll talk about are in this book specifically. It's doing class locked foci. There are very few of those in the base book. Only like 2 or 3 are actually locked to a class. So like the bard is an expert, a partial expert technically, but doesn't get bonus skill points or the bonus focus either at first level.
Yeah.
But the bard is cool because they're actually non-magic.
Yes.
They're a caster. They have the supernatural abilities, but they're not magical.
Yeah.
Like you get by default 1,000 tongues is what you get at first level, which is that any of your arts that require communication are automatically understood by anyone listening to them. And on top of that, you learn a new language with a week of study,
Yeah.
which is great.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah, and the bards are really. Let me check my notes really quick. It's really more of like a dedicated support class, and it has not just in combat. Like it has a lot of abilities to buff allies, and then talent for succeeding at non-combat challenges as well, which I really like. So
Yeah.
if you want a little more options, like a support that isn't just a healer, the Bard is a good option if you're one of those people who just like wants to give people buffs and bonuses and things.
For sure. And also, just going on the Thousand Tongues thing, is that I think if you do have a bard in your game and they get that base, I do think it would really benefit your game if you do make languages a part of your campaign, because then it just gives them a thing that the other characters don't have, which can make them feel more special, or make them feel like they have an actual benefit they got, that they might, they might not be as good of a fighter or this or that, but they have that extra thing that might be able to help them if you guys are moving around a lot in a campaign.
Right.
So I would definitely recommend, I think, making sure you use languages if you have a bard. You don't have to, but I think it would definitely... I think if I was playing a bard and I get that, I would like to be able to... It sucks having abilities that don't get used, because then part of you guy goes like, well, I wouldn't have gone with this if I had known, like, this never would have come up. I wouldn't have gone with this. I know this is more of a minor one, but still, this can add up to become bigger. But yeah, no, in terms of what you're saying about the buffs, I do like that there's a good amount of different ones you can pick that isn't all just about healing or anything like that.
Like you can give people rerolls for mental effects, so that they get ensorcelled or something. You can commit effort and be like, no, you get a reroll. Or like some of these are just passive buffs that you get, like Deft Fingers just gives you 2 more readied items or 2 more readied encumbrance, which is like you could have a lot. You have a lot of shit you can just grab off your belt, more or less.
Yeah, which are rules I do need to use more, because I totally I mean, I tend to only have people who are using their fucking sword and shield anyway, so it doesn't usually come up too much. But that could come up a lot depending on how you're doing stuff. The liberating song one is great. You're immune to mind or emotion controlling effects. You can commit effort for the scene as an instant action to Grand Ally. There was a monster we were talking about earlier that has mental effects to people. That could be really fun as the bard being. Especially if you're going for a more classic bard, if they're more of like a silly kind of person, or they're more like, just flamboyant, and then they have to get serious right now because all their friends are getting kind of like weird and acting strange and out of sorts, but they're safe.
Classic.
Yeah.
And there's like other just passives that I really like Soothing Graces, where you and your allies lose an extra point of system strain after each night's rest.
Ooh. Okay, nice. That's really important because we were talking earlier about system strain, how you can only lose 1 pretty much in any way possible. So this adds that extra reason. Wow, that's really good.
Yeah, and you can also straight up give yourself blind sight.
Oh, that's sick.
Which is fun too. Keen senses.
That's sick.
Yeah, but the rest of them are like various buffs and debuffs and stuff, which are fun.
That's great. I could see that. I could see playing a bard.
Yeah. He's done a good job of thing that the core book was already good at, which is that providing a lot of options that all seem good.
Yes.
Some of them are situationally good, but like there are very few of them where it's like, this sucks compared to a different thing I can do.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that might be a little more niche, but when that niche situation occurs, it's really, really fucking good.
Which is always such a good feeling as a player when that happens, and you're like, yeah, aren't you guys happy that I fucking prepared this thing?
Or that feeling where like, the GM is like, okay, no, you all have to like, sorry, you're making these saving throws at a -5, and you're like, nope, I don't have to make one. And they're like, oh yeah, you're right, you don't.
Yeah. No, I love that. That's so great. And honestly, I think, not gonna lie, I think it's hard to make bards satisfying overall. At least when I'm playing through, because I played through both 5e1's fine, but I remember looking at the Pathfinder one and not being like, it's fine. Like this just seems like simple and just gets the core and spirit of a bard, and I like that a lot.
You're not just in a lot of traditionally in like 3.5 and stuff. They were just skill monkeys. Like, you had a ton of skill points. Them
not being magical and them totally being based on their own skills is a level of, I don't know, it's that little twist that makes them more interesting to me somehow. And I guess that means you could also use them in a low magic or no magic setting too. If they're not magically based, then you have another class you can throw in there, because you tend to have to axe off a lot if you're going no magic, right? So this is one you can keep. But yeah, I guess we can move on to the Mage Slayer, which you actually have firsthand experience with, because one of your players is a Mage Slayer. And just before you start, I gotta say, when I saw this here, I was so happy because I love Mage Slayer / Mage Breaker like classes. The concept was so cool to me. Just a martial character who's like anti-mage is such a fun one.
Also, this art is rad.
Yes,
it's fucking crazy ornamented armor dude with a big fucking flamberge. Like,
I love it. It's so fucking so cool.
It's like Final Fantasy ass armor.
Yeah, really. Yeah, Bahamut. Uh,
Yeah, so the Mage Slayer does what it says on the tin. They're they're a partial warrior class that is designed to fuck up enemy casters. So they are art based, but there's no choices. They just get the entire list of arts as you progress by level. I mean, get one every level. Like, you get a new talent every single level, and level 1 and 2 you get 2.
Yeah,
Like,
you get
a lot of
2 at
shit.
level 1 and 2. That's great. So that's like some
Yeah.
good start there.
Yeah, I mean, you get Magic 0 for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, your normal, the things you get by default is you get the Nullifier focus for free also, at level 1. And Nullifier 2 is, both Nullifiers are really good. They'll give you, you can be straight up immune to some magical effects that target you, and you get rerolls for others, which is great. Yeah, and Mage Bane, which is just, you just do bonus damage to any kind of spellcaster.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's normal attack, shock damage, or any other violence. Like, fucking if you push them off a building, they still take more damage.
You just know how to push them just the right way. I don't know if you mentioned it, but the one thing to point out is that you cannot do a Mage Slayer / mage. They have to be warrior or expert for obvious reasons. I could see an argument for why you should be able to do that, but honestly, I think with the amount of options you're already given, I think in this sense it actually does work that you only have those 2 options. And it's still lots of different options to choose from, honestly.
Yeah, I will say that I think the single strongest, I mean, there's all of these are good abilities that you get for this class. I love that they get the ability Witchfinder at level 2, and what that does is they can commit effort for the scene. So, like, it's a very small amount of commitment.
Yeah,
and they just get to cast Apprehending the Arcane Form, which is the ability that is detect magic and identify.
Ooh.
They don't get the blinds. They don't get the dark vision that comes with it.
Yeah.
But you don't need to have a mage in the party to be your person who's, trying to detect magic or identify magical items.
Yeah.
The Mage Slayer can do that for you.
Yeah.
And Apprehending the Arcane Form is so strong if you're playing a game with a lot of magic. Or, you want to play games where you give people unknown magic items.
Yeah. No, this is so great.
So good.
Yeah, this would be great for some sort of, like, honestly, sort of a partial kind of Witcher character could work for this, or like an Inquisitor type would be really fun to do. Like, if you're doing like an evil campaign, like, it'd be really fun to have like a fucking witch burner kind of person doing this. There was one thing I wanted to say, and I'm forgetting what it was now. The
abilities are so good.
How does your player enjoy this class? Have they been able to use it at all, or has it, like, in general though, even when they're not using it for mage stuff, are they enjoying playing this class?
Yeah. They haven't fought a lot of mages yet, and he's mostly been playing as like a ranged character, ranged melee, because he's partial warrior. But Witchfinder has come in useful a ton of times, and plus if you just want to stand back and plink and still play, partial warrior, you still get that full attack progression, and stuff. So. Yeah, and I'm sure he's going to appreciate it once they start getting cast at, because like at level 2 you just have all damage taken from spells.
That's so good. God,
which is absurd.
Yeah, that is so good.
Before saves.
Oh my god, yeah. So good. That is so good.
You can fucking stop people from casting by committing effort. What is it? Oh yeah, if somebody casts at you and you share the pain ability, you can just make them also take the damage along with you.
Oh, that is so fun.
It's really good. And then, obviously, like the capstone one, Absolute Negation. As an instant action, you can just say no to a spell.
Just
say no.
Just dispel, just a quickly like dispel or like a counter spell, basically. Yeah, just fuck off. Yeah. That's so good. You may ignore the magic.
Like, it's just like it might still go off. That's the thing that you can do, is you're just like, no.
Yeah.
Cool, you cast Fireball at me, I continue walking.
Yeah. Oh, that is so cool. Yeah, I love that. Oh.
Yeah, you become immune to like mental effects and stuff. It's cool. It's a great class.
Yeah. No, I could absolutely see myself playing this kind of character. This is exactly what I want from this kind of character. I just think it's a martial class based around like dealing with mages and magic is just such a great concept. I love it. All right. Anything else you want to say on the Mage Slayer?
I could talk about
We
all
could talk
these
about this for
abilities
days.
'cause they're
Yeah.
really cool. But yeah, it's a great class.
I
I
think we
like it a
covered it
lot.
pretty good though. Yeah. And our
Yeah.
final new class is the Wise.
I know you probably want to talk about this one. I have not read this one as well as it sounded like you did. So
I most of this was again skimming because we were skimming a 200 dense book, so it is only so it's probably as much as you were, but you have been talking for a while, so I'll take over here a little bit to give your throat a rest. What I like about this one is that for the low magic, like I said, I was doing the Horn World stuff. You basically get arts that are still really good. For example, like you have stuff like healer, like you're still a trained and capable healer, gain plus on all heal skill checks once per day on turn action, and then automatically succeed a skill check to stabilize mortal wound league subject. I believe that's something you can get from a foci, if I'm not mistaken. Well, maybe the healer
I
focus.
think gifted Kyurge and
Yeah, is that the one? Yeah, yeah. So like that sort of stuff, I will be honest, I do not know the intricacies. I could read them right here, which I probably will. But I do like, so they all gain level 0 and a bonus skill appropriate to their concept, be it Pray, No, Magic Survive, or some other skill that makes sense to the GM. The Wise do not use effort. All their arts are either constantly in effect or can be used under particular circumstances or a particular number of times each day, which is beautiful. I think just the reason why it's good is that I said it earlier, but like if you do a no magic campaign, you're cutting out so much choice for the players. So having this character appear as still the maybe literally the wise old man or just a witch doctor or whatever it might be, just having that somebody who feels different and still can fill in the role of the scholarly type, the one who might know about old folklore, all the sort of Merlin-esque kind of vibes you might need without all the magic that comes with it, unfortunately, or really in my case, really fortunately that I really want this in my games, because I think what he's done here is something really great that I think I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting to have this class. When I saw this class here, I was like, no fucking way. This makes up so many issues I was gonna be worried about in terms of my players getting bored with the choice they would have of just like, well, I guess I'll be warrior expert and he'll be warrior. And like, yeah, sure, there's a billion choices between that, but there can still be some overlap that you might not want. But holy shit, there's a bunch of stuff here.
Yeah. I get very like Merlin or like Gandalf the Grey when he's trying to not attract attention.
Yeah,
it's like all the things you can do where it's like, how did you know that?
Yeah,
like
yeah, and it actually has some example art progressions here for different types of Wise. So it has like a mundane priest, a witch, a seer, and esoteric, because there's a bunch of arts here that you can choose from. And I like that. So like for the mundane priest, you'd have holy sanctity, which would be at level 1. Where's that one at?
You gain honored. You are honored and respected.
Oh, there it is.
By most in this region. Gain a +1 bonus on social skill checks with locals who are not naturally opposed to your religion or social institution.
So classic old priest guy. A lot of people just respect your padre. And yeah, so it just has those are the different ones that you might pick depending on what kind of Wise you're going for, which is also good so that not every one of them feels exactly the same. That you're not all, because even though you're called the Wise, you might not want to fucking play Merlin every time you're doing this,
Plus they're just example. It does encourage you to say like, hey, if your player has an idea for something else, like go for it.
Totally.
Because notably here, like the classes, like in particular, like the esoteric one, it gets less arts, but it's like you can pick anything.
Any art.
You get them on different levels as well. So it's a lot of flexibility to be like, all right, how strong do I want you to be? What restrictions do I want on you?
Yeah, and like how do I see this character in my head, and how can I actually make it work on paper? Because there's almost no worse feeling than having a really cool idea that the mechanics just do not want to work with at all. So I think this should cover probably a lot of stuff. We are getting to the point where like there's so much stuff in this book that like I am definitely skimming a lot of this.
No, we're almost through. We have foci and then character tags, and that's it. That's only that is
only
left.
that. Yeah. So yeah, I guess we'll move on to the Makatban.
Makatban. I don't know. I say Makatban.
A nice Makatban. Night foci.
Makatban me. I can really go for it.
Yeah. So out of these, there's so many good ones. But the first one here, this Go Charge. Go ahead, Jack.
I fucking love these.
Yeah.
So we mentioned Makatba earlier, where the whole thing is like there are these orders of like warrior, like knight priests, kind of that guard these temples and have these crazy fighting styles, and occasionally exiles will come teach them to other people. these are all like pseudo magical fighting styles,
Yeah.
or overtly magical. Like these really. So there was a book, a fairly controversial quote unquote source book for 3.5 edition D&D, and I didn't play like a lot of 3.5, but maybe 10 or 15 sessions over the course of it. And there's a book called Tome of Battle, which was all derogatorily known as the Book of Weeaboo Fighting Magic. Because what it did is it gave martial classes that had spell-like abilities.
Yeah.
And they were super easy to reflavor into not like super anime sounding stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But everyone's like, oh, you should be able to do like kind of magic shit with martials. You should just be hitting people. I'm like, fuck that. No, let them do fun stuff.
Yeah.
And that's what these are, give me such heavy flavors of that, where it's like, these are all fucking cool.
Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. And even the way they word just reminds me of fucking like Yakuza, where it's like Pyre of Heaven style. Like I could already just Kiryu changing into that form.
The kanji with like the English over it. Yeah. World Tree Lance style. All Wrathful those Mountain style.
Exactly. So all those ones just sound like that. Also, the art for this is just fucking insane. You got this fucking like Doctor Strange ass fucking like Valkyrie.
Even doing like shattering all of the arrows that are coming towards them.
Yeah.
Sick.
Hell yeah.
So sick.
And so I'll start, because I mean, I don't know if we can go through a decent amount of these because there's a lot of good ones, but at least the first one on the first page that I really, really liked was the Ghost Archer style. Mostly, I'll just read it out because it's just easier the way. You developed a profound spiritual connection to the concept of the bow. You suffer a -4 penalty to hit with all non-bow or non-crossbow weaponry. You gain Choose Bonus skill. As an on-turn action, generate a spiritual copy of any bow you've ever fired. This copy has no encumbrance and vanishes when it leaves your hands, but it has all the properties of the original bow. Once a specific bow has been copied by a style practitioner, no one else can manifest that bow until the practitioner is dead, which sounds really sick if you have a very specific bow in mind. These bows generate their own magical ammunition, though the arrows have no separate hit or damage bonus. You may fire this bow normally even when meleeed by a foe. So level 1 is pretty interesting, but it's level 2 that I really liked, which is just nuts. Once per scene, as an on-turn action, shoot an arrow at any location within its range. You instantly appear where the arrow lands. Gain 1 system strain when you use this ability. That is so fucking cool, especially with the fucking range on an arrow. Like, you just fucking fire that off, and like, you just...
And it's an on-turn action.
Yeah.
You can still move and attack.
Yeah. Like... You literally fucking nothing personnel kid somebody by fucking shooting behind them and then just,
And like it lands directly in front of like the enemy general and they're just like, nice try. And then you just appear there.
Yeah, just fucking point blank fire to them. I loved that. The level 1 is okay. Level 2 makes it for me as a foci to take. I thought it was so cool.
These are so they're so cool. And so these are all locked to warriors or partial warriors.
Yes, for obvious reasons.
In the core book, there were only like 2 or 3 foci that were locked to specific classes, and it was like
polymath. Expert.
Yeah, for the expert. There was like 1 magic one, I think, that's locked to partial mages or mages. This book provides, I think it's all 3. Yeah, it provides at least a page or foci for all 3 core partial and major classes. Mm-hmm. I like All Directions Edge is also cool. You get way less hit points. Like you lose the +2 hit points per level that warriors get. But every turn, you can, as an on-turn action, make an extra attack. But you gain system strain and the first time after each day. So you can max out your system strain, but you can make like 12 attacks in 6 turns if you want to. And then the level 2, once per day, you just attack everyone in range.
Yeah.
And this includes ranged weapons, so there is a limit.
There's a limit, but still, that's still pretty good. I mean, shoot skill +1, like at a decent level, that's like a pretty good like. Like, this is just the classic meme where it's like they have us surrounded. Good.
Catalytic Soul is cool. It essentially lets you start doing shock with ranged weapons, which is fun because ranged weapons usually are all or nothing.
Yeah, I think that's a great one to add for the ranged because not that going ranged like really screws you, but this really makes it way more of a viable thing to do.
It's also fucking cool because the whole thing is you do shock if you have an ally who's in melee with that enemy.
Yeah,
it does their shock damage to the enemy.
Yeah.
So if you're like back there, playing Archer, and you have your fucking partial warrior who's like a 518 shock,
Yep.
you shoot and miss, and it does 5 shock damage to him.
Yeah,
anyway.
that's why I love so much that it uses the fact that it uses the shock of that ally, which just makes it so good for that warrior that's up there. It's perfect. And level 2 is pretty fucking cool if you want to read it. Yeah,
like you can one system strain. You can heal 2d6 damage.
2d6.
Like, yes,
plus target's level or hit dice. Oh my god, that's Oh god.
And you can only do it once per scene per target.
Man, if you're close to death and you do that, you only need it once, honestly, because you're just gonna come right back up. That's so good.
Yeah, there's 1 point strike is cool, where you can just choose to take 15s on attacks.
Yeah.
And they do the minimum possible damage. But if you're like a shock build, like you might have a minimum possible damage of 5. So you can just go, I take 15, I take 15, I take 15, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
Yeah. Well, and the thing too is that once per scene, as an instant action, a melee hit using the style has its weapon damage maximized. So level 2, you can also just make
what the fuck?
Yeah, so so you do like a little testing hit, and you're like, all right, I think I got this down. Boom! And just like a big fucking hit.
Then Pyre of Heaven. I find this one a little underwhelming, but it is cool.
Yeah.
You fucking human torch yourself. You become immune to the first 5 points of fire, heat damage in a round, and you can glow like a torch.
Yeah.
Which could be useful
Which I think is the coolest part in a weird way, because of the use that would have of keeping your hands free. I know you can have like a small shield and stuff, but yeah.
This was changed. This is much better than it used to be.
Yeah.
Because once you can ignite your weapon for the rest of the round for 1 system train, it increases damage and shock by your level +2, which is crazy pants.
Yeah.
Like, level 4 character, you could like do 10 shock damage on a miss. That's insane. And then level 2, you become totally immune to non-magical flames and smoke. And when you ignite the weapon, your whole body catches on fire.
Yeah, no, I think it is really cool. It just feels like it's very much it's very, like, I guess, specific in how it can be used in some ways. So you could find unsatisfying if your GM doesn't, or if you didn't listen to what your GM set up for the campaign. You're like, I'm doing this anyway, and then it might not come into hand. Might not come up, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. These are also cool, man. Righteous Iron style, you essentially become one with your armor.
This is my favorite one, honestly. I love this one.
It's so cool. Also, it gives you a free you get a free suit of armor costing no more than 750 silver. Yep. So like you can start with really good armor because of this.
And no encumbrance value.
Yeah, no encumbrance. It also gets an extra +1, and it always is maintained, and you can sleep in it.
Yes.
And then at level 2, you don't have to eat or breathe
or sleep.
Yeah, or sleep.
Yeah.
You're like you become like a walking suit of animated armor, pretty much.
Yeah, I love that one. That's why that level 2 one just, oh my god. And like the style's armor AC bonus becomes +2 instead of +1. It is just such a great one. Yeah. Like that one is amazing. And
imagine you get like a +3 set of magical armor.
Yeah.
With that.
Yeah. I know, it's so cool. And I do like that it tells you get given that armor, like, of no more than 750.
Yeah.
Which is really nice that that's added there, where I could see a newer GM being like, no, you're not allowed to have that yet. It's like, well, I took this thing, I want to use it, let me use it. So I like that it does that. But yeah, that one's great. And I thought that one, depending on how high level you are, that one mixed with Wrathful Mountain, you're such a great protector. I thought that would be like a really good bonus. Or you wouldn't be able to get, I think, all 4 levels early on. But later on,
no, you can't do that. You can only learn one.
Oh, you can only do one of these. Oh, okay. That's a good thing I did not mention. Or sorry, I did not notice. Okay, that's really cool. By the way, the Wrathful Mountain one is really good, though. What'd you say?
Wrathful Mountain's really cool. Yeah. The next one, World Tree Lance, is God. I love the flavor texture of these. Fucking, your spear is a pillar of heaven, and no foe is beyond its reach. But any polearm, you get a bonus stab, whatever. The spear that you have, no encumbrance, and always returns to your hand after.
Yeah, you're just fucking Thor, but with the spear.
Yeah, or like you're fucking Kukulain throwing gay bolt around. Also, if it's normally throwable, its range doubles. If it's not throwable, it gets a throwing range.
Yeah.
You can throw like fucking Sarissas. Just like a 30-foot long lance that you're just tossing. Like, and it's treated as magic. It's treated as a +1 magic weapon. And then level 2, you fucking get an effective melee range of like 10 feet plus your character level. This game notably doesn't actually subscribe to like 5-foot squares.
Yeah.
Because someone was like, what does it mean if you have a 17 versus a 16 foot? And Kevin's like, it doesn't matter. I don't play with squares. I don't write for squares.
Yeah.
But like, you can imagine 20-foot reach with a spear that you can then throw when it comes back to you immediately.
Yeah, no, this is such like a fucking little like spiteful build, just like really just it's really cool imagery of just like they're not that far away, you're just fucking throwing into them and taking it back and just like you keep throwing into them. I think it's just really cool.
Plus allies don't block you at all with level 2. So you can have your buddy, fucking Wrathful Mountain buddy, just like and you're just going like
yeah. Oh, I love that. But yeah, so the Wrath of Mountain one is really good. You gain Stabber Punch as a bonus skill. You can manifest a 0 encumbrance magical large shield as an instant action. One that functions even if both your hands are occupied and persists as long as you will it. Once per round when someone makes a melee attack on an ally you have screened, get an instant melee attack on them before their attack completes. Fucking the retaliation before they even actually do the attack is so fucking funny to me.
You do notably get a -2 penalty to all to hit rolls.
Yeah.
So you are worse at hitting, but you get a lot more opportunities to do it.
Which I think totally makes up for it, especially with that. And then
fucking impossible to hit.
Yeah.
Like,
no, absolutely. And your melee retaliation can now be applied as a magical attack on those who make range attacks on your screened ally, which is ridiculous, regardless of their distance. If you accept a point of system strain as an instant action for the rest of the round, you can retaliate against all enemies who attack your ward, though only once per round for any given foe. Like that's just such a great support sort of tanky character build. I really like that one. I think that one's really fun.
Also, the shields are great. In this case, even it can't be sundered. And of course, the important thing to remember about shields and Worlds Without Number is that you ignore the first instance of shock every round if you're carrying a shield. And that's, especially if no one can break your shield, that's really fucking good.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you keep being able to block it, somebody might finally take just the action just to break your shield so you can't do it anymore. But if they can't do that, it's great.
Oh, these are all so cool.
They're all really cool. And we covered all of them. Those are all the ones. And I like you said earlier about like the 3.5 thing, it is really nice because I don't have the problem a lot of people have with martial characters, but for the people who do have that issue, it's nice to have this extra stuff there to let them have some extra toys to play with, because you can fall into the I hit or I do these things for my round, and this can add like a little bit of extra pizzazz that makes you feel like you're having fun, or like, if things are too boring for you normally.
No, for sure.
Okay. The next is the Amundi Godblood Foci. I think these are the expert foci, correct?
Yes, they are.
And these are
taken
nuts.
by experts or partial experts, and you can only have one.
Yeah.
These actually remind me a lot of, if anyone's familiar with Eberron, there are dragon marks in that, which are like these great houses, and you can manifest like their mark on you, and it gives you like specific magical abilities. These remind me a lot of those.
Yeah.
These are all also really good. These also do not count explicitly as magic for the purposes of that.
Interesting.
So, these are all like fucking these are actually like wuxia movie things that you can do.
Yeah, I think these ones are great because I can see a lot of people having different builds they want to do with their experts, and this just really opens up a lot more opportunities. The Master Tracker, for example, just want to make a ranger character. Master Tracker's right there for you. It's pretty nuts. You can gain survival skill. You can follow any trail created within the past day in a city or past week in the wilderness, detecting even the minutest traces of passage and ignoring the obfuscations of weather or water. And you can identify the number of creatures from trail signs and their general physical shape and condition. And then level 2 is just that, but way better as well. You just gain +1 to wisdom, and you can identify specific people by their tracks if you've met them before. And once per day, by examining the most undisturbed scene of a particular event that happened within the past week, you can reconstruct. So you get detective vision as well. Essentially, you fucking go into Batman mode and be like, this is what happened. But yeah, so that one's really cool.
Fucking danger sense. You can just do the thing where it's like somebody sneaks up behind you and goes to like stab you, and you just go like,
yeah, yeah, that's really fun. That's really good.
Yeah, and then the level 2 as an instant action once per day. You get an intuitive sense of the best thing to do to minimize losses, and your GM just has to tell you.
Yes, like, that one is so cool.
What's the best way to get out of this situation? They're like, this is what you have to do.
Yeah, I love that.
That's great.
That one's really great.
Folie à deux. I can't speak French. You can't.
Folie à deux. Yeah, but yeah, you're close enough.
Yeah. That one's your lies never register as lies, even with magical like truth finding stuff.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's so fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, Pack Beast gives you an effective 18 strength for encumbrance, or 22 if you have an 18.
Yeah.
Which means you can have fucking 11 encumbrance readied.
So
Which
good.
is stupid. Yeah, it's dumb.
Yeah, and the Nightwalker is just basically you can see in the dark and around you, you function really well. And then like level 2, like if you're in like total blackness, you're basically invisible. Yeah, unless an area is lit by torchlight or bright radiance, you are effectively invisible in it until you do something to draw attention. Um, that's just really really fucking cool.
Yeah, Provident Crafter is also neat. I like that one for like if you wanted to do like a craft based or like potion calyx based character, because it's you get extra strength for the purposes of carrying stuff, so you can carry
mhm.
more of that. If you use an elixir or like a potion or like a scroll or something, they always count as being ready, even if they're not.
Oh my god.
And then level 2, you get an extra dex mod, and then once per day, if you happen to have stowed a particular item of 2 encumbrance or less, or if you could have reasonably bought or made it within the past week, you can immediately ready it.
Oh my-
So you could just like you fucking Deus Ex Machina something from earlier, like you're doing like a narrative game thing. You're like, it's a good thing I happen to have bought this.
I love that. Fucking, I guess Kevin Crawford plays some fucking Blades in the Dark when he was writing these parts. No, I do that. That's one thing I gotta mention. I love a lot of that stuff in this game where it's not all just pure mechanics. There is a lot of that classic. No, either GM like let things come up a little bit here and there, or the players let them come up with stuff. Like the last one you said with the GM one, where it's like, tell me the best way out of here, And I think I love adding those little bits into the games like this. I think it's really really nice instead of just pure
Yeah.
mechanical bonuses.
Yeah, breaking a little bit away from that kind of trad game D20 style thing, and taking some cues from narrative games in ways that don't like step on the toes of the mechanics.
Well, and I think the reason why I like it is that because I've played more narrative games and like as I've gone further in my RPG career, my style has become a mixture of OSR and narrative games. Like is my preferred style of bringing both in, and I think so. This really is nice for that style. Walk Like Wind is pretty cool.
Yeah, you can run up walls. You can do the Wusha thing. Step on people's swords
you
and
can
jump off
fucking
them.
Naruto run all across Ladder Earth.
Yeah,
Classic shit.
that's pretty much it. I think.
Yeah, it's Wild
Tongue. You can
Tongue.
speak to animals and stuff.
Yeah, so more of that sort of ranger / druid stuff if you want.
Yeah.
Um.
Yeah. All we have left is the arcane secret ones, and there's only like 6 of these.
Yeah.
Or
I didn't
5.
actually look at these too much. Because
Some of them are really good.
Yeah.
So these are the major partial mage ones. Again, you can only take one. They all have 1 level. Atlantean Divination, which is just GM secretly rolls int no against difficulty 9. You just asked them about some future event, and if they roll, they roll, and based on what they roll, they just have to tell you.
That's so cool.
And you can't go beyond a week. You can't ask the same question twice, just in case you think that you didn't pass the check and they lied.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Iteral Pacting is very good. You get a roller pickup patron portfolio from page 142 of the core book, and once per day you can either get +4 to a hit roll, +1 on a skill check, or you can just pull a first level spell out of your ass as a main action. You don't have to prepare it. You don't have to have a spell slot open for it. You can just cast it.
That's really good.
And it's worth remembering it for this game. All spells scale with level. So, like, if you're a high level character, a first level spell is still going to do a ton of damage or a big effect for what you want to do.
That's awesome.
But also, you get a -1 to all social checks because you look fucking weird.
Yeah, that'd be a fun one to mix with the accursed. Like a half mage, half accursed, and take this. I think there's a lot of fun max stuff that works
deeper.
Yeah.
Hemomancy.
That's
heal as a bonus skill. You
magic?
can just take damage.
Ooh.
And then the spell doesn't count against your spells used once per day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Because, you don't get very many spells in this game.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yep. Sigilism just lets you do essentially like a free calyx, more or less. So like
Okay,
a
cool.
free spell scroll instead of taking like a week and 1,000 silver.
That's big. Yep,
Um,
makes sense.
and you don't have to vocalize it. You just have to like show it in the spell casts. It's like some small object.
That's awesome. And then we got the last one is Vothite Mind Sorcery.
Yep, you don't have to talk or gesture to cast any of your spells.
Wow. Whoa, that's really good.
Yep.
Um,
And they manifest without having any obvious connection to you as well.
okay, so like a silence spell won't, it's like a silence type effect won't fuck with your magic casting or anything like that. You can still do it. That's really, really good.
Oh,
Holy shit.
and it's not even clear that it came from you.
That's oh my, that is so good for a sort of political game. If you're fucking around with people or just certain things, I could see that being really fun to do. I love that. That's like the just use, because 5e is such like the zeitgeist, everybody knows it. Like that's like the sorcerer, you have one that you can do like silenced meta magic, so you can cast a spell without anybody knowing you did it, and like that's very similar to that. That's awesome.
Yeah, and people can like if they're using the sense magic spell, they can tell.
They can tell, yeah.
But if they're not, they can't tell. But this also limits it so you can't cast any spell that does damage that isn't mental damage.
Cool.
Yeah. And if it's a secondary effect that a spell does some kind of physical damage, it just doesn't do it.
It just doesn't do
anymore.
it. That's interesting.
Yeah, because it's a Vothite thing, right? So you're
Yeah.
doing weird mind sorcery and mimetic shit.
That's fun. I like that. All right. So that's all those 3 foci for the different classes. We now have the non-human origin foci, and there's a lot here.
We don't have to go through these.
No, and we're not going to because we're already 5 hours in, which is fine. But I don't know if there's any of these that you want to point out, like the Aristoy one. But overall, basically, if we've mentioned it earlier, there's a fucking foci. There's a racial foci for them here.
Yeah, for a demi-human or any reasonable like humanoid, because this game really limits you to try playing normal sized humanoid characters for the most part. So it's sure you want to play a not man, whatever, an Accipiter, the flying ones,
fucking
go for
Oni.
it. Play a ghoul, play
Play
Tengu, like Azakathi, you can do it.
Yeah.
I will note the one thing I wanted to say. I mean, there are fucking 30 of these. Like there are a lot in addition to the ones that are in the core rule book. I will say that I know that a common house rule, and I believe it's one that Kevin Crawford actually usually uses at his table, is you give everyone a bonus foci at level 1. If you want to spend that on an origin, go for it. And that lets you play. But if you don't spend it on an origin, you just get a bonus.
What's the reasoning behind it? Just
to allow people to play non-human characters without it being like part of their.
Oh, so you're saying if they take a non-human, they get a free one, or does everybody at the table get a free one regardless?
Everybody gets a free one at level 1,
and you can use it on your racial, but you don't have to. Interesting.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
So if you're, I would say I would probably agree with that and use that as a house rule. But if nobody wanted to take a non-human origin focus,
don't do it.
I would say you don't get an extra. Yeah.
No, that's totally fair. That makes sense.
Yep. And there's some rules for creating a new one that I think are pretty prudent, which is just like, hey, think about these things while you're doing it. Don't do it unless you have to.
Yeah.
Yada, yada, yada.
There's also so many here that you could just reflavor that covers so many different ones. Plus, there's some in the core book for halflings, dwarves, elves, and goblins and other stuff. So you have so many already to choose from. And I tend to for my own, because I'm not a game designer, I tend to prefer to see what they've done and maybe just reflavor something. If there's nothing that works for it, I'll do it. But yeah, I don't see the need to do so unless I really, really feel like I have to. But yeah. All right. Now we have our final thing, guys. Which is character tags.
So hype about these.
Yes, this is really cool. When I first saw this, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And I started going through it, and it is great. It is awesome.
As somebody, so the tag system exists in the original book, and it's one of the core ways that you generate content for sandbox play, right? Like you get a location and then you roll tags for it, and then those tags give you a short bit of information, and you always roll 2, and so you get to mesh those together, and then they provide you with like potential, in this case, ambition, powers, or dreads for that person. And so it's shocking how much rolling 2 tags on a D100 and combining them, you go like, oh, I think I know what to do with this. Like, and the one thing it was missing was for people. Like there were tags for sites, there were tags for like courts, or like
factions,
factions, like, and it was missing people. And I was trying to do generation for a bunch of like important people in factions.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I'm really like drawing a blank for some of these. Like, I would love to be able to flesh this out more
Yeah.
easily beyond the like, you can generate like members of a court.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a table for that. And these, I'm so hyped to be able to use these for that, because
Yeah.
the tag system fucking rocks for prepping as a GM.
No, that's great. And also it's funny too, because individual NPCs is who you're going to be dealing with the most as players and who you're going to be playing the most as a GM. So having it for everything else, like, you're not dealing with a whole faction. Those faction ideas are good to take from for the role playing of certain characters. But yeah, this will actually at least make the character itself, which is good. Because like I said, if you're doing a sandbox game, a true one, you can't come up with everything yourself. Like, it is just, I mean, you can, but it's going to take you a lot of time. And if you don't necessarily have ideas popping out of your, because sometimes you do, sometimes you're just like, oh, this is perfect. Everything fits together so well. And sometimes you're like, I just need like a little push to just get things rolling here. So these are really, really good for that.
There's a lot of them. There's like 60.
Yeah. We're on page 185. I believe it goes until like 202.
It's the last thing in the book other than the C rules.
Other than the C rules, yeah. Which we've already done. So yeah, it is just,
yeah.
I'm just going through here and oh my god. But you have some like great disappointment, great expectations, hidden origins, impending treachery, in over their head, last survivor.
Just picked like 2 randomly here. All right, so this person I rolled Doomsday Weapon and Unreasonably Lucky. That sounds horrifying already. Where it's like they have access to an ally, tool, or information that could utterly destroy any reasonable opposition to their plans, yet using it would almost certainly destroy them as well. It might be a corrupt noble ally, a mad wizard, a savage barbarian chieftain, or some other power that cannot be controlled once unleashed. Conversely, they might have it but not realize the consequences, holding it back for now out of mere ordinary caution. Only after they pull the trigger will they realize that they're in the blast zone as well. And so combine that with like Unreasonably Lucky. They're lucky beyond all ordinary limits, to the point that they can predictably rely on good fortune to carry them through their difficulties. This luck may not sweep aside all obstacles, but their enemies and rivals never seem to get the benefits of blind chance. Conversely, they may be unreasonably unlucky, yet their sheer determination and dogged persistence has made them far more competent and capable than would normally be expected. Imagine a character with both of these traits.
Yeah.
That's so much to work off
exactly.
Even without... Because, yeah, it gives them... What are the APD for this one? Ambitions, powers, and dreads.
Yeah.
Which ambitions are, ambitions. Powers that their situation can give them, or dreads that are most likely to befall them or show up as problems.
Yeah.
It's so easy to roll 2 of these.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Like, I'm writing a page on this.
Yeah, no, totally. My brain already goes to stuff like fucking like the Cold War and just like the near misses we know about and not the ones we don't know about, and how those could be perfect things to jump off of for this. Right. How lucky we are that our world still exists, and like the amount of things that I feel like that'd be a perfect one for this. Yeah, no, you immediately just get ideas in your head about what you could do with those. I
can't wait to use these. I have my game that runs in the gyres on hiatus, and I'm totally going to use these for a part that I had been really stuck on.
No, this has gotten me super in the mood to run a Worlds Without Number game, like in the setting with all the different things. Do an actual real sandbox game, and that'd be really fun to do. I haven't done a sandbox game since pre-pandemic, when my urban sandbox game then got stopped because of COVID. So it'd be really fun to do one of those again. But yeah, no, this book is fucking awesome. And, 5 hours later, we're finally finished. But, what's so crazy is that we still honestly feels like we only really scratched the surface to an extent. I mean, we carved into it a little bit,
this is a medium dive.
Yeah.
It's a medium
dive.
I
was thinking I was going to say first impressions, but I don't think first impressions is the right one. I would say a nice, like, shallow dip into the... No, this was super fun though. I love this book. I can't wait to have the actual physical in my hand, so I can actually just sit down and read it properly, instead of just on the PDF. Yeah, you fucker, I could see you there, you asshole. But yeah, no. And also, I cannot believe we got it 9 months before we were supposed to get it. Isn't that
how
insane?
Does he do this?
I know. Like,
Kickstarter starts in 2 months.
Yeah,
February. How does this man write like this?
I know, this guy is nuts. He's like he's the Brandon Sanderson of RPG gaming.
He does it alone.
Yes.
Like,
oh man, it is great. But no, this was so much fun, Jack. Thank you so much for doing this with me.
This
I'm
is
glad.
awesome. I
Yeah,
can't believe it's already been fucking 5 hours.
I
That's
know.
insane.
I looked over at the time on the stream and I was like, "Oh my god, it's been 5 hours!" Like, I know it's probably maybe more like actually no, it's 5:16, so it's been about 5 hours between breaks and the extra 10 minutes. Yeah, it's like, god damn.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, guys, if you, I'm sure Jack would be happy for us to go through the lore stuff, the ones we didn't cover at some point, if people want that. Well, that'll probably not be right away between the edit of this fucking video and just our other stuff. But yeah.
It's me.
Hey,
Okay.
and I'm probably right near you, honestly, somewhere. I saw my name somewhere because we're both W's because I put mine as Wasabi Burger. So I'm probably near you somewhere. But yeah, no, it's great.
Yeah, I see you. Yep, you're on the freeze line.
Hell yeah. Oh, man. This was super, super fun.
Yeah, hopefully we get the opportunity to do this again for another source book for Worlds Without Number.
Hell yeah.
But he works in mysterious ways, and I have no idea if he has any plans to do any more books for W. Because I mean, he did a lot for Stars Without Number. I would not be shocked if he kept coming back to Worlds, where most of the other games seem more like one-offs or side projects by comparison.
Yeah, no, and he's obviously always improving because I will not lie. Worlds Without Number, getting around the book is so easy in terms of like gameplay stuff. Stars Without Number, I would love a revised edition where it's just the same way as he did Worlds Without Number, because there is some stuff that's messed around. And I'm really excited for a Cyberpunk game. Like getting a Cyberpunk thing from him, I think is probably gonna be really good. Even if it's used as almost like an iterum for Worlds Without Number, like just going into a different world.
Totally could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess we'll call the stream there, guys. Do you have any final thoughts you want to say or anything, Jack? Or are you all out of words to say after all?
I don't think I've said enough today. So
yeah, I think
if I got a few 100,000 worth of words to say. No, I'm surprised I haven't started to like lose my voice or anything.
No, same.
So,
but
no, this was a lot of fun. Thanks for suggesting this and doing it with me.
For sure.
And maybe we'll go back and maybe it'd be fun to do like build who fucking knows, do some world building or something on one of these.
That would be really fun. I know people love that stuff, to just sort of get an idea of how you can, not just going over the mechanics, but how you can actually use them, and maybe just like maybe just like make a court and populate with people or something, just something fun and small that you could just take
do like do a region, pick a country or two nations, one of the maps to work off of, and write up some sandbox for it.
Exactly. All right, well, goodbye everybody, and thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Stay safe out there.